After planting good bean sprouts, Zhang Guilin immediately went to see her own land. She stood in front of the flat land, smiling happily. This place has the best scenery in the whole village. There is a small stream nearby, winding down, making water fetching and laundry very easy. Behind her are green mountains. In front are fertile fields, so beautiful. Moreover, Huazhao helped her clear over an acre of yard, making it even better. Actually, whether it's beautiful or not, she is happy. She finally has her own house again. Her own home, her own land, her own decisions. She no longer has to live under someone else's roof, no longer needs to watch others' eyes. She can eat whatever she wants. Even if it's just coarse food, she's happy. Zhang Guilin took a deep breath, feeling lighter than ever before. It's been over 10 years since she remarried, and she has never felt so free. Daqin and Xiaoqin, from now on, this will be our home. Come help Mom with the work. Let's build a house and the whole yard. In the future, you can have whatever vegetables and fruits you want. At the front, Daqin and Xiaoqin weren't happy. They had seen the old rural houses before, and they couldn't compare to the brick houses in the city, so broken. But what touched them deeply was the last sentence. It didn't matter what kind of house it was. What mattered was delicious food. I want to grow grapes too, Daqin said. I want to grow strawberries, Xiaoqin replied. And watermelons. Melons, Daqin added. They had just eaten the fruit platter prepared by Huazhao, and that day was the sweetest in their lives. There are also eggplants, cucumbers, tomatoes. Daqin listed everything she had eaten. She wasn't picky. As long as she could eat enough, that was fine. Xiaoqin said, and fish, and meat. Everything. Zhang Guilin choked back tears and said. Their mother actually agreed. Daqin and Xiaoqin jumped happily great. For the first time, they felt that their mother was really good. Daqin and Xiaoqin turned to look at Huazhao. Daqin, being the older one, was already quite mature for a child from a poor family. She understood many things, especially about life. She remembered her sister saying earlier that this land was given to their mother. Her sister also gave them meat, fruit, and rice to eat. Their grandparents and father never spared anything for them, but her sister always put food into her bowl. Thank you, sister, Daqin whispered. Huazhao smiled, knowing that gratitude is the best attitude. She didn't like ungrateful people. Does your sister treat you well? Huazhao asked. Yes, Daqin and Xiaoqin answered at the same time. Then you should also treat your sister well, okay? Huazhao asked again. Okay. Daqin and Xiaoqin shouted loudly. Huazhao nodded happily, then looked at Zhang Guilin and said, Mom actually treats you very well. Mom is like a sister to you. If she has something tasty, she's willing to share it with you. Daqin and Xiaoqin looked at Zhang Guilin, but this time, they didn't say anything. Huazhao continued, but she didn't have anything good before. She couldn't even feed herself properly. What could she share with you? She also wanted to give you meat and fruit, but she had none. What could she give you? So, she is kind but powerless. Is that true? Daqin and Xiaoqin looked at Zhang Guilin. In fact, she could have the strength and means, Huazhao said again. Daqin and Xiaoqin turned to look at her, and even Zhang Guilin looked at her. She works hard every month and earns 25 yuan. With that money, she could buy you lots of tasty food, but she didn't. Do you know why? Huazhao asked. They didn't know. Daqin and Xiaoqin shook their heads. Because your grandpa and grandma took the money for themselves to buy good food. They never gave her a single cent. What could she buy for you then? Huazhao explained. So don't blame Mom for not buying you clothes or food. She has no money. If you want to blame someone, blame your grandpa and grandma. They're the ones who treat you badly, taking your mom's money, but not spending any on you. She was very good at creating misunderstandings. She had used this method many times to turn friends against each other. And she hated it when grandparents sowed discord between children and their mother. A mother who carried her child for 10 months and gave birth should be the closest person in the world, but two outsiders turned them into enemies. It's truly malicious. Just imagining her own child being turned against her in the future made her heart ache. That's why she wanted to do something for Zhang Guilin to help restore their mother-daughter bond. Zhang Guilin understood and turned her head to wipe her tears. De Qin and Xiao Qin looked confused, thinking about what Hua Zhao had said. In the past, no one explained this to them. They only heard their grandparents say that their mother was useless because she had a rural household registration. This made her unable to provide enough food, and they had to rely on their grandparents for support. Neighbors also said that their mother was useless, that she couldn't take care of her own children, looked very thin, and had never eaten canned food. They heard these things so often that they believed them. Now, after hearing their sister talk, it seems true. At least Da Qin understands well. Without money, you can't buy anything, and of course, she can't give them anything. Their grandparents did buy a lot of good food with their mother's money, but they ate it themselves or gave it to their 3 brothers. They never shared anything with them. Looking at it this way, it's clear that the grandparents are at fault. Hua Zhao added fuel to the fire. And your father earns 45 yuan a month, and your mother earns 25 yuan a month. Together, they make 70 yuan, which is enough to cover the food for you and your siblings. There's even a little left. You haven't eaten much from your grandparents all these years. It's actually them taking your parents' money, but not buying you food. They're saving up, probably planning to do something with it, Hua Zhao said. Whether they really saved money or not, she didn't know. Anyway, she was just fooling the children, making up stories as she went. She had no bottom line when dealing with bad people. Da Qin suddenly shouted loudly, "I want to marry my older brother." She seemed to have realized the truth, her eyes shining. One time, I overheard Grandma and Grandpa talking about the money. They said they had saved 400 yuan, but it still wasn't enough for my brother to get married. Hua Zhao was stunned and asked with a smile, "Your older brother, Lu Tsong? What kind of bride does he want? 400 yuan isn't enough? Is he that important?" Now, in the countryside, the bride price is about 50 yuan, which is considered very high. In the city, it's a bit more expensive, but 200 or 300 yuan is also acceptable. Grandma said that the bride wanted 3 turns and 1 sound, meaning 3 gifts and 1 item. If a family didn't have all 4, they wouldn't marry their daughter off. At least 3 items were needed. 3 turns and 1 sound has been a popular betrothal custom since the late 1950s. By 1976, it was widespread in the city. Even families that couldn't gather all 4 items would try to get 2 or 3 to save face. 400 yuan to buy 3 items is quite difficult. How old is Lu Tsong? Hua Zhao asked Zhang Guilin. Lu Tsong is 24 now, Zhang Guilin said. She glanced at Da Qin and Xiao Qin, but didn't say the unkind words out loud. Hua Zhao smiled and asked Da Qin, "Is your older brother good to you?" Since Zhang Guilin didn't want to say anything unpleasant, she let the girls speak for themselves so she wouldn't have any complaints. The 2 young girls immediately shook their heads. "Has he ever hit or scolded you?" Hua Zhao asked again. The girls nodded right away. Hua Zhao's smile faded. Could a 24-year-old man really be so harsh to such young children? He's a bad person. What kind of girl is his girlfriend? Hua Zhao asked Zhang Guilin, looking curious. She works at the food factory too, Zhang Guilin replied. She's pretty young, only 18. Her family wants a lot of bride price, 200 yuan in cash plus some gifts. Lu Tsong had caused a lot of trouble at home over this. Grandma Zhang didn't agree with the marriage. With such a high-status bride and a grandson so eager, wouldn't she be spoiled after marriage? She's old and would have to watch her daughter-in-law's face every day. Lu Xiangqian, the proper father-in-law, didn't mind. He understood his son wanting a pretty wife. He didn't interfere. He had no money anyway. All his savings were with Grandma Zhang. As for Zhang Guilin, the new mother-in-law, she just watched the show and had no say. Will the marriage happen or not? Hua Zhao asked out of curiosity. If they get married, where will they live? With Lu's family? That's perfect for you. You won't have to serve anyone else. Or maybe 2. Zhang Guilin was busy pulling weeds, but nodded in agreement. Back at Kaishan village, standing at the foot of the mountain, doing physical work, she felt very relaxed, more and more so. All her worries from the past 10 years seemed to suddenly disappear. You guessed right. The food factory isn't doing well now. Newlyweds like them can't get welfare housing. They have to live at Lu's house. That means I'll have to serve not just one person, but two, Zhang Guilin said, glancing at Hua Zhao's belly and hinting, it's about the same size as yours. Hua Zhao's eyes widened. Another tough person. Someone daring to be pregnant before marriage? If this got out now, her reputation would be ruined. She'd be laughed at for life. The woman's family still refuses to agree and is asking for too much. If it drags on, something bad might happen, Hua Zhao said based on the situation. Zhang Guilin whispered, the woman's family has another option. She whispered even more softly, if Lu's family doesn't agree, they can report Lu Tsong for misconduct. TSK, 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 so ruthless. Hua Zhao shook her head repeatedly, then suddenly smiled. The Lu family and the Zhang family are a perfect match. Just from Lu family's attitude toward Zhang Guilin, you can tell they are not kind-hearted people. It's fitting for such a family to be in-laws. Just stay here peacefully from now on. With a daughter-in-law like that, you probably can't compete, Hua Zhao said. Zhang Guilin nodded. I can't compete with anyone. She was very self-aware. And since she came back, she really had no intention of going back. In the past, she worked herself to exhaustion in the city just to earn enough for her children to eat. Now, even if the bean sprouts don't grow, and she can't make money, she can still support a few children with this yard, her own land, and working in the production team to earn work points. She might even do better. Why would she go back? Is it to endure Lu Xiangqin's beatings? To wash clothes for old Lu and Grandma Lu? As night fell, the two of them took Daqin and Xiaoqin home to cook dinner. This time, Zhang Guilin cooked potato stew with cabbage. At Hua Zhao's insistence, she added a few slices of meat. After a filling meal, Daqin and Xiaoqin lay in their fragrant, warm beds and slept peacefully. Hua Zhao then called Zhang Guilin into the granary and secretly handed her 150 yuan. This is from selling the old house, she explained. Zhang Guilin secretly admired her daughter's cleverness and quickly put the money into her hand.
Keep it.
That house was built by me and your dad. I remarried. That house doesn't belong to me, only to you. This money is like your dowry and also a token of your dad's love. He saw you marry well, and he must be happy, Zhang Guilin said with emotion. It had been 10 years. She rarely thought of Hua Feng, almost forgetting what he looked like. She and Hua Feng also met through an arranged marriage. Hua Feng was handsome, energetic, and capable at that time. She saved up 100 yuan in bride price, and the Zhang family happily agreed to the marriage. They were sweet after marriage, but as the Zhang family repeatedly faced hardships, their relationship grew colder. She also endured many beatings. Now, looking back, all she remembers are scenes of arguing. However, Hua Feng was very kind to Hua Zhao. He never disliked her for being a girl and often let her ride on his shoulders, taking her to the market. Hua Zhao also remembered those times. She sighed and took back the money. All right, I guess I now have some dowry. Zhang Guilin suddenly smiled. I heard your fiancé gave you 2,000 yuan as bride price. Is that true? She heard this from Aunt Ma when she was giving her the money, and she couldn't believe it at the time. People from the city usually ask for only 200 yuan and some gifts, but her daughter, a girl from the countryside, received 2,000 yuan and many gifts from city folks. Just thinking about it made her happy. She felt proud and a little proud of her daughter. But when she looked at her daughter's beautiful figure and face under the light, she thought 2,000 yuan was not enough. She had lived in the provincial capital before, and even there, she had never seen a girl more beautiful than her daughter. Yes, Hua Zhao shyly admitted. Is he a good person? Is he handsome? Zhang Guilin asked again. They had only just met yesterday, so she didn't ask many questions. After another day of being together, she realized Hua Zhao was a kind girl. She didn't blame or hate her, so she dared to ask more. Yes, yes. Hua Zhao nodded eagerly. He is very handsome and very kind. Even when she was forced, he didn't punish her. That's good. That's good. Zhang Guilin sighed in relief. After a few more words, Hua Zhao brought up an important matter. Look, this basket of bean sprouts is a failure, she said, pointing to a nearby basket. Originally, she had processed hundreds of baskets in the granary, giving them to villagers. Now only about 10 remained. Only 7 baskets were used for growing bean sprouts. She still kept a pace of 1 basket per day, but not every basket was successful. There's a full basket of bean sprouts, but it failed. People won't buy it, and I can't finish eating it myself. It's a pity to throw it away. Why don't you sell it in the county tomorrow? We can split the money equally, Hua Zhao suggested.
No.
Zhang Guilin waved her hands quickly. I'm just helping you run errands. I can't take your money. What kind of situation is this? She looked at the basket and said, Don't worry. I'll handle this basket of bean sprouts for you. She has been going to the black market to sell things since she was young. She is not afraid at all. She works as a temporary worker in a food factory, doing the hardest jobs, and lifting 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, is nothing for her. The next morning, Zhang Guilin set out with her basket on her back. The quality of the bean sprouts in her basket was not as good as those sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. Hua Zhao had already told Zhang Guilin this in advance, and she also repeatedly told buyers when selling. Plus, she sold them cheaper. The cooperative sells at 3 mao, about 0.3 yuan per jin, but she only sells at 1 mao per jin. This way, her sales were faster. People buying things at the black market usually bring their own tools, buckets, bags, baskets. They would try a sample first, then their eyes would light up. Although her bean sprouts looked not as plump and fresh as those from the cooperative, and the taste was a little worse, the difference was small. They were still delicious, something they had never tasted before, and so cheap, so they bought them. Everyone bought quite a lot, 3 or 5 jin, about 10 jin. In no time, Zhang Guilin was surrounded, then the crowd dispersed, and her basket was empty. She didn't wait for others selling similar things to pay much attention. She quickly slipped away into the faint dawn. When the sky brightened, the black market closed. Doing illegal deals in broad daylight made people nervous, so they preferred to trade at dawn. Zhang Guilin happily carried 10 yuan home. 10 yuan in a day. How much would that be in a month? Her eyes shone brighter than ever. She saw things in life she had never seen before. Hope. Back home, she immediately shared her excitement with Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao happily counted the money. Sometimes, she would pick out a few special banknotes, like date red 1 jiao or back green 1 jiao. These collectible notes could be worth tens of thousands of yuan decades later. 1 jiao turning into tens of thousands? She couldn't spend it all. Good days are still ahead. You'll have more and more money. Plenty of money. Hua Zhao said. The village's income was kept around 30 yuan a month or even less. But Zhang Guilin was different. She wasn't from the village. She was her own person. She would open the door to a better life. Anyway, whatever Zhang Guilin earned, she would hide it very well. She wouldn't tell anyone else, only herself. Zhang Guilin checked on the mung beans she soaked yesterday and was happy to see they had sprouted enough to fill a basket. The water here in Kayashantan really has changed, she said happily. It used to be much slower. Yes, this place is truly a lucky spot, Hua Zhao smiled. Exactly. Zhang Guilin quickly packed the bean sprouts into a basket, then went to build a house. On the open ground, stacks of bricks were already arranged. Zhao Liangkai was busy unloading bricks with his team.
Liangkai.
No, Captain, thank you so much, Zhang Guilin said, rubbing her hands. Where did these bricks come from? I'll pay for them. I'll owe you for now, and pay back as soon as I earn money. Zhao Liangkai is 2 years younger than Huafeng. They used to be very good friends. He used to call her sister-in-law, and they had a good relationship. Now, she's remarried and has come back in a difficult situation. She doesn't dare to look directly at Zhao Liangkai. He looked at her thoughtfully. He didn't expect that life would change the once beautiful and gentle sister-in-law into her current state. If they met outside, he might not recognize her, and would even call her aunt. It's quite sad. Besides, A widow remarrying isn't her fault. Moreover, Huazhao had already spread the word that her mother had been taking care of her all these years, but it was all lies and deception by old Lady Zhang, who had tricked both of them. Now, everyone in the village knew the truth. The way they looked at Zhang Guilin was less sarcastic, and they even greeted her with smiles. This made Zhang Guilin smile more. These bricks were bought from another village. Just pay me later, Zhao Liangkai whispered. Uncle Huazhao asked me to handle it. He wanted her to know who to thank. Okay. I understand. Zhang Guilin nodded with her head down. Her former father-in-law was a wise and understanding man. If only he had come back earlier, Huafeng wouldn't have died so young. They both thought the same thing. It's fate. From now on, live well in the village. With Huazhao here, no one will dare to bully you. Yes. Zhang Guilin smiled. She never thought she would soon enjoy happiness with her children. I've also found someone to help build the house. Since these days are quiet, let's start building today. You should go ask Huazhao about lunch preparations, Zhao Liangkai added. In the village, people building houses for others don't need to pay. Today I help you build, and tomorrow you help me build. This is how friendship is built. But if you don't pay, you have to provide food. Just as we were talking, the builders arrived. They are strong men from the village, and they used to have a good relationship with Huafeng. Zhang Guilin thanked everyone and hurried back to find Huazhao. When she entered the yard, she saw Huazhao already washing vegetables with Daqin and Shaoqin. There were several big basins, clearly prepared for a meal. Her daughter thought of everything for her. She felt like crying again. What should she do? Zhang Guilin sniffed and quickly walked over. Let me do it. You go rest over there. You're still young, so be extra careful. Okay, Huazhao obediently sat aside, cracking sunflower seeds. But with Daqin, Shaoqin, and Zhang Guilin, even 1.5 people couldn't finish cooking for so many. However, Huazhao was not worried. Soon, Aunt Ma and a few others arrived. Little Huazhao, we're here to help. Thank you, auntie and sisters-in-law. Huazhao smiled and welcomed them in. She was starting to get used to rural life now and saw its good side. As long as relationships are good, people are very warm and caring. When something happens, everyone helps each other. Close neighbors are better than distant relatives. But everyone also keeps track of favors. If I help you today and you don't help me tomorrow, the relationship won't last. After 2 times, it's hard to maintain. With Aunt Ma joining and unlimited vegetables supplied, by noon, several baskets of steamed buns and dishes were ready. Then everyone sat in the yard chatting. Huazhao, I just talked with them and found something strange, Aunt Ma said. All the bean sprouts today didn't grow well. The county people took away over 1,000 jin. This had never happened before. Usually, they would harvest nearly 2,000 jin, sometimes even more. Really? You guys also didn't succeed? I didn't either, Huazhao said with a worried look. One basket was ruined, all shriveled. I didn't even send it to the team. So many people failed today? Yes. What do you think is going on? Everyone looked at Huazhao. She was the one who taught everyone how to grow the bean sprouts. She used to succeed even when growing a lot by herself, so she must know best. I don't know either. Huazhao said, all the procedures are the same, and the water is the same too. The only thing that might be different is the temperature. Maybe it's because the weather's been too hot lately? These bean sprouts need very specific temperature conditions. Even a small difference can ruin them. That must be it. Everyone sighed in disappointment. In that case, no one can be blamed. It's just bad luck from the weather. But one failure didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone had failed before, and they believed it would be better tomorrow. 7 or 8 women sat under Huazhao's grape arbor, eating watermelon and talking about their bright future. Flower, why is your watermelon sweeter than mine? Sister Lu suddenly asked. It shouldn't be, because all the seeds in the village are the same, and the watermelons should look alike. That's because you don't understand. Watering the watermelon is very particular. You have to water in the morning, at night, on cloudy days, on sunny days, and how much you water makes a difference. Even a small change can make a big difference in the fruit, Hua Zhao explained. The women looked at her with admiration. Hua Zhao secretly smiled. The gardening knowledge she learned for fun in her past life turned out to be useful for convincing people now. Before she finished explaining, she saw the men nearby finishing their work.
Time to eat. Time to eat.
Aunt Ma called everyone to sit down for the meal. She didn't think the watermelon was anything special because her own watermelons were also quite sweet this year. That's because Hua Zhao took special care of her plants, along with a few other families. Otherwise, if only she had good fruit, people might think she was favored unfairly. A group of men entered the yard, washed their hands, and sat down to eat. They praised Hua Zhao's cooking as very good. They also admired her character, as she was generous enough to serve steamed buns made with plain flour. The dishes were good, with plenty of food and meat. And her appearance was good too. But everyone only praised her with their eyes. No one dared to say it out loud. They couldn't say it openly. First, it wouldn't be proper. Second, they felt something was strange. Why did they think Hua Zhao looked so good? A few months ago, she didn't look like this. Back then, whenever they saw Hua Zhao, they would turn their heads to look at her several times. After all, such a plump person was probably unique within hundreds of miles. But now, she was truly beautiful. Many young men, whether married or not, kept sneaking glances at Hua Zhao. Especially for those who are not married, they are filled with regret. Back then, everyone hoped that their son-in-law would be a perfect match. It was almost like they were trying to give him away. But at that time, they all avoided the Hua family. Now, they can't even stay at the door without being asked to leave. Once the man returns, they will be politely asked to leave again. Aunt Ma and the women at her table were also talking about how Hua Zhao had changed so much. They even figured out the reason for her transformation. Don't be upset if I say this, but you are definitely expecting a girl. Yes, I think so too. That's right, having a girl means good luck. It can't be wrong. Meaning that expecting a girl makes the mother look better. While they were talking, they looked at Hua Zhao. She didn't get angry. She just smiled happily, so they felt reassured. Some people might get upset if you say they're expecting a girl. I like both boys and girls, Hua Zhao said happily, touching her growing belly. If I could have both at the same time, that would be even better. Ha ha ha, look at you. Want to have a pair of twins? Everyone laughed. Aunt Ma was very respectful to Hua Zhao and said, don't laugh at her. Hua Zhao is blessed. Maybe she will have a pair of twins. That would be great. If she has twins, I will give her 2 pigs' feet. I'll give 8. Another woman said. Hua Zhao pointed out a way to make money, still such a big opportunity. 8 pigs' feet cost just a few coins, not worth much. I'll give some chickens. I'll give 10 fish. Everyone was eager to offer. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Zhang Guilin felt both sad and happy. As a mother, she felt she was not as good as outsiders who treated her well. Before, she didn't have the ability, but now she does. Once she earns money, she will take care of Hua Zhao and her future grandchildren. Hua Zhao smiled happily, not expecting such a sudden change. Others even found a good reason for her transformation, and it seemed quite reasonable. What she didn't know was that everyone was so accepting of her change partly because she rarely went out. She was too fat, too lazy to move, didn't work, and didn't go for walks. The farthest she went was to the toilet in the backyard. The villagers saw her only briefly. Glances, quick looks, and then she went inside. Their impression of her was quite faint. If she weren't so surprisingly overweight, no one in the village might even recognize her when she went out. Now, she goes out every day with her beautiful face, and in just a few days, she has changed everyone's impression of her. When people think of the old Hua Zhao, they just remember her as being dark and overweight. In 7 days, Zhang Guilin's house was finally built. After a couple of days drying, she could move in. She hasn't been idle these days. Every day, she goes to the city to sell bean sprouts on the black market. A basket of bean sprouts disappears in the blink of an eye. She also meets others doing the same work. Everyone looks both excited and sad. Recently, the quality of the bean sprouts has been getting worse each day. As of today, the whole village has only sold 150 jin of good bean sprouts. The rest are thin and weak, not very tasty. At first, they grew the sprouts in baskets. Even if they were thin, they didn't want to throw them away. They thought of a way to sell them instead. Later, they worried about wasting beans, so each family grew only a pound or two of green beans. This time, most families succeeded. It seems that the problem isn't the beans, water, or method, but the weather. Too many sprouts in one basket make the temperature too high. Smart people quickly changed their containers, using basins to grow 10 pots at a time. As a reward for the first smart person, Hua Zhao helped her succeed. But the second person, or the second attempt, still failed. As for the reasons, they can guess themselves. Today, Zhang Guilan met someone from outside the village. They're studying at home why their bean sprouts won't grow. They refuse to give up selling bean sprouts at 20 cents per jin openly, but they are reluctant to sell the cheaper ones secretly at 10 cents per jin. Zhang Guilan met people from another village. They can't grow good bean sprouts. After a long study, they produce ordinary sprouts that are neither tasty nor worth keeping, so they can only sell them. Then, they discovered the market. Many people couldn't resist and started a business selling bean sprouts professionally. That day, Zhang Guilan sighed as she returned home. Hua Zhao looked at her empty basket and asked curiously what happened. Did something go wrong? No. Zhang Guilan replied, I'm just worried that the bean sprouts won't sell well in the future. She can sell them now because she has some regular customers. They seem to prefer her bean sprouts and don't want others, so she sells quickly. Now, many people in the black market are selling bean sprouts, but even at dawn, they can't sell more than a few pounds. She has never tried others' bean sprouts and doesn't know the difference. She's worried that her business might not do well in the future. Then I won't sell bean sprouts anymore. We'll sell something else, Hua Zhao said. The eggplants and beans in the garden are about to spoil if we don't pick them. We can eat some ourselves, but there's too much. Let's sell them. She has already grown enough bean sprouts and feels it's time to let go. In recent days, several women close to her have secretly or openly been checking her basket of bean sprouts, probably to see if she really can't grow good sprouts anymore. Many people have also been watching Zhang Guilan, noticing she leaves early every morning with a basket to catch the train. Why can't they grow bean sprouts, but Hua Zhao can? Not selling bean sprouts isn't a big problem. Hua Zhao has other things to sell for money. Zhang Guilan looks at the fresh vegetables in the yard and hesitates to sell them. Leave some to dry and keep for yourself. In winter, there are no fresh vegetables. You're pregnant, so you need to eat good food. If we sell now, you might not be able to buy anything later. No need. The storeroom is already full of sacks of dried vegetables. I can't eat 10 of them, Hua Zhao said. Zhang Guilan thought about it and couldn't understand why the vegetables in the field were so abundant. Has she forgotten how to farm after 10 years? Was it always this much? Or is Hua Zhao taking good care of the plants? We'll sell vegetables and mushrooms tomorrow, Hua Zhao said. Spring and summer are here, and mushrooms are growing in the mountains. She goes into the mountain every day and can carry back a small basket. The mushrooms she collected earlier are dried and ready to sell in the next few days. Hua Zhao is determined to make money every day. Life is short, and she doesn't want to regret being lazy when she needs money in the future. The 20,000 yuan in her pocket? To her, it feels like nothing. Current prices are low, mainly for basic necessities like rice, flour, and small cloths. But some things she needs, like TVs and refrigerators, are very expensive, thousands of yuan. What she really wants now is a camera. Cheap ones cost a few hundred yuan, expensive ones cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Film is also costly. A roll of black and white film costs over 10 yuan, color film costs 20 or 30. It's almost a luxury. After taking photos, she needs to develop them, which costs a lot of money. 20,000 yuan isn't enough for her to take many photos. She wants to record this special and beautiful time in her life. She also wants to remember her lovely appearance and her adorable baby. When Yixin comes back, she plans to ask him directly if he knows where to buy a camera. Since the weather outside still looks good, Hua Zhao decided to go ahead. She took Qin and Xiao Qin into the mountains. Zhang Guilin wanted to stay behind to pick vegetables, feed the pigs and chickens, and get to work. She is not like Hua Zhao. Not working has already become normal for the whole village to accept. As someone from Laoshantan, healthy and without illness or disaster, not working? That's unthinkable. A few days ago, it rained, and now is the perfect time to pick mushrooms. Near the village, most of the mushrooms have already been picked. But that's okay. Hua Zhao now considers herself a little forest fairy. As she walks, mushrooms start popping up along the roadside. There are bushes blocking the view, and Qin and Xiaoqin are still young, so they don't notice anything unusual. They are just happy to see so many mushrooms. Come, I'll teach you what's edible and what's not, Hua Zhao said. Actually, she doesn't know much about this either. The original owner didn't know either. But that's okay. Now she can just ask the mushrooms. Are any of you poisonous? Hua Zhao studies carefully because this is very important. If she doesn't learn well, she might harm herself or others. She plans to sell these mushrooms. When Qin and Xiaoqin hear that some mushrooms are poisonous and can be deadly, they get very scared. They learn very seriously and work very hard, without showing any impatience. They are very sensible. One is 4 years old, the other 6 just kindergarten age. Work hard, and when we sell them, you'll get a share, Hua Zhao said. Qin was surprised and looked at her in disbelief. We get a share? Yes, 1/10 for each of you. You and Xiaoqin, 1/10 each. She didn't say that the mushrooms they picked belonged to them. She would keep them all. That wouldn't be good for building teamwork and might encourage selfishness. Qin was so happy, she couldn't contain herself. Does this mean she will have her own money? Even a little or a lot, it's fine. Xiaoqin was still confused. Sister, can we eat the mushrooms tonight? She saw everything and wanted to eat it all. She just couldn't get enough. Hua Zhao smiled and said, sure. She looked at the 2 children, who were still wearing the old clothes they arrived in. She had made 2 new outfits, but both kids were reluctant to wear them. They tried them on, touched them, then hid them away. Fei Zhao was willing to eat, and the 2 children dared to eat freely. After more than a week, the 2 little skinny monkeys had gained some weight and looked more like children. An hour later, the 3 of them carried 3 full baskets home. Of course, Qin and Xiaoqin's baskets were small. They poured the mushrooms out in the yard to dry. Qin said, Sister, let's go again. She was also a little greedy for money. Fei Zhao looked at the sky. There was still time before lunch to pick more. She was eager to earn money, and also wanted to go into the mountains to exchange energy. Let's go. The 3 of them set off again. After lunch, they didn't rest. The 2 children, Qin and Xiaoqin, didn't complain or say they were tired. Sweat dripped down their faces, but they kept going, silent and persistent. They were truly children from a poor family. When she was young, she couldn't endure such hardships. She didn't even carry her own school bag. By evening, when they finished work, Zhang Guilin saw several large baskets of mushrooms. Why are there so many? Did you go deep into the mountains?
You shouldn't pick so many, she said.
Going deep into the mountains wastes time, and even if they made 2 trips a day, they couldn't gather this many 6 or 7 baskets of mushrooms. Qin and Xiaoqin chattered and explained that mushrooms along the roadside were everywhere, layered one after another, and they simply couldn't pick them all. Zhang Guilin smiled. These 2 children had spoken more to her in the past few days than in the past few years. Tomorrow I'll go with you to sell, Fei Zhao said. No need, no need. You're not even 3 months old yet, and carrying baskets and catching the train is too much, Zhang Guilin refused. Fei Zhao thought for a moment. With the time spent waiting for the train, she might as well go into the mountains for a quick look. Then I'll ask someone to go with you, she said. She visited Aunt Ma's house and then Aunt Lou's, bringing them to her home. So many mushrooms? Were they just picked today? You're so diligent. Aunt Ma was surprised. They're over there. Fei Zhao pointed to the location. There are still a lot more. Tomorrow you can go pick from there, or else someone else will. She was very generous with Aunt Ma and the others. She truly couldn't keep the mushrooms to herself, as hoarding would only cause jealousy. Aunt Ma and Sister Lu looked at Hua Zhao and smiled. This child really is good, kind-hearted, and generous. Hua Zhao then said, my mom plans to go to the city tomorrow and secretly sell some mushrooms and vegetables. There are too many items to carry, so could Aunt Ma and Sister Lu go with my mom? Aunt Ma and Sister Lu agreed, without hesitation. In the black market, everyone in the village has been there at least once. They go every year to sell mountain products. Usually they go with friends or relatives for company and support. Also, the bean sprouts haven't been growing well for a week. They should find another way. Tomorrow, they plan to go with Zhang Guilin to see the prices of vegetables this year. Hua Zhao guessed their thoughts and dared to speak. She doesn't like to force others. They were discussing going to the county town early tomorrow. In the town, a family was also planning to go to Laoshantan early. When Zhang Guilin decided to leave, Lu's family was very happy. 3 people suddenly left. That would save a lot of money. But soon, they couldn't smile anymore. Old Lady Lu was the first to give up. She couldn't handle the chores alone. Washing clothes, cooking, tidying the house. All were left to her. The others, all men, didn't help at all. Old Lady Lu held on for over a week, but finally couldn't anymore. She was old and tired, and she wondered why she had to serve others like an old servant. What kind of life was this? Old Lady Lu's life was hard. She often argued and fought. She didn't cook well, and no one could expect to have good days. Tomorrow, go and call her back. Old Lady Lu told her son. Before Lu Xiangqian could speak, Lu Tsong said, Mom, that bean sprouts can make 300 yuan a month. Not 30. Giving up would be such a pity. With that money, he could marry son Xiaofeng. Old Lady Lu saw his plan clearly and rolled her eyes in anger. Her grandson was completely bewitched by that little demon from the Sun family. Stop dreaming. I've had enough. Old Lady Lu scolded him. Did you know the supply and marketing cooperative hasn't sold bean sprouts for days? They say the weather is bad and they can't grow good sprouts anymore. Making 300 yuan a month would go into her pocket. She was paying close attention. These days, she watched the supply and marketing store entrance, seeing how many people bought how much bean sprouts. But the sales were decreasing day by day, and recently, they stopped selling altogether. There are only about 100 pounds of bean sprouts, not enough for the leaders to share, so there is no extra to sell. Grandma Lu felt very disappointed. She decided to call the person back. If she couldn't earn 300 yuan, she would at least earn 25 yuan honestly. She could still take care of their whole family.
What?
Lu Tsong shouted in shock. He couldn't believe the news. How could this happen? The family really couldn't come up with 200 yuan plus some extra money. Marrying son Xiaofeng was less important. If they couldn't pay, what would happen if the Sun family sued them? This Zhang Guilin is really unlucky. We shouldn't have married her in the first place, Grandma Lu said, giving her son a sharp look. The whole village used to have a good bean sprout business, selling 2,000 jin a day. But since she went back, they haven't sold even 200 jin. It's all her fault. Hearing this, Lu Xiangqian felt upset. He said stubbornly, if she's bad, then divorce her. Marry someone else. Grandma Lu hadn't spoken yet, but Lu Tsong couldn't hold back anymore.
No, Dad.
You've married twice already. I haven't married yet. We can't spend all our money just to get me a wife. If it weren't for you spending so much on Zhang Guilin, I wouldn't be having such a hard time finding a wife now. You're blaming me now? Lu Xiangqian felt embarrassed and angry. He took off his shoe and aimed it at Lu Tsong. Lu Tsong wouldn't just stand there and get hit. He ran while shouting, tomorrow I'll go to Kaoshan village to see Zhang Guilin and find out how much money she's really making. He still didn't want to give up. Besides, it's the season when melons and vegetables are ripe. If he visits Zhang Guilin, she can't let him go home empty-handed, right? Maybe he can bring some fresh vegetables to the Sun family, see Xiaofeng, and ask her for help. He just needs to think of a plan. If she really sued him, would she look good with her belly showing? The next morning, Zhang Guilin and Aunt Ma Lu Dezeo each carried a basket and went to the black market. One basket was full of fresh vegetables, another with dried mushrooms, and another with big watermelons. The vegetables cost 1, 2, or 3 mao per bunch. Dried mushrooms were 1 yuan for a big bunch. Watermelons were 50 cents each. They sold everything quickly. In this era, resources were scarce. If it weren't for the various tickets that limited supplies, everything could be snatched away. These fresh vegetables without tickets, especially those sold by Zhang Guilin, were taken even faster. Zhang Guilin didn't realize she had gained a loyal and steady group of customers. Even if her family didn't need vegetables, they still came every morning to buy from her. No matter what she sold, they bought it. A few customers had a small argument over a watermelon. One person wanted to buy the whole watermelon, but others didn't allow it. Because the road was bad and the watermelon weighed 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, Zhang Guilin took several rest stops along the way. She put down the basket, carried it, put it down again, and carried it once more. During this process, one watermelon cracked open, releasing a wonderful fragrance that filled the air, making people want to reach into their pockets and buy the whole watermelon. Lu Tsong, who was rushing to catch a train, happened to pass by and was attracted by the smell. But before he could get closer, the watermelons were divided and taken by different people. The crowd quickly dispersed, revealing Zhang Guilin inside. Lu Tsong was surprised, then suddenly turned around and quickly walked away, hiding in the darkness to quietly watch Zhang Guilin. After selling the watermelons, Zhang Guilin helped Aunt Ma and Sister Lu sell some other items. He heard that those 2 baskets of goods also belonged to her, and they were selling quickly. In 10 minutes, everything was sold, and the 3 of them carried their baskets and left. Lu Tsong followed behind them all the way to the train. They weren't in the same carriage, and Lu Tsong didn't want to face Zhang Guilin now. He kept following them back to Kaishantan, watching as the other 2 women left one after another. Then he saw Zhang Guilin enter a courtyard and start busying herself. The yard was filled with dried mushrooms. Zhang Guilin acted naturally, as if it was her own home. Lu Tsong then approached her. "Aunt Zhang, do you live here?" "It's nice," he said, looking at the mushrooms on the ground. There were so many mushrooms that if dried, they would weigh about 100 jin. At market price, 1 jin of dried mushrooms costs 1 yuan, so that's about 100 yuan. "Did she pick them?" "That's great." Hearing his voice, Zhang Guilin almost dropped the broom she was holding. She looked back at the person outside the fence. Sure enough, it was Lu Kong. Why are you here?" She suddenly felt nervous. When she married into Lu's family, Lu Tsong was about 13 or 14, full of bravado. He had hit her many times, sometimes even more harshly than Lu Xiangqian. She didn't dare fight back. If she did, everyone in Lu's family, including Lu Tsong's uncles and aunts who had moved out, would come to beat her. Lu Tsong had been hitting her for 5 or 6 years. When he turned about 20, tall and strong, and started hitting his stepmother, everyone laughed at him. That's when he finally stopped. Deep inside, she was a little afraid of Lu Kong. Lu Tsong knew this and felt very proud. "Did you pick these mushrooms?" Lu Tsong asked.
No.
Zhang Guilin immediately shook her head. "I haven't picked any. I have to work in the fields. When would I have time to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms?" "That part is true. Then who picked them? Whose house is this? Why do you live here?" Lu Tsong asked suspiciously, frowning. "This is my new house. Because there's some open space. Neighbors come over to borrow it to dry mushrooms." Zhang Guilin lied bravely. If it had been before, she wouldn't dare lie to Lu Tsong, but now she had to, or her 3 daughters' hard-earned results would be taken by him alone. And even future harvests, they would take those too. She knew Lu Tsong too well. Before Zhang Guilin could open the door, Lu Tsong pushed open the gate and strode into the yard confidently, inspecting the house. The earth house was very new, with no bedding or anything inside, so naturally, there was nothing Lu Tsong wanted to see. "Have you not sprouted bean sprouts these days?" His expression immediately turned sour, and his tone was displeased. Zhang Guilin stood at the door, holding a broom, and said, "I haven't had a place to stay. I've been busy building the house these days." Lu Tsong finally looked at the earth house and remembered her saying it was newly built. "Did it cost a lot of money?" "No,
No, Sanguilan replied.
The wood was free, I owe work points, and the bricks are on credit. I'll pay back when I earn money later. Lu Tsong suddenly got angry, stepping out of the house and standing in front of Zhang Guilin, shouting, "You haven't even started earning money, and you're already on credit? Our Lu family doesn't owe anyone." Zhang Guilin backed up a step, holding her broom, and whispered, "You don't need to pay us back. I earn money, and I will pay it myself. Your earnings? The money you earn is also ours, Lu families. We've supported you and your 4 children for over 10 years. Even 10 more years, you still wouldn't pay it all back." Lu Tsong shouted even louder. In the past, Zhang Guilin wouldn't have argued, but she had also listened to what Hua Zhao said to Da Qin and Xiao Qin that day. She whispered, "I've stayed in Lu family for 10 years, and I didn't eat or live for free. I get a salary every month, enough for me and the children." Enough? Lu Tsong's veins bulged on his neck. You only have a salary, no grain book. Money can't buy a single grain of rice. Those 10 or 20 yuan, how many kilos of rice can you buy on the black market? Without us Lu family taking care of you, you and your 4 kids would have starved to death long ago. You don't even realize you're ungrateful, and you still think our Lu family took advantage of you? His attitude was very angry. Zhang Guilin saw his fists clenched and was scared, so she hugged the broom tightly. "Oh, so you say that? That's really rare," Hua Zhao said sarcastically, standing behind Lu Kong. "People who don't know might think my mother and her 4 children have no relation to your Lu family. This is the first time I hear that husbands should be grateful to their wives and children. Who the heck?" Lu Tsong suddenly turned around, then saw Hua Zhao. He didn't finish his sentence. His eyes widened in surprise. Could a girl from the countryside be this beautiful? Even in his dreams, he couldn't imagine such a pretty girl. Someone could actually look this beautiful. All he could think about was the word beautiful. Hua Zhao also saw Lu Tsong clearly. He was in his 20s, tall and strong, but with sneaky eyes that looked dishonest. Now, staring at her, he was drooling. "Go, hang up the mushrooms." Hua Zhao pushed the 2 girls behind her, Da Qin and Xiao Qin, to keep them away from him so they wouldn't accidentally get hurt if a fight broke out. Da Qin and Xiao Qin looked at Hua Zhao and then at Lu Kong. They held onto her clothes but didn't move. Their small hands were trembling with nervousness. Hua Zhao's eyes darkened. She asked, "Did he hit you before?" Da Qin and Xiao Qin immediately looked at Lu Tsong but said nothing. Hua Zhao looked up and asked Lu Tsong, "Did you hit them before?"
"Ah."
Well, Lu Tsong blushed, fidgeted and stammered, "Kids are naughty, so they get hit sometimes. But I always hit gently, gently." Hua Zhao looked at the expressions of Da Qin and Xiao Qin. Both children denied it completely. That wasn't gentle at all. Big brothers hit hard sometimes and caused pain for days. Hua Zhao realized he was definitely a bad man. She didn't want to argue with him anymore. "What are you here for?" she asked. I came to see Aunt Zhang, to see how she's doing if she needs anything," Lu Tsong said. Hua Zhao sneered coldly. "She needs a lot, rice, flour, oil, cloth. Did you bring any?" Well, I will bring some next time. I will bring some next time," Lu Tsong said brightly, determined to come back tomorrow and visit often. Hua Zhao didn't understand him, but Zhang Guilin did. Just by looking at his expression, she knew something was wrong. She immediately said, No, I don't need anything. You don't have to come anymore." Lu Tsong looked at Zhang Guilin. This time, he didn't glare at her. Only his eyes looked a bit dark. He didn't expect her eldest daughter to be so beautiful. In the past, Grandma Zhang had spoken so disrespectfully about her. So, they were just pretending together. What were they afraid of? Was it that he would fall for her eldest daughter? Did they look down on him? Didn't like him? Were they just wary of him? In an instant, Lu Tsong imagined too much. He kept staring at Hua Zhao, his eyes lingering on her face, chest, and thighs. He really did like her. "Are you picking mushrooms on the mountain? You picked so many?" Lu Tsong walked over and looked at the basket behind Hua Zhao, exaggerating. "Wow, it's full. So heavy. Let me help you carry it." He reached out to touch the Huazhao's chest, his eyes flickering. Huazhao also looked nervous. She quickly slapped his hand hard. With a crisp smack, Lu Tsong felt a sharp pain. His hand went numb for a few seconds, then it hurt badly.
Ao lưu công y ai.
Huazhao was surprised and took a step back. She didn't expect her strength to be so great, to actually break his hand. What should she do now? Zhang Guilin was also stunned. Hua Chong heard the noise and hurried over. Other villagers also heard, and some who weren't working came to see what was happening. Life was too boring. Whenever there was a bit of excitement, the whole village would come. The small mountain village was not big. In 2 or 3 minutes, everyone was there. What's going on? Who is this person? Huazhao hit him. Lu Tsong held his wrist and stood opposite Huazhao, looking at her fiercely. It didn't seem like he had hurt his hand on his own. People looked at Lu Tsong with sympathy. His hand looked pretty badly hurt. Well, Huazhao did hit him, so it must have hurt. No, he's trying to blackmail me. I just gently tapped his hand very lightly, Huazhao said, imitating Lu Tsong's tone earlier.
Oh.
Everyone nodded politely, but no one believed it. Looking at Lu Tsong's expression, his face turned pale, and sweat dripped down. Even the best actor in the village couldn't fake this kind of pain. It looked real. It seems that Huazhao's idea of gentle is different from theirs. Uncle Team Leader, I'm just a girl. How much strength could I have? He's trying to frame me, Huazhao asked Zhao Liangkai, who rushed over. What should we do now? Actually, she knew best. She had accidentally hurt him, or even intentionally hurt him, because she genuinely wanted to harm him. She should take responsibility, but she didn't want to. You're just a girl. You don't have much strength, Zhao Liangkai said reluctantly, but he felt guilty. He asked others nearby, right? Yes, everyone agreed with a laugh. Huazhao and this sneaky little guy, just by looking, everyone knew who they were helping, obviously siding with family over reason. And whether Huazhao was right or not about this matter was still uncertain. They didn't believe that Huazhao, who was usually so kind, would hit someone without reason. He's hitting me, Huazhao pointed at Lu Kong. He's my stepbrother. He came here to ask my mom for money. My mom doesn't have it, so he's demanding it from me. If I don't give it, he'll hit me. It was a lie, but everyone believed it. Lu Tsong was about to go crazy. He didn't expect this woman, with such a pretty face, to have such a dark heart. I didn't ask you for money. I just wanted to help you take down the basket. I was kind to help, and you're falsely accusing me. I'll go report you. Didn't you come to ask for money? Huazhao suddenly asked. Won't you come to ask my mom for money in the future? Huazhao asked again. Lu Tsong opened his mouth to reply, but suddenly realized she was trapping him. This girl was so cunning. He wouldn't fall for it. But he didn't speak, just silently agreed. Everyone saw his expression and immediately mocked him. What kind of person is this? Still from the city? Can't make it? Now she's coming to ask us rural folks for money? Crazy poor. Lu Tsong's face turned from pale to bright red. He couldn't believe he was being looked down on by a bunch of villagers. It was a huge insult. Everyone agreed. What everyone said is true. Huazhao was still nearby and said, his family really can't afford to live anymore. Earlier, they told my mom that all the money they earned from farming in the countryside must go back to their family. They owe the Lu family, and they haven't paid it off in 10 years. TSK, I've never heard of this before. The wife earns money, does chores, his children, and still owes her in-laws. Everyone started criticizing Lu Tsong loudly. Lu Tsong was about to get very angry, but didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say that his family hadn't said those words, and he definitely couldn't promise never to take Zhang Guilin's things or money again. My hand hurts. It must be broken. Take me to the hospital quickly, he shouted. Huazhao looked at Zhao Liangkai and asked, what should we do? It seems like her hand is also broken. How do we handle this now? She knew that the police had little control here. In the countryside, unless it was a serious crime like murder, arson, or poisoning, the local authorities didn't get involved. The production team decided everything. Breaking a bone was usually a minor matter. Who saw you hit him? He fell by himself. He's trying to frame you. Hua Chong suddenly glared at Hua Zhao and said,
Hua Zhao.
Well, experience counts. She still hadn't reached her limit. She just admitted she hit me earlier.
Liu Gong shouted.
She said she just tapped lightly, and a girl tapping lightly on the back of a hand. What's the big deal? Hua Chong rolled his eyes. You're just trying to frame someone, and you deliberately fell down, and now you've broken your bone. From his perspective, the hand was definitely broken in several places. His granddaughter's strength was impressive. Indeed, with her special abilities, Hua Zhao's strength was growing every day. You old fool. Lu Tsong pointed at Hua Chong and cursed. As he cursed, the villagers' last bit of sympathy disappeared. Hua Chong was a hero, the pride of their village. No one was allowed to insult him. How dare you try to frame someone? Drive him out. Zhao Yongkai said, glancing at Hua Zhao afterward. Okay. Hua Zhao smiled. As long as Zhao Yongkai approved, she was fine. Now, everyone in the village was on her side, so she felt even safer. A few men stepped forward, pushed Lu Tsong out of the village. Lu Tsong cursed loudly, but didn't dare stay longer. He had already been kicked a few times. Staying would only mean more hits. His hand hurt too much. He needed to see a doctor quickly. Give me money. I need to see a doctor. Lu Tsong shouted behind the crowd, calling out to Zhang Guilin. Zhang Guilin, feeling guilty, kept behind the crowd, watching Lu Kong. Wow, I knew you were lying. The crowd cheered. Stop lying. Look at my hand. It's all swollen.
Liu Gong shouted.
Sure enough, after about 20 minutes, his hand was purple and swollen like a pig's hoof. It seems he really got hurt. You hurt me on purpose just to ask for money, Hua Chong insisted. Yes, that's what happened. Everyone agreed. You all. Zhang Guilin, give me the money, or I'll tell my dad and he'll beat you up. Oh. The crowd got even more lively, feeling that Hua Zhao's slap was too light. How could he hit the hand? He should have hit the head. Zhang Guilin reached into her pocket. Aunt Ma immediately pulled her back and whispered, Are you stupid? If you give him money, he'll just be more arrogant. He'll keep bullying you. Zhang Guilin, if you don't give me the money, don't even think about coming into my house. I'll tell my dad to divorce you. Lu Tsong shouted again. Zhang Guilin covered her pocket and whispered, I don't have any money. Lu Tsong surprisingly heard her. Nonsense. I saw you selling things this morning. You made a lot of money. If you don't give me some, I'll report you for taking the capitalist road. This sentence made everyone in the village furious. Hadn't they all been to the black market? Yes, especially Aunt Ma and Sister Lu. They helped sell the goods this morning. Throw him out. The crowd shouted. Lu Tsong was beaten and kicked all the way to the train station. Until he got on the train, the crowd finally dispersed. Lu Tsong's face was swollen and unrecognizable. His nice clothes were torn apart, his only decent outfit. He had worn it to show off the city's superiority in the countryside. With his face like that, he first went to the hospital because his hand hurt too much. He had a work ID, so treatment was mostly free, and he didn't spend much money. His hand was indeed broken, 3 bones were fractured, and he had a cast on it. Then he went home. Lu's family saw him like this and were shocked. What happened? Grandma Lu asked nervously. Who did she love most in the family? Not her son, but her eldest grandson. Grandma, I was beaten by Zhang Guilin.
Liu Gong cried.
No way. Zhang Guilin dares to hit you? Grandma Lu didn't believe it. And even if she dares, she doesn't have the ability. The injury on my grandson clearly came from someone powerful or a group of people. Oh, I got confused. I was hit by Zhang Guilin's eldest daughter. What's her name again? Grandma Zhang often came to his house to say Hua Zhao was bad, and he had heard it a few times, but he couldn't remember her name now. Her name is Hua something. Grandma Lu also couldn't remember. Yes, it's her. Looks like Grandma Zhang was right. She's a troublemaker. Lu Tsong's expression froze. She wasn't really a troublemaker. She was quite fair-skinned, and her voice was nice, but she was mean at heart. Grandma, I want her to pay me back.
Lưu công thảo Tết.
He couldn't think of a way. People in their village bullied him, but his grandma definitely had a solution. They wouldn't even hit an old lady. Without Lu Tsung needing to say anything, Grandma Lu naturally wanted to stand up for her grandson. Don't go to work tomorrow. Come with me to find that troublemaker. If she doesn't bow her head and apologize to my grandson, she won't come back. Grandma Lu told Lu Xiangqian. Lu Xiangqian's face darkened with anger. How dare Zhang Guilan's daughter hit his son? That was outrageous. Bow her head? That won't work. She won't come back anymore. Lu Xiangqian said. Old things should be replaced with new ones. He was tired of Zhang Guilan and planned to find someone new. Perfect, he had a new target. Grandma Lu didn't understand at first. Lu Tsung remembered some recent rumors and guessed what was happening. He immediately lost his temper. Dad, what do you mean? Are you really planning to divorce and remarry? I told you. We don't have much money at home. Lu Xiangqian didn't reply, but he silently agreed. Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu were both surprised. They quickly asked, What do you mean? Marry whom? That widow Zhu.
Lưu công thảo Tết.
I heard she's been hanging around my dad lately, and they've been pulling and tugging. It's not proper. Lu Xiangqian immediately got angry. He grabbed his slipper and hit him. Be proper. Be proper. You haven't even married yet, and you already have a kid. If it weren't for the Lu family holding a grudge, why would we spend so much money? Besides, Widow Zhu said she doesn't want money to marry her. Widow Zhu was also a worker at their food factory, but she was a formal employee. Her husband used to work there too, but he died in an accident a few years ago. Widow Zhu took over his job. Old Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu know this couple and even know her parents, who are no longer alive. That won't do, Mrs. Lu immediately said. That widow Zhu has 3 children. They are all still young. Her husband's side is all gone, and the children have to stay with her. That's like a burden. We can't even support our own kids, let alone raise someone else's children.
Dream on.
She has a city household registration and a salary of 45 yuan a month. Her children also have city household registration and get their share every month, so they don't take from us, Lu Xiangqian quickly said. It seems he is very interested. The widow Zhu is in her early 30s, with a full figure. Her looks are not as good as Zhang Guilan's used to be, but she is much better than the current Zhang Guilan. Plus, she has a kind of flirtatious charm that Zhang Guilan doesn't have. Her small, seductive eyes make him excited. He is interested. Hearing his calculations, Mrs. Lu fell silent. With a city household registration, adults get a monthly share of 30 jin of grain, and children's shares vary by age, 10 jin, 20 jin, or more. This grain doesn't need to come from their own shares. Additionally, they get 45 yuan a month, which is used to buy grain, and they still have a few yuan left. When calculated, it's actually more suitable than Zhang Guilan. Lu Tsung saw that his grandmother was also interested and got anxious. But Widow Zhu isn't an easy person. She earns 450 yuan a month, but she wouldn't give you a single cent. Widow Zhu is good at talking and has a fiery temper, plus a group of brothers from her family. It's not easy to bully her like they did with Zhang Guilan. He doesn't like that. She dares. We must agree on everything beforehand. After marriage, her wages must be handed over. If she doesn't, she can't come in, Mrs. Lu said sharply, glaring. Lu Xiangqian smiled. Did his mother agree?
Not yet.
Mrs. Lu glared at her son again. Tomorrow, we'll see if Zhang Guilan can make money first. If Zhang Guilan can earn 300 yuan a month, she definitely wouldn't want a daughter-in-law earning only 45. Hearing this, Lu Tsung's eyes lit up, excited. That's more than 300. She makes 30 a day.
What?
The whole family looked at him in disbelief. 30 a day adds up to 900 a month. I saw it with my own eyes this morning. 3 baskets of things. 1 basket of watermelons sold for 5 or 6 yuan, another basket of vegetables for 4 or 5 yuan, and a basket of dried mushrooms, which is expensive, sold for over 20. At first, he thought the other two baskets belonged to two different women. But after getting off the train, he saw those women take out money from their pockets and give it all to Zhang Guilin. In the end, the baskets also belonged to Zhang Guilin. It was clear that everything was hers. Oh, this won't last long. Grandma Lu sighed in relief, then looked disappointed. Every year around this time, rural folks come secretly to sell vegetables. She knew about it because she often bought from them. The vegetable gardens in the countryside are small, with limited harvests, and they need to keep some for themselves, so they can't sell much. Recently, mushrooms have been plentiful, but once the season ends, they're gone. The same goes for watermelons. These aren't long-term businesses. Maybe they can make a few hundred yuan a year? Lu Tsong said. A few hundred yuan is quite a lot. Grandma Lu didn't believe it. A few hundred a year? Then they'd be richer than us city folks. This kind of work depends on daring. If someone dares to sell, they can make money. Those who are too timid or have nothing to sell will end up poor, Lu Tsong explained. He understood this best. In recent years, he's been secretly trying to sell small things, so he knows a bit about the market. Other rural folks don't make much money a year because they don't have enough vegetables for themselves. But Zhang Guilin is different. Lu Tsong said she even built a new house. That big yard is huge. He's not from the countryside, so he doesn't know much about a land measurement, but he feels Zhang Guilin's yard is very, very big. She's just one person, so she doesn't eat much. She also has her own land. The things she grows can be sold for money. So, she must have money. Dad, you can't divorce her. Lu Tsong urged. He wanted money and for Zhang Guilin to be easy to take advantage of. He didn't want a stepmother. Lu Xiangqian was unhappy. She's gone back to the countryside, and I'm left alone in the house, like an old bachelor. What's the use of having a wife like that? No, a widow like Zhu is better. He didn't want to be alone in an empty house. Lu Tsong was speechless. He was a man now and understood. But his father was so old and still thinking about women. Such a bad habit. Talking about women, he remembered Hua Zhao. She's so beautiful. If only he had known earlier that Zhang Guilin's eldest daughter was like that. Then, what about Sun Xiaofeng? Why is she being controlled now? Moreover, Hua Zhao, a girl from the countryside, probably doesn't ask for much in bride price, or even none at all, so she could easily get married. Unfortunately, I heard she is already married now. Luckily, her husband is often away from home. These details I overheard when I was being beaten. The villagers told me while hitting me. He dares to threaten Hua Zhao? Her husband is a soldier, very impressive. They also said that if her husband were home, he would beat him badly and so on. Grandma, I will go with you to find her tomorrow. Lu Tsong said. I won't go, Lu Xiangqian suddenly said. Right now, he was only interested in the curvy widow Zhu. He didn't care much for the thin, shriveled Zhang Guilin, who looked like an old lady. Besides, getting Zhang Guilin's money didn't necessarily mean he had to keep her around. She has two sons here. Don't they need money for food in school? Or for their future wives? Let her give all the money she earns. Otherwise, we'll send her two sons back to her. Lu Xiangqian said. His tone when talking about Lu Dawei and Lu Xiaowei was as if they weren't his sons. Grandma Lu clapped her thigh and said, That's a good idea. Sighing, Lu Tsong thought, it seemed nothing could stop his father from being irresponsible. The next day, except for old Lu, everyone else went to Kaoshan village. Old Lu was the kind of person who didn't care about anything. As long as he could eat and sleep well every day, he didn't bother with other things. Grandma, I don't want to go find my mom. Lu Dawei still struggled on the way. He didn't want to go back to the countryside. He was from the city. Shut up. No crying. Lu Xiangqian scolded. Whether to keep these two children or not would depend on the situation later. If Zhang Guilin could earn money, they would bring the children back and make her pay regularly. If she couldn't earn money, they would leave the children with her and let her raise them herself. Their family was about to add a new member, making 4 people, but there was no longer any free time or resources to support extra people. Zhang Guilin was frightened yesterday, so she didn't go to the morning market today. Hua Zhao also didn't go mushroom picking in the mountains. She guessed Lu Tsong wouldn't give up easily and might come to cause trouble again. Thinking about the train schedule, Lu's family indeed arrived. Shameless. Uncle Gui Lan, why did you choose such a person in the first place? Hua Zhao thought the other side might have many people, so she prepared in advance and invited all the women in the village who had a good relationship with her. She also has many people. Now, about 10 sharp and capable women are sitting in the yard eating fruit, cracking sunflower seeds, chatting about family matters, and the atmosphere is lively. Zhang Gui Lan didn't say a word. Aunt Ma said, was it her own choice? Or was it her mother's idea? You don't know what happened back then. You haven't married in yet. She sighed and said, back then, Gui Lan didn't agree. Her mother was loud and crying, forcing her to marry. She said the bride price she received was used to marry off her brother's wife, and she couldn't pay it back. If she didn't marry, she threatened to jump into the river. Only then was Zhang Gui Lan pulled away by her brothers. They originally wanted to help Zhang Gui Lan keep her and Hua Feng's little family assets, but she refused and gave the money to Hua Shan's family, asking them to take care of Hua Zhao. She initially wanted Hua Zhao to be looked after by the Zhang family, but they didn't agree. They said Hua Zhao's household registration and connections were here, and their village wouldn't accept her. Zhang Gui Lan had no choice but to entrust her child to Hua Shan's family, even though she knew their reputation was bad. Is that so? Everyone looked at Zhang Gui Lan with sympathy. Having such parents was really bad luck. Why hasn't Grandma Zhang come recently? The crowd watched the Lu family members walking over, chatting as they went. Probably because she heard some news here. She sees that our village isn't doing well lately and doesn't dare to come, Aunt Ma said. The atmosphere in the mountain village is very tense lately, as if it could explode at any moment. The bean sprouts still haven't grown over 10 jin, and how much money can that make? 2 yuan a day? Plus the failed attempts, averaging about 1 yuan a day. If it were before, they would be very happy. But when they had days earning over 10 yuan, 1 yuan seemed too little. Everyone in the village feels unhappy. When Lu Tsong came yesterday, he became everyone's punching bag. Today, he brought several more to vent their anger. About 10 women are eager to fight, ready to do something big. Among them are an old lady, a strong laborer, and a patient. They don't see them as threats.
Huh?
Why are there 2 children with them? Zhang Gui Lan also saw this and immediately stood up nervously. De Wei and Xiao Wei are here too?
They.
Lu's family wants to send them back, Hua Zhao immediately said. Or they might threaten you with the children to get money. She has seen many tricks, like using children to blackmail mothers.
Bah.
That's inhuman. Everyone was angry. All women, all mothers, they can't stand this. With such a family background and such a mother-in-law, how can life be good? Someone whispered to others, looking at Zhang Gui Lan with sympathy. Life is really hard enough to make people despair. Zhang Gui Lan looked at De Wei and Xiao Wei, about to cry with worry. Don't be afraid, Aunt Ma said loudly. You have Hua Zhao. You're a brave girl. You can't let yourself be bullied. Hua Shan's family, including Hua Zhao, had prepared everything. The Lu family is just a bully at home. They have no real skills in the city, so dealing with them is easy. Exactly, Mom. Don't be afraid. I am here, Hua Zhao said. Hey. Zhang Gui Lan looked at Hua Zhao's calm face and felt more confident. Did Qin and Xiao Qin stood behind Hua Zhao like 2 little tails, one on each side, and they moved closer when they heard this. They also realized they have an older sister. With an older sister, they are not afraid of anything. Yesterday, their sister slapped their big brother down. She's like a fairy. Hua Zhao turned to the 2 little girls and smiled. From now on, you can't bully others first. But if someone bullies you first, then fight back. If you can't beat them, come back and tell your sister. I will help you fight back. Yes. The 2 little girls nodded eagerly. They finally found warmth as younger sisters, and now they have an older sister to support them. Everyone looked at the 3 of them with kind smiles. Hua Zhao is really a good girl. Even though Zhang Gui Lan misunderstood her, After more than 10 years apart, she still shows such filial piety. She quickly accepted her, even accepting her children from another marriage, treating them like her own sisters. Not everyone has such a big heart. Who used to say Hua Zhao was stubborn? Oh, it was all because of Hua Shan's family. Especially Hua Xiaoyu. All the bad words came from their mouths. The Liu family finally approached. Old Lady Liu first looked around the big yard. It's bigger than they imagined. Such a large yard, with enough vegetables to last them a year, right? They don't eat them, they can sell them for a few hundred yuan. That's great. Grandma Liu saw Zhang Guilin in the yard. Despite the unfriendly looks from about 10 women, she pushed open the gate confidently and walked in. She was just an old woman visiting her daughter-in-law. Could they really dare to hit her? After a long trip, I'm exhausted. Bring me a glass of water. Grandma Liu stood in front of Zhang Guilin and ordered. Her eyes fixed on the leftover watermelon peel on the table. It smelled so good. She hadn't eaten a watermelon all year. Go, cut me another piece of watermelon, she said, glaring at the women around the table. They had eaten her family's watermelon for free, worth quite a bit of money. Zhang Guilin turned to pour water. Hua Zhao didn't stop her. It was right for the daughter-in-law to serve the old woman. Grandma Liu looked around at everyone and said sarcastically, "Can you give us a few women some seats? This is my son's wife's house. We came from far away, left early in the morning to catch the train, haven't eaten and walked so far. We're exhausted." Aunt Ma also sneered, "That's not possible. Even though this is your daughter-in-law's house, the table and chairs are mine. There's no extra seat for you." Zhang Guilin's new home didn't even have a proper bed or mats, let alone tables and chairs. They had asked villagers to make new ones, but they weren't finished yet. Grandma Liu was so angry she stared fiercely. Their belongings were not easy to share. Liu Xiangqian stood silently behind her. The villagers were right. Liu family members were bossy at home, especially Liu Xiangqian. He was very harsh to Zhang Guilin, acting as if he was the boss, the god, the master. But outside, he was nothing. When others teased his mother, he didn't know how to reply. Liu Tsong was a bit stronger, but he was also overwhelmed. He was in pain all over and didn't dare to offend these women. Yesterday, he had learned how painful their pinches could be. They hurt a lot. All the bruises on him were caused by them. Zhang Guilin brought out a glass of water. Grandma Liu drank it all in one gulp, then suddenly threw the cup to the ground. Crash. The cup shattered into pieces. Only one glass of water. Don't you see your man is thirsty?
And your 2 children.
We're not drinking, but they've traveled so far. Don't you feel sorry? Are you even a mother? Not even giving your kids a sip of water. Heartless. Li Dawei and Liu Xiaowei looked at Zhang Guilin's expression, which instantly filled with resentment. Zhang Guilin stood there feeling helpless and was about to cry. Everyone finally saw how fierce this old lady was, an expert at stirring trouble and causing disagreements. That's a misunderstanding, Hua Zhao said. There is only this one cup at home. Naturally, water is poured for you first, then for your son, and finally for her 2 children. Is that how it usually is? Does your family always prioritize your needs? Do you have good food and drinks first? And she gets nothing? The Liu family members looked surprised. How did she know that? Did Zhang Guilin say it? Hua Zhao continued, "If you say you don't care about the children, then you are the one who doesn't care. Why didn't you give water to the 2 children first? Why don't you share more food with them? Instead, you complain about having nothing and being unable to decide. She wants to care for the children, so she tries to give them water first. Do you allow that?" Hua Zhao sneered. What a villain, making a scene first. Li Dawei and Liu Xiaowei looked at Hua Zhao with blank stares, blinking as if they really thought that. Hua Zhao kept going. "Now you've even broken the only water cup, acting like you're going to cause a big fuss. Have you thought about how thirsty and tired the 2 children are? Do they have to wait an hour until you finish your tantrum to drink water? Where do you show any care for the children? You just want to stir trouble and bully others." Old Lady Liu was choked and couldn't breathe. All her plans had been guessed, and it was all clearly pointed out in front of the children. What would happen next? She turned to look at Dawei and Xiaowei, and indeed, she saw their expressions had changed. They looked suspicious and scrutinizing. The children, 10 and 8 years old, were no longer little. They were starting to understand things. Who are you to come here and talk nonsense? You don't know anything about our family. Mind your own business. Old Lady Lu shouted. Hua Zhao pointed at the cup on the ground. You broke my cup. It costs 50 cents.
Pay for it.
Old Lady Lu paused, angry. Hua Zhao suddenly turned to Zhang Guilin and said, Don't just stand there afraid to move. Hurry up and pour water for your sons. Otherwise, they'll say you don't care about the children.
Go on.
She won't hit or scold you for going. The children are thirsty and tired, and she cares. The last sentence was sarcastic, sounding like an opposite meaning. Grandma Lu was very cooperative, with a look that seemed eager to argue but was clearly holding back. It wasn't concern. It was more like she was upset because someone said she didn't dare cause trouble anymore. Everyone at the table started laughing. Hua Zhao's words were really sharp. One could easily make people angry, unlike them, who had to insult the ancestors to get their point across. Zhang Guilin quickly went to get a water bucket and was about to hand it to Lu Xiangqian. That's how things are arranged in Lu's family. Why don't you care about the kids? Hua Zhao loudly reminded her. Hurry up and give the water to the children. Didn't your mother-in-law keep saying she cares about the kids? The children are waiting to drink water, and she's so anxious, she almost broke her cup. How much does she care? From now on, you must put the kids first. Everything else can wait. Zhang Guilin immediately handed water to the two children.
How dare you?
Grandma Lu suddenly got angry. The two kids were so scared they trembled and didn't dare to take the water.
See?
Hua Zhao said sarcastically. It's all fake kindness and stirring trouble. She's the one who won't let the kids drink first, then complains that others don't care about the children. You've done things like this before, haven't you? Hearing this straightforwardly, Lu Daxue and Lu Xiaowei finally understood. In the past, this kind of thing had happened many times. That's why they started to dislike their mother more and more. Now it all made sense. Grandma Lu was furious.
Who are you?
What are you doing in my house?
Get out.
All of you, get out. The others were angry too. This is Zhang Guilin's house. You're her grandmother, but that doesn't give you the right. The house is in Zhang Guilin's name. It has nothing to do with you.
Huffed.
She's my daughter-in-law. We're family. Her things are ours. This house is hers, and it's ours too. Grandma Lu said. If you're family, then your city house is hers too, right? If they sell it someday, she gets a share? Hua Zhao asked.
Puffed. Dream on.
That's our old Lu family's ancestral home. What does it have to do with her? Grandma Lu shouted at Hua Zhao. Everyone couldn't stand her anymore. That old lady has no shame. Even in this day and age, she still believes in feudal family head ideas, thinking her daughter-in-law's everything belongs to her. Has she sold herself to her family? We're going to report her. Grandma Lu immediately lost her confidence. In July 1976, the 10-year movement had not officially ended. For ordinary people at the bottom, life was the same as it had been for the past 10 years. When bad elements appeared, the people could deal with them. The women from Huashan village thought this was a good idea. They became more confident and decided to find Zhao Yangkai to confront the old lady in their village. However, Hua Zhao knew it wouldn't be so easy. The other woman wasn't from Huashan village, so normally they shouldn't interfere. She didn't plan to fight her. If things got messy and the old lady got hurt, she would be responsible. Hua Zhao stopped the crowd and looked at Lu Laotai, whose arrogance had faded. She smiled and said, if you had been honest from the start, it would have been better. Tell me, what brings you here today? She then signaled Zhang Guilin to pass the water scoop to the two children. This time, Lu Laotai didn't dare to stop them, and the children finally drank the water.
Who are you?
Lu Laotai asked again, but this time her tone was much gentler. I am Hua Zhao, Zhang Guilin's eldest daughter. Hua Zhao introduced herself clearly. Lu Laotai and Lu Xiangqian were stunned. Zhang Laotai had said Hua Zhao, but she didn't look like this. She clearly described a black bear spirit. And the young girl in front of them, even if they didn't want to admit it, was very beautiful. Her temper was just as annoying as Zhang Laotai's. "Why are you here?" "Just tell me," Hua Zhao asked again. The Lu family's arrogance was gone, and they felt shy about speaking. Luckily, they had other valid reasons. Lu Laotai pointed at Lu Kang. "Look at what you did to my grandson. You broke 3 fingers. The doctor said he can't do heavy work with that hand anymore. You have to take responsibility." "Are you saying I hit him? Did you see it?" Hua Zhao refused to admit it. You admitted it yesterday," Lu Laotai said angrily. Hua Zhao asked a group of women, "Did anyone hear that yesterday?"
No.
Everyone shook their heads in unison. Some looked serious, others giggled, clearly lying. "You all are so unfair." Lu Laotai didn't expect this. Why is everyone in this village so united? Hua Zhao really liked the rural atmosphere now. As long as relationships were good, it felt like a big family full of love and warmth. Decades later in the city, such situations no longer happen. Some people have lived next door for over 10 years and still don't know each other's names. "I'm going to report you," Old Lady Lu shouted. "I don't believe the police will believe your words. They believe evidence, but unfortunately, you have none," Hua Zhao said while eating sunflower seeds. "And if you go ask around, do you know who the head of the Armed Forces Department is? The wedding gifts I received were personally sent to my house by him." As for the story about those wedding gifts being stolen from Hua Shan's family, it's too complicated, so there's no need to explain it now. Does Hua Zhao really have such connections? The Lu family members were unsure whether to believe it or not. They had heard old Lady Zhang mention before that Hua Zhao's grandfather was quite powerful, receiving a monthly allowance of 50 yuan. It was possible he knew the head of the Armed Forces Department. The Lu family were ordinary folks, with no relatives in official positions, and they suddenly felt nervous. They didn't dare mention the police anymore. If they had connections, what if someone turned around and accused them? What would they do then? Hua Zhao didn't expect them to be so easily frightened. It seemed they were all talk. If Zhang Guilin had been a bit tougher back then, they wouldn't have been bullied so badly. Old Lady Lu's eyes shifted, and she changed her approach. "Guilin, Shout Song at least calls you Mom. Now he's hurt so badly he can't work, and the doctor said he needs better nutrition. Do you have money? Could you give him some to buy good food?" Hua Zhao immediately asked Zhang Guilin, "Did Lu Song call you Mom?" She thought he wouldn't, based on how determined he looked. Zhang Guilin shook her head. Old Lady Lu was annoyed. "He didn't call you? On the day you married in, he did call you once." Hua Zhao said, "It's a good thing he called you Mom." Old Lady Lu didn't look at her anymore. She stared at Zhang Guilin, waiting for her to give money. Zhang Guilin looked at Hua Zhao, who nodded. She then took a handkerchief from her pocket, opened it, and revealed 4 yuan. "This is the money I earned from sprouting beans in the past 10 days. Officially, Hua Zhao didn't get special treatment. She sold 2 batches of good bean sprouts to the production team, 10 jin each time, earning just this much. All the failed bean sprouts, weighing dozens of jin, were sold on the black market, belonging to her share, which was over 30 yuan. In less than 10 days, she earned over 30 yuan, and Zhang Guilin was very excited. The Lu family looked at the 4 yuan, but their expressions turned sour. Only 4 yuan in 10 days? How much does it add up to in a month? This useless person. I saw you selling vegetables and melons. Lu Song couldn't help but say. That was just helping me sell, Hua Zhao replied. Look at her yard, barren, with nothing planted. Does she have vegetables or melons? Grandma Lu quickly took the 4 yuan, put it in her pocket, and said to Zhang Guilin, if you don't have your own, borrow some. Lu Song is at least your son. She quickly glanced at Hua Zhao and added, he's her brother. When he's in trouble, you should help a bit. Stop trying to get in with relatives. I don't accept such a brother, Hua Zhao said. The Lu family's reputation was really at stake. Finally, Lu Xiangqian couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed the dazed Wei and Xiaowei behind him and pushed them toward Hua Zhao. These are your mother's children. You have to acknowledge them, right? If you do, they stay with you. Mom, we're leaving. Lu Xiangqian shouted. Leaving? What do you mean? Grandma Lu also got angry. She pointed at Dou Wei and Xiao Wei and said to Zhang Guilan, hurry up and give me 500 yuan. Fix Sing Sing's hand. Otherwise, Dou Wei and Xiao Wei won't be able to go back to the city to study. They're already under your name, so keep them. Dou Wei and Xiao Wei were really anxious. Although they suddenly realized that Grandma had been stirring trouble all these years, the rift between them and Zhang Guilan had already formed. It wasn't something that could be fixed overnight. They didn't want to stay in the countryside. They wanted to go back to the city. They wanted to go to school. Zhang Guilan was also worried. She turned to look at Hua Zhao. She didn't want her two sons to stay with her either. The children needed to go to school. Without education, they'd be like unskilled workers. How could they find jobs or partners when they grew up? Does our brigade have a primary school too? Hua Zhao suddenly asked the women around. Yes. It's right next to the production team, not far, about 5 miles, Mada said. Then just go back and study, Hua Zhao said. But is it the same? Rural primary schools can't compare to city schools, Lu Dawei cried. What's different? You're terrible at studying anyway. In the city, you're at the bottom. Maybe in the countryside, you'd be at the top. That's better, Hua Zhao replied. She asked about Dou Wei and Xiao Wei's grades. Zhang Guilan hesitated and said one was 3rd from the bottom, the other 5th from the bottom. Lu Dawei blinked rapidly, not knowing how to respond. Turning negative numbers into positive ones? Hua Zhao split a sweet melon, giving half to De Qin and Xiao Qin. The two young girls immediately smiled happily. The taste was really sweet. Dou Wei and Xiao Wei had never tasted such sweet fruit before. Is this your first time coming to the countryside? Hua Zhao asked Dou Wei and Xiao Wei. Have you always heard that the countryside is bad? Actually, you've been lied to. She pointed to her own yard a few dozen meters away. Look, all these vegetables and fruits are mine. I can't even finish eating them all. I also raise 4 pigs, more than 10 ducks, and several chickens. The meat and eggs, I eat them every day and still have plenty. Dou Wei and Xiao Wei forgot to cry. Life is actually so good. Don't believe me? Ask De Qin and Xiao Qin, Hua Zhao said. De Qin and Xiao Qin nodded repeatedly behind Hua Zhao. They had been eating so well these days. The grandma said the best place in the world is called, the Western Paradise. It must be just as wonderful here. Seeing that their faces, which hadn't been seen for a few days, had grown a whole lot rounder, Dou Wei and Xiao Wei stopped crying. For 2 children who usually did poorly in school, delicious food was much more attractive than studying. Old Lady Lu was about to go crazy. These 2 kids, she had raised them for nothing. They just switched sides for some food. All right, from now on, you're not city kids anymore. You'll stay here in the countryside with your rural mom, Old Lady Lu said sarcastically, pointing at Dou Wei and Xiao Wei. Dou Wei and Xiao Wei looked hesitant again. Didn't you say that before? Weren't they always city kids in your words? When did they become rural kids?
Hua Zhao said.
She found out more. Old Lady Lu glared at Zhang Guilan. It seemed she had been talking badly about them quite a bit since she returned a few days ago. Zhang Guilan looked confused and upset. She hadn't said any of those things. To her, those were trivial matters not worth mentioning. Of course, Hua Zhao guessed all this, and her guesses were accurate. If your household registration is in the countryside, you are considered rural people. Living in the city might even make others look down on you, Hua Zhao told Dou Wei and Xiao Wei. But if you go back to the countryside, the children will definitely envy you for having lived in the city, and they will especially admire you. Dou Wei and Xiao Wei's expressions froze, and their eyes lit up. They could be admired, not looked down upon? However, my sister said it seemed quite right. Here, they are rural people who have been to the city. In the city, they are rural folks who rely on the city, so their treatment is definitely different. Old Lady Lu. Hua Zhao really can talk. Just a few words, and she considers her grandson, whom she has raised for over 10 years, to be wasted? She also doesn't think about how she usually treats these 2 children. Although they have food and sometimes meat, Old Lady Lu looks down on Zhang Guilin. Because a few of the children don't have household registration papers, she often criticizes them. The family atmosphere has always been tense. Dawei and Xiaowei stay at Lu's house and always feel like they are outsiders, as if they are not Lu Xiangqin's children but brought by Zhang Guilin from someone else's family. Growing up like this, how close can they be to her? Give me money. Old Lady Lu suddenly shouted at Zhang Guilin. Your two sons owe you. She changed her reason for asking for money, thinking it sounded more reasonable. But they grew up eating our Lu family's rice, so you should pay. Hey, you old lady. Some onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. Are these two children surnamed Lu? Not Zhang or anyone else. They are your grandchildren, right? They eat your Lu family's rice and still want money? They have rural household registration. No ration card. Every grain of rice and every vegetable they eat is saved by me and their grandfather. Old Lady Lu said proudly. Their parents' earnings aren't enough for them to eat and drink freely. Now that the children don't consider us family, what's wrong with them spitting out what they ate from me? Everyone was silenced. If they only cared about money and not family ties, then what she said wasn't wrong. Grandparents aren't obligated to raise grandchildren, and the parents aren't dead. As for whether the parents still have money, they didn't know, so they couldn't speak for Zhang Guilin. How much money do you want? Hua Zhao asked. 500. Old Lady Lu immediately replied. That was originally the compensation she planned to ask Lu Tsong for. Now, with 2 grandchildren included, it's even better. She saves 2 mouths to feed. Zhang Guilin seems like she won't earn much this year. She can't grow bean sprouts, and there are no vegetables in the yard. It's almost mid-autumn, so there's no hope this year. She might as well not pay. As for whether they are truly family, a son is always a son, and a grandson is always a grandson. When they grow old and can't move or need money, they will come to them. They can't refuse. Laws won't allow it. Hua Zhao calculated, and it wasn't even expensive. The 2 children, over 10 years, only cost 500 yuan, which is about 50 yuan a year, or less than 5 yuan a month. That seems fair. Wait for me, I'll go get the money, Hua Zhao said, and went home. Zhang Guilin and the village women watched her, hesitant to speak. They didn't want her to pay, but it wasn't that simple. The children's parents had been earning money all these years. Even if they didn't earn enough, the grandparents should help out. It wasn't right for her, as a half-sister, to pay. But honest officials can't decide family matters. If she wanted to give the money, they couldn't stop her. Hua Zhao quickly brought 500 yuan, holding it in her hand for everyone to see. She looked at Zhang Guilin and said, Mom, this money is a loan from me. You will pay me back when you have enough. Zhang Guilin's face relaxed immediately.
Zhang,
she said, feeling much better. Everyone felt relieved too. At least Hua Zhao wasn't being taken advantage of. If Lu's family really wanted the money, it should be Zhang Guilin's responsibility, since the children's household registration is rural. Hua Zhao handed the money to Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu reached out to take it. Hua Zhao didn't let go. Grandma Lu looked up at her. What, regret? This money is for the 4 children's food expenses since they were young, Hua Zhao said, pointing to Daqin, Xiaoqin, Dawei, and Xiaowei. Grandma Lu's eyes flickered. That's not enough. For children, 500 yuan isn't enough. My mother has been married into Lu's family for 11 years. She's never been idle. How much has she earned? Plus this 500 yuan. Is it enough for 4 children's food? Grandma Lu held the money tightly, wanting to keep it. It's enough, she said. Good. Hua Zhao looked at Grandma Lu and said clearly, from now on, these children are raised by my mother. You owe the Lu family nothing. The 4 children's eyes changed instantly. They don't owe the Lu family anything? Since they were young, their grandparents, uncles, and brothers always told them they owed the Lu family, owed the grandparents. Over time, they believed it. They couldn't lift their heads. But now, are they paid off? Grandma Lu had a bad feeling. This isn't how the bill should be calculated. They are the ones I raised with my own tears and sweat. Hua Zhao interrupted her. They should have been cared for by my mother herself. It was you who was greedy for money and forced my mother to go out and work before her confinement was over. So don't use caring for them as an excuse. You took money for caring for them. Grandma Lu choked, wanting to argue but not knowing what to say. Remember, once you take this money, these 4 children will owe you nothing from the Lu family anymore, Hua Zhao said. Grandma Lu knew this was not good, but could she refuse the money? She put the money into her pocket. Take care on your way out. No need for us to see you off, Hua Zhao said as she saw her out. Grandma Lu always felt something was wrong. She didn't want to leave, but she had the money now. She had no belongings from Zhang Guilin, so what was the point of staying? She turned to leave, thinking she would come back when the vegetables in the garden grew. Grandma Lu and Lu Xiang walked away, without looking back. Only Lu Tsong hesitated, glancing back repeatedly. He was reluctant, but in the end, he left. The yard fell silent. Hua Zhao suddenly turned around and smiled at the 4 children. Welcome home, my dear children. From now on, this is your home. Here, you have your mom and your sister. They are the best people in the world for you. She smiled brightly and beautifully, making the whole world seem brighter. To celebrate this wonderful day, we will have a big feast at noon, Hua Zhao said happily. The 4 children looked up at this glowing sister, their faces showing shy smiles and a bit of doubt. Are we really the precious ones? Is this the first time someone called us precious? This feeling is so wonderful. This sister is so good. Everyone watched the lively scene but also worried for Hua Zhao. You didn't have them sign a receipt, and you just let them take the money. What if they refuse to pay back later?
Sister Lu asked.
Aunt Ma said, don't worry, we have witnesses. Sister Lu still felt uneasy. Without a receipt, she didn't feel secure. I don't need a receipt, Hua Zhao said. They didn't have a right to this money in the first place. Justice is in people's hearts. If they dare to come back for more, I won't be so easy to deal with. They just now didn't count the money face to face and wondered what to do if it wasn't enough. Less than 500. Zhang Guilin suddenly spoke up. She knows the Lu family very well and knows they're capable of doing such things. It's okay, it's just a small matter, Hua Zhao said. Anyway, we all know the situation. I'm not afraid of them being dishonest. If they dare to cheat, I dare to fight. She waved her hand casually. Everyone remembered that her small, delicate hand, which yesterday had lightly slapped a man, had broken his hand and even fractured 3 of his fingers. It seems Hua Zhao, although she looks different now, still has that strength deep inside. When she gets home, she must remind her husband and children not to provoke Hua Zhao. As it was almost mealtime, everyone dispersed to go home and cook. Hua Zhao also started preparing a big meal. Their family now has plenty of meat. This morning, someone brought her 10 jin of beef. She had planned to make some beef sauce for Yishun, but now they had to eat it first. Today we're having beef hot pot,
Hua Zhao said.
Just eating meat isn't enough. It's better with the vegetables she grew herself. The 4 children looked confused. They didn't know what hot pot was. You'll find out soon. Go wash the vegetables, Hua Zhao said. Immediately, De Qin and Xiao Qin started moving, but De Wei and Xiao Wei just stood there. In the Lu family, household chores are usually done by Zhang Guilin and De Qin. They rarely need the boys to help. Hua Zhao looked at them and smiled. As men, shouldn't you contribute to the family? You can't just enjoy everything. De Wei and Xiao Wei nodded. They had heard this idea before, even if they were still young. Children from the countryside, at your age, you're already earning work points outside. You don't need to do hard labor for me, but you can help with some chores around the house, okay? Hua Zhao said. The boys immediately nodded. They still haven't fully integrated into this family. They eat and drink here and they help out a little, which shows they are aware of their responsibilities. Hua Zhao personally directed them to pick vegetables from her garden. The yard was full of fruits and vegetables, which amazed the brothers, especially the fruits like strawberries and grapes that are hard to transport. They had never seen such things before. Now, not only had they seen them, but they could also eat them freely. Their sister is really kind. Their sister's grandfather is also very nice, smiling warmly at them, never stern. Hua Chong looked at the lively children in the yard and felt very happy. He also hoped that Hua Zhao could get along well with her brothers and sisters. When he was gone, she would have some family members to rely on. If anything happened, they could help each other. Even if they couldn't help much, just talking would make her less lonely. After half an hour of washing vegetables and cutting meat, the hot pot was ready to eat. Several children, including Zhang Guilin, were eating hot pot for the first time. They discovered that meat could be cooked and tasted so good. But none of the children dared to pick the food, especially the meat. Hua Zhao helped them by placing the food into their bowls one by one, keeping their bowls full. After the meal, Hua Zhao's good feelings towards them were at their highest. Children are sometimes so easy to satisfy. De Wei and Xiao Wei also felt at ease. Their sister's words were sincere. They were truly welcomed and liked. After dinner, the two children hurried to clear the table and wash the dishes. Then they went to the yard, washing dishes while wiping tears. Zhang Guilin was inside the house, wiping her tears. "Thank you," she choked out. "You're welcome," Hua Zhao replied calmly. Seeing that De Wei and Xiao Wei still had hope, she wanted to do something to save their mother-son relationship. Also, raising a few fans who admired her was better than letting them go astray and become troublemakers. The Lu family hurriedly left Laoshantan. Seeing the tall cornfields around and no one else, Grandma Lu immediately took out money from her pocket and started counting. Few, 10, 20, 30, 500. She said with a satisfied smile. "That little rascal is smart. She didn't cheat me. Otherwise, I'd go back and find her. If she was short by 10 yuan, she'd have to say she was short by 100. Let's go back quickly to buy a bicycle, then a watch, and add 200 yuan to settle Lu Tsong's marriage." Lu Xiangqian looked at the money in his mother's hand and said, "The rest is for me." He also needed to get married. Although Widow Zhu said she didn't want money as a man, he couldn't buy her only old clothes. He also needed to buy new bedding. He couldn't let her use Zhang Guilin's old bedding, or others would laugh at them. Lu Tsong snatched all the money from Grandma Lu's hand.
"Dad,
"These 500 yuan might not be enough for my watch and bicycle. There's no extra. Besides, I need to prepare for my wedding, right? Do I have to buy a few new clothes? Do I have to buy cigarettes and alcohol? Do I have to tidy up my room? The family's money isn't enough, and there's no extra to let you marry a third wife. Besides, Zhang Guilin is quite good. The yard is big, no vegetables this year, but next year there will be, and then she can help earn money for the family. Just live your life peacefully." Lu Tsong tightly put the money into his pocket and covered it with his hand. Lu Xiangqian waved impatiently. "She's as ugly as my mom. Now she has someone backing her. Her temper has gotten worse. Will she still give you money in the future? I won't let you get away with it. I've decided to divorce this marriage." Grandma Lu stared at him with wide eyes, and she couldn't believe he called her ugly. No, Lu Xiangqian hurried to explain. "I mean she's as old as you." Grandma Lu kept staring at her. No, I mean. Lu Xiangqian wanted to explain more, but suddenly the girl walked over. He immediately shut his mouth. Hua Xiuyu carried a, pretending to be finished working, and stopped when she saw the three of them out of curiosity. "Are you coming from Kashantan to visit relatives? Whose house are you going to?" People back then loved to chat. A few years earlier, even during tasks, any stranger appearing in the village had to be questioned thoroughly. If they stayed overnight, they needed a letter of introduction from their production team. Otherwise, they weren't allowed to stay in the village. Grandma Lu wasn't surprised and simply said, "We're relatives of Zhang Guilin." "Oh, Hua Zhao's mother." Hua Xiuyu looked at everyone curiously. "You're leaving so early? Have you eaten?" Hua Zhao's family is rich, with plenty of good food, rice, flour, meat, never short of anything. "What did you eat today?" She pretended to salivate greedily, but she really swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She was truly tempted. Talking about the Lu family made her angry. They went through all this trouble, and Grandma Lu only took a sip of water. Lu Xiangqian and Lu Tsong didn't even get a sip. They didn't want to tell a young girl about such shameful things. Grandma Lu changed the subject. "Hua Zhao's family is very rich? Where does the money come from? Didn't Zhang Lao's wife say her grandfather's money wasn't enough for her to eat each month, and that Zhang family had to support her? How did she suddenly come up with 500 yuan? Didn't she not get her bean sprout money the first month? Where did she get that money? She's genuinely curious. Hua Xiuyu's eyes sparkled as she said, "My sister, Hua Zhao, found a good partner. She gave 2,000 yuan as a wedding gift. Plus, she also gave 3 traditional items, bicycle, sewing machine, watch, and radio, all brand new and complete." After speaking, she left. The Lu family members stood there, their eyes flickering with mixed feelings. Especially Lu Xiangqian, who thought that the money had gone into Lu Tsong's pocket. He probably couldn't get it back. His son was grown up now, and he couldn't fight him anymore. The family's little savings, if calculated by Lu Tsong, probably wouldn't be left much for him. But if Lu Tsong already had the 3 traditional items, then that 500 yuan might be left over, right? Lu Xiangqian immediately wanted to turn back, but Lu Tsong held him back. "Dad, what excuse can we use to ask for things? The money just arrived, and it's not even warm yet. Let's wait a few days," Lu Tsong said, feeling some pain in his hand but still remaining rational. He knew Hua Zhao was not easy to deal with. His father was right too. If he annoyed Hua Zhao again, he might get beaten badly. "You understand the reason, but how come you forget it when it's your turn?" Lu Tsong said disdainfully. "Are you crazy about your wife? F you." Lu Xiangqian suddenly took off his shoe and swung it at him, but Lu Tsong ran away. "Let's leave it at that for now. When he thinks of a good excuse next time, he'll come back." Life returned to normal. Every morning, Hua Zhao took Qin, Xiaoqin, Dewei, and Xiaowei up the mountain to pick mushrooms. They still shared 1/10 of their harvest each, and she had already said that from now on, their school fees and pocket money would come from these. She wouldn't give them extra anymore. Everyone was happy and no one was dissatisfied because they knew other children didn't get this treatment, who in their family could earn money helping with chores and get a share. It was impossible to get a full share, but a small part was possible. Their older sister had already given them a lot. Hua Zhao also started to like these children a little. They were content, grateful, and hardworking good kids. In the afternoon, she began teaching them. Of course, it was all pretend learning. She said she learned from her grandfather last night and was teaching them today. Whether it was math or a language, Dewei and Xiaowei found they couldn't compare to this sister, who was said to have only studied for 3 months. Their pride quickly disappeared completely. "This semester is over. Wait until September 1st, and then you can go back to school. Qin and Xiaoqin will go too," Hua Zhao said. Since it is already July, the final exams at elementary school are coming soon. She is worried that Dewei and Xiaowei are at the bottom of their classes, which might hurt their confidence. "Can we go to school too?" Qin and Xiaoqin asked excitedly.
"Why not?
"Men and women are equal. Women can also hold up half the sky," Hua Zhao replied. As for Xiaoqin being too young, that's not a problem. Nowadays, schools allow older siblings to bring their younger brothers and sisters, as long as the little kids are not too naughty. Suddenly, the sound of bicycle bells came from afar. Hua Zhao's eyes lit up. It must be the mailman. Sure enough, a dark green figure appeared on the small road and stopped at Hua Zhao's house. Hua Zhao happily ran over like a little bird. "Hua Qiang, is Hua Qiang at home? I have a letter for you," the mailman called out. Hua Zhao paused. Usually, the mailman calls out the name of the person receiving the letter. "Who is this one for? Is it for Grandpa?" The mailman turned and saw Hua Zhao. He knew her well and was aware of her situation. She has a soldier boyfriend and a retired veteran grandpa. "Today, there's no letter for you. This one is from Jingcheng for your grandpa," he said, noticing Hua Zhao's disappointed face. "Don't worry, you'll probably get a letter in the next day or 2. Seeing such a pretty face show disappointment was hard to watch. "It's okay," Hua Zhao smiled. "Just give me the letter. My grandpa is sleeping inside right now." "All right," the mailman said, handing over the letter before riding away. Hua Zhao looked at the address on the envelope. It was from a district in Jingcheng. She guessed who it might be from. Grandpa has children and grandchildren in Jingcheng. Wang Meng also said they wanted Grandpa to go back. Is this finally happening? Hua Qiang had already been woken up and came out. When he saw the letter in Hua Zhao's hand, he smiled immediately. Xiao Yi wrote again? Let's see if he's finally decided on a name for the baby. Hua Zhao had asked Yishin to name the baby before, but Yishin replied that he hadn't decided yet and needed more time. They had exchanged several letters. Shouldn't he have decided by now?
This isn't for you.
It's a letter from Jingcheng for your grandpa, Hua Zhao said. Hua Qiang's smile disappeared instantly. Grandpa, can I see it? Hua Zhao held up the letter, looking curious. This small expression, even Hua Qiang couldn't refuse it. Sometimes he feels confused, wondering if he has a different granddaughter now. Is this adorable girl, as cute as a kitten, really the same granddaughter who used to be like a black bear? But it's just a fleeting thought. He knows very well how his granddaughter transformed from a black bear into a little kitten. She eats only a small bowl of rice at a time, sometimes only vegetables at night without rice, and she climbs mountains and works every day, growing bean sprouts, selling bean sprouts, picking mushrooms. She gets up early and works late, tired and sweaty. But she has endured a lot of hardship, which is why she's become thinner. His granddaughter has become sensible, and it's time to tell her some things. Come, follow me into the house, Hua Qiang said. Hua Zhao happily followed behind him, eager to hear a story. From just a few words from Wang Meng before, she knew something big was happening. Now she could finally hear the details. Without the internet, she also became bored and loved gossiping. The grandfather and granddaughter sat on the kong, a traditional bed. Hua Qiang pointed at the letter in her hand. Open it and see what's going on. He didn't even want to read it himself. The events from back then still made him very sad. Father, after 10 years apart, please forgive your son's disobedience. Also forgive his helpless actions back then. It was truly out of necessity, for the greater good. This first sentence made Hua Zhao unhappy. Instead of apologizing, he directly asked for forgiveness, sounding like he had his own hardships and deserved to be forgiven. After so many years, he's still feeling wronged? Still has hardships? Hua Zhao quickly finished reading and found it was just as she expected. Hua Qiang's children wanted to reconcile, asking him to return home. They said they made mistakes in the past, now heard he was unwell, and wanted to repair their relationship and show filial piety. All for his sake. So, Grandpa, they want you to go to Beijing and stay with them. Will you go? Hua Zhao summarized. Do you know who they are? Hua Qiang asked, a bit surprised by her calmness. Uncle Wang told me a few things before. Hua Zhao replied briefly, sharing what she knew. Hua Qiang nodded. He liked this granddaughter even more. Wang Meng asked her to speak well of that person, and she didn't say a word to cause trouble. She truly is his own granddaughter. He hasn't wasted his love for her. At the end of the letter, who is the signature from? Hua Qiang asked. Hua Zhao looked at it. Hua Baogua.
Huh.
Hua Qiang chuckled. Shouldn't it be Qi Baogua? He changed his last name to Qi a long time ago, and is still using it now. When he wrote me a letter, he clearly knew his original family name was Hua. Hua Zhao was surprised. She didn't know about the name change. It seems he caused a lot of trouble back then. Since Hua Zhao now knows about his remarriage and his new wife, Hua Qiang felt it was okay to speak. He explained back then, your grandmother was killed by enemies. I left your father and joined the army. When I was 30, I was introduced by an old leader to marry his daughter. But this son-in-law didn't listen. He didn't follow the family's plans and was somewhat useless. His wife didn't treat him well, and their relationship was cold for years. Later, during a sensitive time, he had serious conflicts with some of his brothers-in-law. They decided to cut ties with him, even reporting him to try to bring him down. If he hadn't had connections or managed to leave early and cleanly, he wouldn't be enjoying peace now. He might have died or been working on a farm. Their relationship was already broken. Only because he was still part of their bloodline did they not consider him a complete enemy. We won't pay attention to him, Hua Zhao said, putting the letter back into the envelope and casually stuffing it into her room. She planned to tear off the stamp later and throw the letter away. She had never collected stamps, except for a few famous ones like the Motherland's Mountains and Rivers Are Red, Blue Army Post, and Monkey Stamp. She didn't know which stamps were valuable. But no matter how much they might be worth in the future, they were still more valuable than the 8 cents they cost now. It would be a pity to throw them away. The stamps that Yishin sent her with the letter, she kept as well. The Motherland's Mountains and Rivers Are Red and Blue Army Post stamps were from over 10 or 20 years ago, so she couldn't get them now. But she was sure she could get the 1980 monkey stamps. When that time comes, she plans to buy 100 or 2 copies. When she traveled through time, a full set of monkey stamps was already worth over 1 million yuan. We won't pay attention to them. Let's eat, Hua Chong said. Okay, Hua Zhao went out to do her chores. The next day, Hua Zhao received a letter from Yishin. After reading the letter, she sat by the window, lost in thought. This time, Yishin had named the children. The boys are called Guoqiang, Guoqing, Guodong. The girls are called Yifang, Yuan, Yili. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she found it hard to accept. It seemed she should be the one to start, and then let Yishin choose. But these are minor matters. What she truly cares about is the ending of the letter, where he casually mentioned his whereabouts. He told her not to write to this address anymore because he was moving to Tangshan. As for the new address, he didn't know it yet. He planned to see if they could communicate once he arrived. If not, it was okay. He would stay there for a month, and after that his mission would be over. Then he would have a holiday to visit her and the children. Hua Zhao looked at the 2 words Tangshan. She looked up at the calendar on the wall. It was July 5th, 1976, 23 days before that huge disaster. Less than a month. This meant he would definitely be in Tangshan during the disaster. At that time, over 200,000 people died. Was he among them? Most importantly, a scene from her past, which she hadn't paid much attention to before, suddenly appeared in her mind. It kept replaying and wouldn't go away. In her previous life, after the main character got married, she received money from Yishin every month. Hua Zhao's memory was fixed on a few bank slips. In the first 3 months, the sender's name was Yishin. But after 3 months, the sender changed to Qin Xiongdong. At that time, the main character didn't know about this change. She couldn't read or write, and didn't care as long as she received the money. But Hua Zhao now desperately wanted to understand why the sender changed. Where was Yishin? It couldn't be that he suddenly grew tired of her and didn't want to send money himself, or that he had a young guard now and didn't need to do it personally. The most reasonable explanation was that he couldn't send money himself anymore. So, where did he go? Now Hua Zhao knew. He went to Tangshan. She touched her belly, her eyes suddenly firm. She had been hesitating about whether to do something. Now fate had given her the strongest reason. She had to do something. Grandpa, I want to go to Beijing, Hua Zhao said, putting away the letter and getting up to find Hua Chong, who was resting in the yard. Hua Chong was stunned. Didn't they agree yesterday not to bother them? Not to see them? Yishin said he would be on holiday at the end of the month, and he wants me to go to Beijing to see his parents. Hua Zhao didn't dare say she was going to Tangshan to find Yishin. Otherwise, if things blew up later, Hua Chong would be so worried he might die. Oh, that makes sense. When will you go? Hua Chong asked. On the 20th, Hua Zhao replied. Good, then hurry inside and make a few new clothes. Make them look nice. Your mother-in-law has very high standards, Hua Chong said. He knows Yi Jingua and Yi Mao, and even knows Yi Mao's wife, Miao Longji. Your mother-in-law was a cultural soldier when she was young. Later, she worked in logistics but still stayed involved in the arts. She's quite open-minded about dressing up. Just make sure you look good, Hua Chong explained. Okay. Hua Zhao felt relieved. She could dress a bit more boldly now, like wearing a dress. In the past 10 years, she couldn't wear dresses casually. If she did, people might look at her unfavorably, especially during meetings. Prepare some gifts too, Hua Chong said as he started to gather things from the cabinet. He took out some wild lingji mushrooms and a small ginseng root that Hua Zhao had collected earlier. Although these things are rare, how could Hua Zhao be afraid now? With her special power, She controls all plants around her. Her power covers a radius of 5 miles. On the way from her home to the hot spring, she found several lingji mushrooms and ginseng. For her now, having one means having many. She can make plants grow vigorously, even covering entire valleys if she wants. But she doesn't want that. So, Huazhao only collected 2 20-year-old wild ginseng roots and 2 genes of lingji mushrooms to brew tea for her grandfather. Lingji is a type of fungus, similar to mushrooms. They don't grow alone. Usually, there are several. That's why she collected more. Most of these are annual plants. After autumn, they become old and rot. The rare 1,000-year or 100-year lingji reported in newspapers are usually mutated and unexplained, extremely rare. Hua Chong looked at the gifts in his hand and felt they were a bit light. Yixin really didn't hold back on his family. The bride price was sky-high, and they still didn't mind Hua Zhao's plain looks at the time. He went to get the portion he had soaked in water. Honestly, he felt a little reluctant. He found that wild ginseng and lingji are really good. Since he started using them to brew tea, his health has improved. He no longer feels pain anywhere, and he has more energy for work. He even suspects he might be completely healthy now. Grandpa, keep this. I'll go into the mountains again in a few days. Maybe I can find more. These things are very important for Grandpa's health, so I can't give them to anyone else. Besides, there are plenty outside now. Alright, go and look again. If you don't find anything, just come back. Hua Chong really doesn't want to part with it. He wants to live a few more days and see his great-grandchild born. Be careful when you go into the mountains. Don't fall, bump into anything, or climb too high. Hua Chong warned. There aren't many mushrooms left now. The season isn't right. Over the past 2 days, Hua Zhao hasn't taken the children into the mountains. Instead, she let them play with kids from the village. Before leaving, she told them to bring the popcorn she made, so they could make friends easily. Sure enough, in just 2 days, the children played so happily that they smiled more than ever, their faces always full of joy. These 4 children had never had friends before. In the city, they were often bullied or looked down upon by other kids, so they thought they were inferior. But here it's different. The village children, as their sister said, really admire and envy them. This place is like a paradise. Why didn't Mom bring them back earlier? It's all because Grandma tricked them. To prevent Grandma Zhang from causing trouble again, Hua Zhao told the children everything Grandma Zhang had done before. This made the children lose all good feelings toward her. Hua Zhao went alone into the mountains. She found a few small ginseng seedlings she had left at the place where she collected wild ginseng last time, and she nurtured them to grow into 20-year-old plants, then dug them out. She thought for a moment and planted a few more ginseng seeds, continuing to grow them. Wild ginseng is different from other plants. It doesn't grow in just 1 year. It can exchange energy with Hua Zhao continuously, growing stronger over time. She watched the flowers bloom and fade. When it was the 50th time, she stopped, dug out one plant, and kept going. When she reached the 100th, she dug out another, then decided to stop. What if 100-year-old ginseng is just a big radish? Not many people recognize it. If she grows too many, even the experts might get confused and think she's faking. That wouldn't be good. Then she nurtured a few pounds of lingji mushrooms and took her harvest home. This already amazed Hua Chong. Still found it in the same place as before. I might have dug up someone's old nest, Hua Zhao said with a smile. My little Hua is just lucky, Hua Chong exclaimed, without any doubt. There's no real reason to doubt. What else could it be besides luck when digging up ginseng? Oh, and the technique was good too. All these ginseng roots are intact, none broken. Of course, Hua Zhao let them shake themselves out of the soil. How could they be broken then? Grandpa, I'll keep this 50-year-old one for tea. These 2 20-year-olds are for giving as gifts, one to Grandpa Yishen, one to Dad. The lingji mushroom is for your mom. I'll think about what to do with the 100-year-old one. This was Hua Zhao's plan for Yishen. If he could use it later, he would. If not, she would sell it. During the Qing dynasty, wild ginseng was made into tribute. Every year, A certain amount had to be delivered, which led to most of it being dug up. Officials even had to fake their deliveries. So, 20-year-old wild ginseng is already very rare and suitable for gift-giving, even to new in-laws. However, giving 50 or 100-year-old ginseng as a gift is not appropriate. It's like a woman who just married giving her family heirlooms to her in-laws right away. It might even make the in-laws look down on her. All right, that arrangement makes sense, Hua Chong said happily. Whether it was the granddaughter understanding the social customs or simply putting herself before her in-laws, Hua Chong was pleased. In the following days, Hua Zhao casually made a few sets of maternity clothes and some pants. Then she stopped. The rest of the time, she stayed in the mountains, practicing her supernatural abilities. To do something, she needed strength, and her greatest strength was the power given by the pendant. She also discovered that this power could be upgraded. She had her own plans. The stronger her abilities, the more successful her plans. Every day, Hua Zhao traveled through the mountains, exchanging energy with various plants. Sometimes, people entering the mountains would be surprised to find that this year was a good harvest. The pine cones on the trees grew especially densely, and there were many monkey head mushrooms. A few families even collected wild lingji mushrooms, and 1 or 2 found wild ginseng. More people started entering the mountains. Hua Zhao saw this and decided she couldn't let it continue. She changed her strategy and went to a hidden mountain fork, cleared a small patch of land, and planted ginseng there. She found that exchanging energy with these precious herbs gave her even higher quality energy. On a small plot of just 2 square meters, she planted 200 ginseng seeds. She watched the flowers bloom and wither, and before she could even harvest them, the seeds had already fallen, covering the ground in a thick layer. Underground, the ginseng roots grew larger and thicker, like turnips. Hua Zhao carefully counted each cycle. After more than 200 blooms, some of the ginseng began to wither naturally. Normally, ginseng only lives for a few decades, sometimes 100 years or more in good conditions, and in extremely rare cases, up to 500 years. Such longevity is almost unheard of. But with Hua Zhao's energy supporting them, the ginseng only began to die after 200 growth cycles, which was already their limit. By the 300th bloom, only a few dozen remained. By the 500th, just 9 were left. Hua Zhao did not stop. She continued to exchange energy with them. When the very last ginseng was about to wither, she began collecting its seeds. After a few rounds, it finally faded away, giving all of its energy to her. Hua Zhao took a deep breath and brushed the dust from her body. At first, her body would release impurities, which used to smell unpleasant. But now, instead of foul odors, only a faint trace remained. Eventually, the impurities turned into fine dust that she could simply shake off. To her surprise, the air around her now carried a light fragrance, like a mix of flowers and herbs, that made her feel refreshed with every breath. When she raised her arm, she noticed her skin had improved again. It was no longer just fair. It now looked as smooth and radiant as the finest jade, soft and flawless. She touched her face. Even without a mirror, she could imagine how much more beautiful she had become. Fair skin hides all flaws, and with her features, bright eyes, a high nose, and soft lips, she was already naturally attractive. Now, with her slimmer figure and the subtle adjustments from her ability, she felt confident enough to call herself the most beautiful woman in the world. Hua Zhao sat on the ground, giggling. After all, who wouldn't want to be beautiful? After her laughter faded, she continued her energy exchange. The withered ginseng had rotted into mud and became the best fertilizer. She planted the last few seeds from the final ginseng. The strongest genes are indeed extraordinary. This time, she planted 200 ginsengs, all of which survived past level 500 before starting to wither. This time, she also reached 10 ginsengs that are over 1,000 years old, with the last one reaching level 1,500. Collecting, planting, collecting, planting. For more than 10 days, Hua Zhao did nothing but plant ginseng in this area, from morning till night. If it weren't for Hua Chang's disapproval, she would have wanted to stay on the mountain and never leave. The feeling of exchanging energy with top-quality medicinal herbs is so wonderful. She also changed a lot herself. The faint fragrance that used to linger around her disappeared. No, it became very subtle. Only when she was very close, pressed against her skin, could you smell it, and the scent was gentle and elegant. Her appearance became more delicate. When she moved her eyes, it seemed as if a spark of spirit shone through, making her look especially lively and full of energy. What surprised Hua Zhao even more was that she seemed to have gained a mysterious ability from the ginseng, namely, to hide herself. Gatherers of ginseng all know that ginseng can run away. Without a red string to tie it, it will escape. Actually, it's because without the red string as a reminder, the gatherers tend to ignore it. This is ginseng reducing its presence, an inexplicable phenomenon. Now, Hua Zhao could also hide herself. Her appearance changed dramatically, more beautiful and lively. Normally, she would attract attention wherever she went. But Hua Zhao found that if she didn't speak, people passing by would subconsciously ignore her and not look at her face. Even when she met Aunt Ma, it was the same. Before, whenever she met Aunt Ma, they would walk together, chatting as they went. But in the past few days, when she met Aunt Ma again, she found that Aunt Ma just passed by her as if she were a stranger. However, when she spoke, everything was different. Aunt Ma seemed to wake up suddenly, saw her, and exclaimed that she had been distracted earlier and hadn't even noticed her. Then she took Hua Zhao's hand and asked how she looked so much better these days. She was sure Hua Zhao was going to have a daughter. Mystical powers can make people overlook her existence, but once they notice her, they won't be blinded. Although the change in her appearance made Hua Zhao secretly happy, what surprised her most was that she seemed to have gained a real supernatural ability. She placed a seed of vine in her hand, relaxed her mind, and the seed sprouted and grew right there. It turned into a long whip that moved according to her thoughts, sometimes swinging, sometimes attacking or wrapping around objects. This idea came from watching fantasy movies in her past life, but she never expected it to actually happen. Moreover, this vine was as tough as steel and couldn't be cut with a knife. Its impact was like that of a powerful drill, just a little energy input, and it could pierce through stone. She moved her mind again, absorbing all the energy from the vine. The steel-like vine disappeared instantly, turning into ashes that floated away, leaving no trace. Hua Zhao took a deep breath, stunned by everything she saw. She tested it several more times, and found the only downside was that she needed a new seed each time she wanted to summon the vine again. But compared to its power, this small flaw was insignificant. Hua Zhao started a new experiment. After all, a single vine wouldn't be enough to face a huge disaster. She needed other abilities and tools. Number 20 was coming soon. Hua Zhao made her last exchange of energy with a ginseng, leaving behind a ginseng king on the ground. She watched the flowers bloom and fade, counting a total of 3,000 times. She kept a bag of its seeds and a piece of its root, then absorbed its energy. If Yixin needs it, she could give him this root. As for the 100-year-old ginseng, she might as well sell it for money. He suddenly felt that his old self was better. If he had gone out as he used to be, he wouldn't have worried at all. Bad people? His little flower doesn't look like a good person. Maybe even bad people would be afraid of her. Now, this look isn't good anymore. It attracts trouble. Hua Zhao hides her true nature, and Hua Chang hasn't noticed. These days, he keeps staring at Hua Zhao's face, sighing and worrying.
Don't worry, Grandpa.
The train is safe all the way to the capital. I won't talk to strangers on the train.
I won't be tricked, Hua Zhao said.
All right, be careful. Don't believe everything others say. Don't eat what they give you. Don't help watch the kids if they ask. Hua Chang kept giving instructions as he saw Hua Zhao off to the train. Hua Zhao put on a special mask she bought at the hospital before boarding. She plans to go to the provincial city first, then take a train to the capital and transfer to go to Tangshan. In short, she will spend a whole day and night on the train. Even if she hides herself well, she will still attract attention from the people around her. Most people going out now are on official business, mostly men. She doesn't want to draw attention or cause trouble. The closer the day gets, the more uneasy she feels. Her mood has been a little unstable these days. If someone provokes her, she might have to seriously hurt them. She isn't afraid of losing money. She's worried about being delayed on the road. Wearing a mask makes everything much calmer. But during meals, she has to take it off, which makes people across from her look over frequently. Some even try to chat her up, asking why a young girl is traveling alone. Hua Zhao pretended to be deaf and mute. The other person shook their head regretfully and stopped talking. On the 21st, she arrived at her destination smoothly. Standing inside the train station, Hua Zhao looked at the busy crowd around her. It is said that this place was also a heavily affected area. Just before a big disaster, someone shouted that the sky outside was strange, as if it was going to rain. People in the square rushed inside, but the buildings collapsed, and few managed to get out. Here, the problem was solved by destroying the train tracks 2 days in advance. The train stopped running, and fewer people came here. After leaving the train station, Hua Zhao headed straight to the countryside outside the city. From that day on, strange things started happening in the countryside. It rained every day, and the slopes were slippery. This morning, there was a landslide in the village. Before others could come to see the excitement, another landslide happened in our village in the afternoon. Fortunately, it all occurred during the daytime when no one was at home, so there were no injuries, but the houses could no longer be lived in. Everyone could only sigh and build simple shelters on the flat ground in the village. Luckily, it was summer, so it wasn't cold. In 3 days, Hua Zhao rode a second-hand bike and hurriedly visited all the nearby villages. Had their soil and water resources been so badly lost? Not a single village was spared. All suffered disasters. How could they solve the resettlement of so many displaced people? How could they report this to the higher authorities? Before the leaders could finish worrying, even more serious problems happened. The city also became unstable. A road collapsed, threatening a row of apartment buildings, and all the residents had to move out. Before the resettlement was completed here, another road collapsed. One disaster after another. That day, the leaders were going crazy. The disasters didn't stop. Suddenly, sinkholes appeared, endangering the lives of nearby residents. Many people were transported out of the city. Housing in the city was already tight. Finding vacant houses to settle people in one building was manageable, but now, how many buildings had no place for their residents? The numbers were too many to count. They could only be taken outside the city and set up simple tents to get by. Everyone cooperated and was happy to leave the city. Even those living in good houses voluntarily moved away. But no one dared to stay. The next building might collapse too. Strangely enough, the residential buildings near the sinkholes, some people initially ignored the danger and refused to leave. But within minutes of being called out, the buildings collapsed. Of the 10 buildings near the sinkholes, 9 fell down. No one dared to gamble anymore. They could pretend to be brave, but their lives were more important, better to run quickly. Some even left the area altogether. This place was cursed. It was no longer safe to stay. In the sky, swarms of dragonflies, bats, butterflies, and birds blocked the sun. On the ground, rats and ants were densely packed. 9 out of 10 dogs at home went crazy, howling loudly and eerily. This was a bad sign. Everyone should run now. On the 27th, during the day, Hua Zhao sat in a ruined area that had been evacuated, leaning against a broken wall. She was feeling a bit tired. These sinkholes were all created by her using plants. Countless grass seeds grew wildly underground, supported by energy, taking up a lot of space. She then absorbed their energy, making them disappear, and the sinkholes formed. During this process, she lost some energy consumed by the plants. In the city, there wasn't enough natural energy to replenish her. As she made more sinkholes, she couldn't hold on anymore. But she couldn't stop now. Many people remained in place, not leaving. They had nowhere to go, didn't live in tall buildings, and there were no sinkholes nearby. Because sinkholes appeared next to tall buildings, they felt safe and didn't want to leave. Most importantly, Huazhao still felt she had some strength left. She scattered a bunch of ginseng seeds around her, encouraging growth, exchange, and absorption. These seeds of the Ginseng King could grow for over 1,000 years. A large amount of energy flooded into Huazhao's body, so intense that her whole body seemed to glow. She placed her other hand on a nearby manhole cover. A faint green light penetrated through the cover, extending downward, merging with the vast underground greenery. She had already spread seeds throughout the entire city, in the sewer systems. Now, all the seeds were rapidly growing, forming a green network that covered the underground pipes and connected thousands of homes. Huazhao was greedily absorbing energy with one hand, while fiercely releasing energy with the other, making the green network bigger and stronger. The ginseng seeds had been replaced many times. Now, the Ginseng King was over 5,000 years old. Midnight, dawn, 3 a.m. Huazhao looked at her watch. When the hour and minute hands aligned, and more than 20 minutes remained before the great disaster, she took a deep breath and shook the green around her. The entire city trembled instantly. A mournful cry seemed to come from underground, waking everyone up. Before those awakened could find the source of the sound, they felt the house shake and quickly ran outside. Huazhao collapsed softly on the ground. There was nothing more she could do. She had no strength left and no energy for her to absorb. The last batch of ginseng has turned to ashes, and all the green beneath the ground has vanished into nothingness. The recent action used up a lot of energy, and before she could absorb it all back, it was gone. When the panicked people in the city found relatively safe places, the real disaster struck. Suddenly, a strange white light appeared in the sky, illuminating the darkness. Before they could understand what was happening, a loud roar shook everyone's eardrums. In an instant, the sky seemed to fall, and the earth trembled. 23 seconds later, everything stopped, and the area was reduced to ruins. Huazhao was wrapped in flexible plants, which protected her from the shock. A few minutes of rest was enough for her to plant a ginseng, absorb some energy, and protect herself and her unborn child. She also noticed something different. The invisible, colorless energy from before had now turned golden. She could clearly feel the energy flowing inside her body and see it growing stronger. Even without additional energy coming in, the energy inside her was slowly circulating, growing stronger, and continuing endlessly. She lay on the ground without moving. Her current energy was not enough to help her stand, and she had been working almost nonstop for 7 days. Now that everything was finally done, she felt her worries easing. Huazhao looked at the dark red sky and fell into a deep sleep. Such a natural disaster couldn't be ignored by the nearby soldiers. After a few dozen minutes, the first rescue team entered the city. First, they checked the entire city for casualties and organized people to evacuate. Everyone who was alive cried a little and smiled a little. Everywhere they looked, everything had been flattened. If it hadn't been for a small earthquake earlier warning them, they would probably be buried under the ruins now. The evacuation was proceeding in an orderly manner. By noon, the team had finished clearing the city earlier than expected. People from the east, west, south, and north gathered in the city center. "Big brother, how's the situation over there?" "Things are going well here. Although some people are missing or injured, it's much better than we thought," Zhao Yong said. "I'm doing better than expected here too," Zhuang Yuanwu replied. Chen Feng nodded. "Same here." Yi Shun's serious expression slightly eased. They also experienced the recent tremor and knew how terrible it was, almost like the end of the world. Luckily, there were few casualties this time. "Stay here, eat, then continue with the rescue work," Yi Shun said. The people behind immediately dispersed, and the logistics team quickly found a place to cook. "Report, sir. There's someone here." Yi Shun turned to look and saw a dull gray figure lying among the rubble, motionless on the ground. After the tremor stopped, Huazhao's plants exhausted their energy and disappeared. Dust covered her, but she didn't mind. These were small things. She heard voices and slowly opened her eyes. Yi Shun was about to check her pulse when he saw her bright, lively eyes open on her gray face. Those eyes sparkled like stars, shining brightly and charmingly. Hua Zhao blinked twice, stunned. Did she see the person she wanted to see as soon as she opened her eyes? Maybe she hadn't fully woken up yet. How do you feel? Does anything hurt? Yishin asked. His deep, magnetic voice made Hua Zhao sure he was real.
Wow.
Such fate. She opened her eyes and saw him again. She smiled, showing a small white tooth. Cough. When Hua Zhao spoke her first words, she saw Yishin's brow furrow. She quickly reacted and closed her mouth. He remembered her voice? Well, her voice was indeed special and unforgettable. Her eyes flickered. She didn't want to reveal her identity now. Cough. Hua Zhao coughed and shook her head, pretending she couldn't speak. Can you walk? If you can, follow the main road out of the city. There's a relief station outside. Yishin glanced over her whole body. She had all limbs, no bleeding, no pain on her face, so she probably wasn't badly hurt. He stood up to leave. A small gray hand grabbed his sleeve. Hungry. Hua Zhao looked up, blinking her watery eyes, and looked at him pitifully, her voice hoarse. Although her face was covered in thick dust, making her features hard to see, her small eyes and voice made her seem like a little orphan. The few big men standing nearby immediately showed sympathetic expressions. Yishin, expressionless, pulled his sleeve and said, "Let's eat first, then go." After saying that, he stood up and walked away quickly. Hua Zhao watched his back and smiled. He passed the first test by not showing endless sympathy for the helpless and weak woman. If he is that kind of person, she might have a hard time in the future. Maybe her family will take in some helpless and weak women. Little sister, are you hungry? Don't worry. The food will be ready soon. Yishin left, and Zhuang Yuanwu immediately squatted down where he had been and smiled at Hua Zhao. Little sister, where is your family? Why are you alone here? It looks like no one is in this neighborhood. Did everyone leave early? He asked again. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, from her eyes and voice, he could tell she was probably young. I'm from out of town. I was going to visit relatives in the capital, but I passed by here. The railway was broken, so I planned to wait until it was fixed. But then this happened. It seems everyone in this neighborhood left early, Hua Zhao explained. I see. That's good. Your family must be fine. Zhuang Yuanwu said immediately. Right now, nothing is more important than everyone being safe. Yes. Hua Zhao sighed. Nearby, the sound of pots clattering signaled that the logistics team was starting to cook. Disaster relief work isn't something that can be finished in a day or two. They came prepared for a long fight, bringing rice, flour, and cooking pots. Hua Zhao took a nap and felt her body had recovered a lot. She sat up and asked, "Can I help you cook?" No. Zhuang Yuanwu replied. You should check if you're hurt. Hua Zhao touched her arms and legs. I'm fine. But she saw her face covered in dust and slapped her face. Cough. There was so much dust on her face. Hua Zhao blinked. It seemed she only passed half the first test. She decided to wash her face first and then come back. She went to the logistics team to get some rice water, soaked her towel, and wiped her face repeatedly until a small white flower appeared. Suddenly, a strange silence fell around her. Yishin looked over curiously and immediately saw Hua Zhao. He didn't expect that beneath the dust was such a beautiful face. Her fair, jade-like skin and delicate, perfect features made her stand there so stunning that people might forget to breathe. He paused for a moment, looked intently for a few seconds, then turned to continue giving instructions to the person next to him. But the person talking to him was no longer paying attention, frequently glancing at Hua Zhao. Yishin sighed helplessly and looked at Hua Zhao again. Hua Zhao smiled broadly at him. In that instant, the dim yellow world seemed to brighten a little. However, Yishin frowned slightly, looked away with a blank expression, and no longer looked at her. Hua Zhao giggled, helping the cook light the fire while frequently glancing at him. His tall figure and serious features looked very handsome. You see, it's no use. My older brother is married, Zhuang Yuanwu said as he moved closer. Your older brother? Hua Zhao looked at him. Is he your brother-in-law? Shouldn't her focus be on being married? Did he misunderstand something? Zhuang Yuanwu secretly felt pleased. He's the older brother of a few of us. Zhuang Yuanwu pointed to someone not far away, Zhao Yong and Chen Feng. As for whether this older brother could beat others, that's another story. Zhao Yong and Chen Feng were also watching them. This kid is probably talking bad about me. I'll go see. Zhao Yong finally found an excuse and quickly stood up to leave. Chen Feng touched his nose and naturally followed behind him. What's your name? Zhao Yong asked as he approached. That was a hard question to answer. Hua Zhao glanced at Yishin in the distance and said, My name is Zhao Hua. Hua Zhao reversed it to Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua, that's a good name. Do you have? Zhao Yong was about to ask more, but Chen Feng, who was behind him, gave him a sharp nudge on the back, making him shut up. Zhuang Yuanwu also shot him a look. That fool would definitely ask if she had a partner. That was too direct. What if she rejected him immediately? And this girl didn't look very old, 15? 16? He quickly glanced at Hua Zhao's figure. She didn't look like a young girl anymore. Maybe 17? Anyway, she probably didn't have a partner. Meal is ready, the cook suddenly announced. Lunch was very simple, just rice, nothing else, not even pickles, let alone vegetables. Squad leader, are we changing the rice? Someone asked. Today's rice smelled especially good. They had already noticed. If it weren't for Hua Zhao sitting by the rice pot, they would have rushed over already. No, I haven't, said the cook, looking curious. Did you change the water? Not yet. The water they had was brought from their camp, stored in a water tank. The city had no water now, and what little there was couldn't be drunk. The water pipes were completely broken, and all the wells were either dry or muddy. Some wells had even disappeared. Eat your food, Chen Feng said, pushing Zhao Yong to do something else, so he wouldn't ask silly questions again. Hey, time to eat. Zhao Yong quickly grabbed a bowl from nearby, filled it efficiently, and handed it to Hua Zhao. Here. Are you hungry? Eat more. Chen Feng and Zhuang Yuanwu glared at him from behind. This fool wasn't really foolish at all. He was quick and could talk. A tough opponent. Hua Zhao couldn't help but laugh, but she waved her hand quickly. No, I brought my own bowl. She didn't dare to take his bowl because she was married, and her husband was right next to her. Hua Zhao reached into her backpack and pulled out a flattened enamel teacup. She had kept this bag close to her at all times, and it had been pressed at the bottom before. Hua Zhao pinched the teacup, and it suddenly became round and full again. The three men across from her looked at her with surprised eyes. It seemed her family might not be well off. She probably couldn't afford a regular 1 yuan teacup, and she had bought such a poor quality one. Go ahead, Hua Zhao said, holding the teacup and standing to the side. Go ahead, you first. The men in line didn't argue with her and insisted she serve herself first. Hua Zhao couldn't refuse, so she went to fill her bowl. Oh, these lovely people next time. She would cook for them. Yi Sheng finished his meal and saw the little girl sitting under a broken wall, eating alone in the shade, while Zhao Yong and the others were far away. He walked over to join them, but the little girl immediately carried her bowl and trotted over, sitting next to him. Everyone. I told you my older brother has a wife now. Zhuang Yuanwu said again. Oh, yes, you did, Hua Zhao said while eating, her words unclear. If he has won, he has won. What does that have to do with me? I just wanted to ask if you want pickled vegetables. Hua Zhao took a jar from her backpack, filled with spicy and sour pickled cucumbers she had made before leaving. The small cucumbers were twisted into little shapes. Recently, she only wanted to eat spicy and sour food. Without it, she couldn't enjoy her meals. Thanks to being so tired these days, she hadn't eaten much, or she would have finished it all already. Hua Zhao opened the jar, picked up a cucumber with chopsticks, and offered it to Yishin. Yishin dodged away. No, I don't like cucumbers. She paused, unable to help but smile. In his letter, he didn't say that. He said he really liked the pickled vegetables she made, especially the crunchy cucumbers and radishes. She was confident in her cooking skills. The letter must be truthful. He doesn't like it, but I do. Zhao Yong handed her a rice bowl. Give it to me. Hua Zhao followed his request and put some in his bowl. Then she picked 2 more, giving one to Zhuang Yuanwu and one to Chen Feng. She couldn't favor one over the other. They were all her brothers-in-law.
Wow.
These cucumbers are really tasty. Zhao Yong exclaimed. Yes, they taste a lot like what my wife makes, just a bit more sour, Zhuang Yuanwu said, though his expression was a little different. The pickles her sister-in-law sent them. No, the ones she mailed to her older brother were sliced. These were whole. Yixin glanced at the cucumbers in the jar, smelled the similar flavor, then looked at Hua Zhao and turned back to eat. Maybe good cooks make similar things, Chen Feng said. The only thing that matters is that it tastes good. If it doesn't taste good, then it can be strange and unappetizing. Hua Zhao picked out another cucumber from the jar and offered it to Yixin. Want some? Yixin ate quickly and finished it. No, thanks. He got up, took his bowl, and left without saying more, going to talk to others. Hua Zhao watched his back and smiled foolishly. She thought, this first step, he had definitely passed. Hey girl, my older brother really has a wife now. My sister-in-law is much better at cooking than you. She even has kids now, and they're happy. You shouldn't keep thinking about it, Zhuang Yuanwu said. Better at cooking than me? Hua Zhao smiled. That's not necessarily true. The 3 of them looked at her with strange eyes. Why didn't she listen? After finishing their meal, the team set out again to help with disaster relief. There were still people injured. Hua Zhao followed behind Yixin's team, helping carry supplies. She couldn't leave him. She had to make sure he was safe. By around 6 p.m., there was still a strong aftershock of magnitude 7.1. Also, normal rescue work is very dangerous. When digging, rescuers often encounter collapses, which can trap or hurt many people. She didn't want to leave him alone. She was worried. Yi Shun felt uneasy. The constant gaze from behind made him uncomfortable. In the past, he didn't mind being watched, especially by women, since it didn't affect him. He thought it doesn't matter. But now, things are different. He's married, and if people find out, it could cause trouble. He wants to get promoted and have his wife and children with him. Let her go, Yixin told the soldier beside him. The soldier immediately went to Hua Zhao and said, Our leader wants you to leave.
Why?
Hua Zhao asked, wide-eyed and with a watery look. I just want to help the local people. There are more of us, and we can look out for each other. Why can't I stay with you? She had a good reason and big, expressive eyes. The soldier hesitated. Wait, I'll ask again, he said, and ran back to ask Yixin. Leader, she's just a young girl. It's a long way from here to outside the city, and the area is so damaged now. The ruins, blocked roads, and occasional burning buildings made the journey dangerous. But the real concern was the possibility of encountering dangerous people or seeing terrible sights. She was just a young girl. How could she not be scared? More importantly, we don't know who she might meet on the way.
And she looks like that.
The soldier hesitated. All right, let her stay. Yixin finally agreed. He realized his earlier decision was too harsh. The soldier's concerns were valid. Maybe she was just scared and wanted to stay close. Since she was allowed to stay, Hua Zhao was secretly happy. She pushed herself closer, just a yard behind Yixin, and followed. She didn't stare at him directly, but was helping with the work. She was moving bricks and lifting them just as well as the soldiers, which surprised everyone. Yixin still felt uneasy. Even when she was busy, he could sense her gaze on him, more frequent than before. Of course, as it got closer to 6:45 p.m., he became more nervous. After clearing a collapsed building and rescuing a man trapped under the rubble, the team moved on to the next site. Yixin slowly reached the back of the line, and the young girl also slowed down and moved closer to him. Yixin frowned and walked toward her. Surprisingly, she came over on her own. Hua Zhao looked at him. Why do you keep looking at me? Yixin asked softly. That you're good looking. Can I look at you a little longer? Hua Zhao covered her mouth and whispered. Yixin turned to look at her and asked, Do you have a boyfriend? Hua Zhao's heart suddenly raced. Why did he ask that? That tall, thin man sitting opposite you at dinner, his name is Chen Feng. He's a battalion commander, looks good, comes from a good family, and most importantly, he's single and has no partner. Yi Shen's voice was cold, and his expression was even colder. I'm already married, so looking at me won't help. You might as well look at him a little more. Hua Zhao's eyes widened. She covered her mouth and looked at him, feeling both amused and helpless. Her beautiful, lively eyes sparkled with a smile. He was truly a rare, handsome person. Chun Feng, that lucky guy. Yi Shen turned and walked away. Hua Zhao called out, "You will regret this." Yi Shen didn't look back and walked even faster. Hua Zhao watched his back and continued to smile foolishly. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Hua Zhao froze and quickly looked at her watch. 6:30. Wait, that's not right. It's not time yet. She then noticed that the second hand had stopped moving. The watch had actually stopped. After a brief pause, she decisively ran toward Yi Shen. She saw a remaining 2.5-story building on the roadside collapsing toward Yi Shen. At this moment, only buildings with 2.5 stories or less remained. What good could that do? To make matters worse, a large appeared downstairs, swallowing everything around it. Hua Zhao watched helplessly as Yi Shen, just 2 meters away, stepped into the gap and fell. Without thinking, she threw herself forward to catch him. The 2.5-story building collapsed right on top, and everything went dark around them. Hua Zhao clenched a handful of grass seeds in her right hand. In an instant, they grew wildly, forming a large net to block the crushing pressure. Within seconds, the shaking stopped, and the falling debris ceased. Hua Zhao pressed her back against Yi Shen's, and they were trapped in the corner formed by 2 pieces of concrete. She moved her fingers slightly, and tiny vines threaded through the cracks in the concrete slab, securing them tightly. Then they extended upward, creating a small opening. "Are you okay?" they asked at the same time.
I'm fine. How about you?
Hua Zhao quickly asked, reaching to check him all over to see if he was hurt. Yi Shen's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he grabbed her wandering hands, trying to pull her away. "Stop messing around," they both said at once. Hua Zhao moved quickly, grabbing his hands and bringing them together, pressing one hand down while continuing to touch him with the other.
Yi Shen.
No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free at all. Why does this action feel so familiar? How does she have such strength? Both of them were sitting now. Hua Zhao squeezed from behind him into his arms, quickly checking him all over with her small hands. His arms were definitely fine, strong even. His legs were intact, no cuts or bleeding, and there were no injuries on his body. She was pressed against his chest, and he didn't cry out in pain.
Who are you?
Yi Shen suddenly spoke, his voice unusually tense and deep, blowing into Hua Zhao's ear. It was so dark around them, and they were so close that Hua Zhao couldn't help but think of that night. She giggled softly, playfully saying, "Big brother," guess in an instant. It felt like an electric current hit Yi Shen, making his whole body tingle. The current traveled along his spine through his entire body, and he felt his blood boiling. That sweet, soft voice, like a little paw, calling Big Brother all night long. He probably would never forget it in his life. "Little Hua?" he blurted out. But how could that be possible? She giggled again, teasingly. "I told you I've lost a lot of weight. I look better now. Didn't you believe me?" In this atmosphere, she couldn't help but act cute. Yi Shen's heart pounded, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I believe." But what he thought was a lot of weight was only 20 or 30 pounds, maybe at most 50 or 60. But how much had the little girl in his arms lost now? With the same posture, he could tell by feel, she had lost at least 150 or 60 pounds. "People say I've become more diligent, working hard every day, and I'm pregnant now, so I don't have much appetite," Hua Zhao explained, trying to find a reason for her sudden weight loss. Her last words made Yi Shen freeze completely. Suddenly, he broke free from her hands, hugged her tightly, and started to touch her randomly. "Are you hurt?" His voice was tense and changed tone as he quickly checked her over. Good, she was fine. Suddenly, the air became very quiet. No one spoke. Yi Shen's hands froze, staying still on her belly. Hua Zhao awkwardly leaned against him. He was very gentle and professional in his check, even carefully feeling all her ribs to see if any were broken. Because he couldn't find a few, he pressed a little harder. Yishin remembered how her belly felt earlier, smaller than before, but still firm and elastic, and his hand felt like it was burning. Suddenly, her skin moved under his hand, and a bubbly sound like gurgle gurgle seemed to pass under her stomach.
Oh.
Hua Zhao exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? What's happening? Yishin asked quickly. Hua Zhao pressed her hand against his, then pulled her clothes aside, so his hand could directly touch her belly. Gurgle gurgle. The bubbly feeling was very clear. Are you hungry? Yishin asked. Hua Zhao happily leaned into his arms, her eyes slowly filling with tears. Although it was her first time experiencing this, she instantly knew what it was. Her baby was moving. This feeling was indescribably wonderful. Seeing the wetness on her neck, Yishin suddenly became anxious. What's really going on? Are we stuck here? Don't worry, we're lucky. This place might be holding us up. Someone outside will definitely come to rescue us. We'll get out soon. He tried to comfort her. But inside, he was also very worried. Being trapped here alone was bad enough, but she had come in too. He remembered that he had already moved far away from her when the earthquake hit. She must have come after him on purpose, afraid she couldn't catch up, and then rushed over. He held her tightly, thinking how much she liked him. From now on, you're not allowed to do this again. You're pregnant and should think about your baby. All right, I am thinking about it. Hua Zhao shook her head, wiped away her tears, and gently stroked his big hand. Baby, this is Dad. Say hello to Dad. The baby is making little noises. The babies cooperated well. Yishin was frozen. What is this? I didn't expect to feel the baby move so soon, Hua Zhao said happily. My aunt's letter said most people feel it after 15 weeks, sometimes after 20 weeks. But her babies, who grow by absorbing energy, are probably different. Also, it's almost 15 weeks now, so feeling the movement is normal. Also, I don't like the names you suggested, Hua Zhao said softly. Our village only has a few families, about 10 with the surname Gua, 5 with the surname Gua, and 3 with the surname Gua. There are so many names like Xiao, Fong, Li. I can come up with a baby's name myself, okay? And if you don't like pickled cucumbers, I won't make them for you anymore.
Good.
Or not. Yishin quickly objected, snapping out of his thoughts. This little girl. I haven't asked you yet. Why did you come here? He asked.
Well,
I told my grandpa I was going to Beijing to see your family, but actually I wanted to see you. I came here looking for your address, and then this happened. In the dark, Yishin rubbed the fluffy, gray head in his arms. Don't run around anymore. Just stay at home and be good. Okay. Hua Zhao agreed happily. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't want to go out at all. So obedient. Yishin's heart softened a little, and his tone also softened. Why didn't you tell me your identity right away when you saw me? He was surprised she dared to tease him.
Ha!
Hua Zhao burst into laughter. That thing you mentioned, the wind? Also, a battalion commander? From a good family? Can I look at him a few more times? You dare. Yishin said sternly, but inside, he was smiling. This mischievous girl. Holding the soft, fragrant little one in his arms, his heart felt more relaxed and tender than ever before. He himself found it hard to believe. For him, Hua Zhao was practically a stranger. But he felt that between them, there was no sense of unfamiliarity, no barrier at all. Although it was only their second meeting, or even their first proper conversation, there was a natural and close feeling between them, like an old married couple. Maybe because they had been exchanging letters, they already knew each other well. Maybe because he had shared the most intimate moments with this stranger. Maybe because this stranger was carrying his child. This stranger could travel thousands of miles just to see him. This stranger could risk everything for him. How could he feel distant from her? She wasn't a stranger. She was his wife. Yishin reluctantly let go of his hand resting on Hua Zhao's belly, touched the wall beside her, and gently pushed. It didn't move at all. He took a deep breath and surprisingly smelled fresh air, with a hint of plant scent. We're lucky. This broken wall is very strong. Because it's strong, there are big gaps, and it's still connected to the outside. Yi Xin said happily. This was very rare. For the past 10 years, everyone believed in simple living and hard work. In every field, they valued frugality. Houses that couldn't be built properly were secretly built with shortcuts, using fewer or lower quality materials to show thrift and simplicity. So, the houses built during those years were generally poor in quality. It was rare to find a well-built one, and now they had found one.
Captain! Captain!
Yishin suddenly heard someone shouting outside. Good. It seemed the wall was connected, and they weren't buried too deep. I'm here. Over here. He responded loudly. It seemed the people outside heard him, and they hurried over. Many people knew where he was after he fell. Hua Zhao was so beautiful. Almost everyone's eyes were on her. When she and Yishun talked close together, many saw them. Rescue came quickly. In just 2 hours, with some vines secretly helping from underground, Yishun and Hua Zhao were soon rescued. Great. Everyone cheered. They all respected their captain very much and didn't want him to be hurt. They also didn't want that beautiful young girl to be harmed. Such a lovely person. If she had been lost, it would have been a terrible loss. But soon, the cheers and applause gradually stopped, and a strange silence filled the scene. They noticed that their squad leader had been holding the young girl's hand the whole time, not letting go. He carefully helped her down from the ruins, with a worried and caring look on his face. At one point, he even asked if she wanted to be carried. What's going on? Before the fall, he looked annoyed and didn't want to look at her. Now he's holding her hand and helping her? Did he lose his mind? And he's married. Everyone in the team knows his wife is an excellent cook. It's not right for him to keep holding her hand for so long. Squad leader, it's getting dark. Should we pack up or keep going? Someone asked, breaking the silence. They used 2 flashlights and a few torches to find and dig people out. But the batteries are running low, and it's very dark. Rescue is very hard now. Are there any casualties? Yi Xin asked while holding Hua Zhao's hand. 2 people are slightly injured. No serious injuries or deaths, the person replied. This area was already a ruin. The only tall building was a 2.5-story one which collapsed and hit Yi Xin and Hua Zhao, who had moved away from the team. The others were quick and didn't have any threats nearby, so they were fine. That's good. Yi Xin sighed in relief. He then ordered, keep rescuing. The best rescue time is within 72 hours. Every second counts. If they want to rest later, they can do so then. Everyone found wood and cloth from the ruins, lit fires, and made various torches to continue searching. But their eyes flickered like the flames. They kept glancing at Yishin. He was still holding the young girl. He repeatedly insisted on carrying her. In the end, the girl couldn't refuse anymore and let him carry her. He even held her leg. He weighed her in his hands.
And he blushed.
It's so inappropriate. A married man holding a young girl like that. But everyone dared not complain aloud. They encountered another team and joined together. It was led by Qin Feng. Why are you over here? Yishin asked, surprised. Before they set out, they had divided the tasks. 1 team in each direction. East, south, west, and north. It didn't make sense for the other team to finish their area so quickly. Official rescue. He took a few more steps closer. Only then did Qin Feng realize that the person behind him was not a comrade, but Hua Zhao. What's wrong? Is she hurt? Qin Feng asked immediately, looking a bit worried. Since Hua Zhao was close, she quickly noticed that the man's mouth was pressed straight. She couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Her chest moved. Yishin could clearly feel the surprising softness and flexibility behind him. So mischievous. Like a little child. Later, he would definitely be able to play with children too. She's fine, you don't need to worry about her, Yishin said. Chun Feng's steps paused. His tone seemed off. But he didn't have time to think much. He quickly stepped over and whispered to Yishin, let me carry her. You carry her, it's not appropriate. Ha! Hua Zhao burst out laughing. Still laughing? Yishin was also amused and laughed. It's because you caused the trouble. He secretly pinched her thigh. It didn't hurt, but it was enough to be flirtatious. Hua Zhao suddenly couldn't smile anymore. Yishan also looked a bit embarrassed. He had slipped his hand just now. The atmosphere between them was too intimate and flirtatious. Chen Feng was stunned. "This is your sister-in-law, Hua Zhao," Yishan said to Chen Feng. "I'll carry her. That's the best way." There were surprised exclamations around. "What's going on? Is this girl really their sister-in-law? Are they a couple? But you clearly didn't know her before." Chen Feng questioned. He wasn't blind or stupid. He could tell that Yishan genuinely didn't recognize the girl earlier that day, and his evasive attitude was real. He didn't believe Yishan was such a good actor. And there was no need for it. "Ahem, I'll explain," Hua Zhao said, leaning on Yishan's back. "We're childhood sweethearts. We met for the first time on our wedding day. I was shy and hid from him. He hadn't seen my face properly either. Plus, I used to weigh around 150 to 160 pounds, quite fat, and I looked different from now. He probably wouldn't recognize me." She didn't dare to say she used to weigh over 200 pounds, which was a bit exaggerated. If she said that, no one would believe it. Hua Zhao smiled and said, "I've lost weight over these months. Not even my own grandmother would recognize me now. So that's how it is." "Then why did you say your name was Zhao Hua during the day?" Chen Feng's voice carried a faint tone of complaint. Yishan's eyes grew cold. "So he really has his eye on his wife?" I was just testing him to see if he would bother a stranger girl," Hua Zhao said with a smile, patting Yishan's shoulder. "I'm quite satisfied with the result." "Satisfied with what?" Zhuang Yuanwu asked loudly as he hurried over. He saw Yishan carrying Hua Zhao from afar and thought she was hurt. "What's going on?" he asked anxiously, reaching out his hand. "Big brother, let me carry her." "It's not right for you to carry her." He shared the same opinion as Chen Feng. Yishan sidestepped his hand. "Whether it's appropriate or not, you'll have to ask Chen Feng about that later," Yishan said. "Why are both of you here?" "Official rescue has arrived. There are enough people over there, so we came here to meet up with you," Zhuang Yuanwu said, staring blankly at Yishan and Hua Zhao. They weren't part of the local team. They came here because of a mission. Now, a day had passed, and local rescue efforts had fully begun. They arrived a bit late because they had also experienced a big disaster. As he spoke, another group of people approached from afar. Zhao Yong had arrived. "Put me down," Hua Zhao patted Yishan's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I can walk by myself. You go do your thing." The warm breath on his ear suddenly reminded Yishan of that night.
"Stop."
He carefully set her down. "Does your stomach hurt?" he asked cautiously. She had been working with the soldiers all day and had been buried with him. She must have been scared but didn't show it. He was always worried about her, but she never said anything. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. The baby is strong," she said happily, shaking his arm. She wasn't someone who would ignore her family for the sake of everyone. She was truly lucky. "What baby?" Zhao Yong just arrived and didn't understand. But seeing their close, intimate actions, he was also confused. "Cook soldiers go prepare the meals. We're here to discuss the task assignments," Yishan said. Hua Zhao immediately said, "Then I'll go help with cooking." "Don't go, it's too tiring," Yishan quickly replied. Everyone stared at him. Cooking soldiers have a tiring job? That's not how he used to see it. Hua Zhao chuckled happily. "It's okay, it's just helping out. Don't worry." After saying that, she went to find the kitchen soldiers herself. She had promised to cook for these lovely people tonight, and wanted to show them her cooking skills. All the kitchen soldiers from the 4 battalions gathered together, all watching Hua Zhao. Her cooking skills were famous throughout the camp. The battalion commanders often fought over her dishes because they knew how good she was. A few of them had been lucky enough to taste her food and remembered it well. "Big sister-in-law, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "You decide," Yishan's subordinate called out. "What did you all bring?" Hua Zhao asked. The person hesitated and looked a bit embarrassed. "We only brought rice, flour, a basket of eggs, a jar of sauce, and a few radishes." They had also experienced the earthquake, and most other supplies were buried. They had only managed to dig out these few items from the ruins. Then we'll make radish cake soup with egg sauce, Hua Zhao said. Okay. Everyone immediately started preparing, their eyes full of hope. Hua Zhao truly did not disappoint them. In half an hour, several large pots of radish cake soup were ready, smelling fresh and delicious. The egg sauce was even more fragrant than anything they had ever smelled before. Rescue workers in the distance also sniffed the aroma, but their eyes and hands remained focused on their work, searching for any trapped survivors. Hua Zhao knew there was probably no one left, as this was a densely populated residential area with many buildings. She had dug a series of interconnected holes. The people here valued their lives and had already left. After searching for a while and confirming no one was left, Yixin ordered everyone to eat. Suddenly, everyone rushed toward the kitchen soldiers, lining up to get their food like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep. The fresh radish cake soup and rich egg sauce made everyone smile happily, their eyes squinting with joy. It was so delicious, they had never tasted anything so good. But that wasn't quite right. These were ordinary dishes, things many people had eaten since childhood. Yet, when made by Hua Zhao, they tasted different, better. Everyone secretly looked at Hua Zhao, then boldly stared at Yixin, full of envy. He was so handsome and such a good cook. How could Yixin be so lucky? Chen Feng, Zhao Yong, and Zhuang Yuanwu silently lowered their heads and ate, not wanting to talk to Yixin. They also didn't want to look at the two people sitting together across from them. It's just typical wife stuff, like everyone has. Well, actually, they don't. Is Grandpa feeling better? Yixin asked. Before, he felt complicated about Hua Chong. Hua Chong saved his grandpa's life once, and he was very grateful. But when he visited him kindly, Hua Chong treated him badly. Pushed him away. Of course, he felt upset. But now, seeing the young girl who is pregnant with his child and risking everything for him, all those bad feelings disappeared. Now he only feels gratitude. More than gratitude. Grandpa is much better now. Since I learned to cook, I make him delicious food every day. He eats happily, and he's getting healthier, Hua Zhao said. That's good. Yixin sighed in relief. He was worried Hua Chong might be hurt, and then Hua Zhao would be alone. That would make her very sad. Plus, he hadn't forgotten. She still had many difficult relatives. Did your relative, Hua Shan, and his family bother you again? He asked with a frown. How do you know Hua Shan? Hua Zhao asked curiously. She remembered everything after meeting Yixin. She and her grandpa never mentioned Hua Shan or his family before. Yixin didn't hide it. He told her he went back to find the pendant and overheard their conversation. Hua Zhao immediately covered her chest with her hand, nervous. It's mine. I won't give it back to you,
she said.
She knew it was selfish and wrong, but she refused to give up such a powerful gift. Seeing the little girl getting upset, Yixin couldn't help but smile. He didn't think she was greedy. He would even risk his life for her. She saw it as a token of their love. It was always yours. Grandma said it was for her granddaughter-in-law, Yixin said softly. His voice was surprisingly gentle, and Hua Zhao felt like her ears might fall in love. She liked hearing that. Since it was for her, it was rightfully hers. Thank you, Hua Zhao smiled brightly at Yixin, grateful for such a precious and powerful gift. They looked at each other and smiled, a warm, sweet feeling flowing quietly between them. The three people across the table immediately felt full and couldn't eat anymore, no matter how delicious the food was. They also decided they needed to find a wife. They smiled too. After dinner, some people rested, and others continued to help with the rescue. They are also human, and working without rest for a long time can affect their rescue efforts. Go to sleep, Yixin said as he led Hua Zhao to a tent set up in an open space. The tent was large, a military-style tent that could hold 10 people. But Hua Zhao was the only woman here, so she had to take one spot for herself. No, actually, the two of them shared one spot. Hua Zhao's eyes flickered, and she quietly tugged at Yixin's clothes, whispering, I'm scared to sleep alone. Yi Shun's expression darkened immediately. You sleep first. I'll be back in the second half of the night. Don't be afraid.
Oh.
Hua Zhao pretended to be obedient and stopped insisting, then crawled into the blanket and lay down. She wasn't really afraid. She just wanted to tease him a little. Later, during the night shift, Yi Shun indeed returned. Hua Zhao was already asleep. She was very tired. But when a stranger entered the tent, she immediately woke up. The plants at the entrance told her it was Yi Shun. She stayed still, pretending to be asleep and groggy. Yi Shun stood at the entrance for a few seconds, then carefully took off his dusty clothes and placed them outside. He used his vest to wipe off the dust and sweat from his body, then quietly approached Hua Zhao. He lay down beside her. He felt himself instantly surrounded by a faint floral scent. Girls are naturally fragrant. Even after a long, dirty day of work, they still smell so nice. No, maybe only his wife smells this good. The female soldiers he's met, after training, smell similar. He carefully turned to face Hua Zhao, leaning his nose closer. The scent grew even stronger and more soothing. What a little flower. So fragrant and beautiful. Such a beautiful little flower. She was his wife. And she was pregnant with his child. He silently chuckled. But in the dark night, the enchanting scent suddenly made him remember how this child came to be. His smile froze instantly. He carefully reached out his hand, slipping it into Hua Zhao's blanket, gently resting it on her belly. He immediately felt a tremor under his hand. This wonderful feeling made his eyes shine like stars. His hand just rested there, able to touch her but not press down on her. His skin was smooth and delicate, surrounded by an alluring fragrance. He felt himself growing hotter and hotter, eager to rush over. Like she initially threw herself at him, she wanted to rush over. But he couldn't. When Andy called earlier to ask about Hua Zhao, she casually mentioned some pregnancy precautions, especially avoiding intense physical activity. This little life inside her is so precious, he can't take any risks. His exercise with Hua Zhao was definitely intense. After struggling for a while, Yi Shun finally fell asleep. His hand was still in the same position and with the same gentle pressure, resting softly on Hua Zhao's belly. Hua Zhao opened her eyes, feeling soft inside. She is very confident about her attractiveness right now, and she also knows how energetic Yi Shun is. But he didn't take the chance to tease her, which makes him a good man. She fell asleep peacefully. In the following days, they kept searching this area. Hua Zhao's job was to help with 3 meals a day. As rescue efforts became more organized, their logistics improved. Although the vegetables weren't abundant, they had some, like carrots, cabbage, and potatoes. Hua Zhao still managed to cook delicious meals from them. Yi Shun received more envious and jealous looks from others. After 7 days, the team reached outside the city, and their mission was considered complete. By then, there probably weren't any more survivors to rescue. They wouldn't be responsible for cleanup, tidying, or rebuilding anymore. They also received orders to return to their original units. Where is your original unit?
Can you tell me?
Hua Zhao asked. Yi Shun shook his head. He really couldn't say. Oh, Hua Zhao said disappointedly. Then I'll go home? No need. You go to the capital and wait at my aunt's house. I should finish my mission in 3 or 5 days, then I can take a break. I'll take you to see my family, Yi Shun replied. He hadn't planned to introduce her to his family so soon, but since Hua Zhao was here, he thought it was a good idea. And his unit was actually very close to the capital, just in the mountains outside the city. In ancient times, they were the city's guard. This saved a lot of travel time. Now, he cherished every moment spent with Hua Zhao. He felt that if he didn't hold her while sleeping at night, he wouldn't be able to sleep at all, even with the baby in her belly. Fortunately, their competition was finished the day before the earthquake. He achieved his goal of winning first place. He quickly went back to confirm his ranking and handle military-related matters, going to Aunt's house.
All right.
Hua Zhao didn't really want to go, even though she was a bit awkward about meeting her in-laws alone. However, Yi Shun was considerate of her pride. He simply asked her to wait at her aunt's house instead of going directly to her in-laws' home. She appreciated his kindness. She was so obedient that Yi Shun's heart softened. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some money. This is borrowed from those guys. They're broke and don't carry cash. Keep it for your expenses on the way. He instinctively didn't speak well of those 3 guys in front of Hua Zhao. She guessed the stack of money was about 200 yuan. She could spend it on the way. The 3 poor guys nearby looked at Yi Shun with their eyes, thinking they were poor. How could this broke guy, with only 5 yuan on him, dare to talk about others? Suddenly, Yi Shun turned around and, seeming a bit shy, said to the 3, "All my money is for my wife now." So frustrating. Do you have any sisters? Unmarried ones. Preferably older sisters. Zhao Yong suddenly asked. He wanted Yi Shun to call him brother-in-law someday. Chen Feng and Zhuang Yuanwu immediately understood and turned to look at Zhao Yong. This big guy was really not stupid. No, I don't have any sisters, Hua Zhao replied. But I have 2 younger sisters.
Huh.
Younger sisters are also nice. Zhuang Yuanwu immediately said, I like younger sisters. Sister-in-law, introduce me to one. He was straightforward. Hua Zhao smiled slightly. I'm afraid you can't wait that long. Zhuang Yuanwu already knew she was only 18. Her sisters must be younger than the legal marriage age, maybe 2 or 3 years younger. I can wait, he promised. One is 6 years old, the other 4. Which one do you like? Hua Zhao asked. Zhuang Yuanwu realized both were older than Yi Shun, so waiting was really impossible. But his sister-in-law, why was she just as annoying as Yi Shun? Yi Shun watched the 3 get shot down with amusement, then personally saw Hua Zhao off to the car heading to Beijing. The railway wasn't finished yet. The car was their internal transport vehicle, with 2 comrades who had been sent to report on their mission. That way, Hua Zhao could sit safely, and Yi Shun could rest assured. After a day of travel, Hua Zhao arrived in the capital city. Yi Shun's aunt was already waiting for her at the agreed spot. Yi Shun had called her earlier to inform her. When Yi Fong saw Hua Zhao, her eyes lit up. Such a beautiful young girl. No wonder her little Shun was smitten at first sight. Hua Zhao also saw Yi Fong clearly. She looked to be in her 40s, with good skin and a gentle, refined appearance. Standing there, she had a light, elegant aura that made her seem very young. Hua Zhao smiled before speaking. Annie, hello. I am Hua Zhao. Her sweet smile and soft voice touched people's hearts. Yi Fong rarely showed such a big smile. Nice to meet you, good girl. Are you tired? Let's go home quickly. Yi Fong insisted on carrying Hua Zhao's backpack. The 2 took a bus back home. Hua Zhao discovered that Yi Fong's home was inside the second ring road, in a small 4-story residential area. On the way, they met some acquaintances. Everyone asked Yi Fong who Hua Zhao was. When they heard she was Yi Shun's wife, they all exclaimed in surprise. Yi Shun had spent a lot of time at Yi Fong's house since he was young, so they all knew him. Yi Shun is married? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman rushed over from afar, asking Yi Fong with a look of disbelief. She stared at Hua Zhao as if she were looking at an enemy. Yi Fong frowned but didn't look at the woman directly. Instead, she turned to the people around and said, My son Yi Shun will be back in a few days. When he comes, he will personally give everyone wedding candies. The woman on the other side refused to give up, looking desperate. How can Yi Shun just get married like that? He and my Xiao Mei are still good. We agreed on the kid's future. When Yi Shun returns, we'll handle everything. How can he break his promise like this? Hua Zhao widened her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. Did she interrupt someone else's plans? Don't listen to her nonsense. Before Yi Fong could speak, the neighbors nearby stepped in. Xiao Mei from her family and Yi Shun are not involved. That was over 10 years ago. Yi Shun was only about 15 or 16 then, and they were just classmates. Xiao Mei from her family was always chasing after him. Old Sue's family mentioned this before, but the Yi family never agreed. A few more neighbors gathered around, and everyone started criticizing the woman loudly. They really don't care about what she says or does. Luckily, they said these things in front of them, so they could argue a little. If they had said it outside, It might have damaged Yi Shun's reputation. Later, Yi Shun joined the army. You haven't seen your little Mei for over 10 years, right? When did the two of them get together? Have they set a date to get married? How come we didn't know? Some neighbors spoke more harshly, even hurting her feelings. Did your little Mei get her engagement broken off? Are you crazy about wanting her to marry someone? Now you're just clinging to Yi Shun? Blame no one but Yi Shun. Are you out of your mind? You all are bullying people. The woman's eyes turned red from the pressure around her. She seemed to be losing her mental stability. My little Mei has been with Yi Shun for over 10 years. I just never told you.
Saudani.
Please give your daughter some face. Yi Fong suddenly spoke, scolding the woman. Is it funny that you're lying like this? Do you think your daughter's shame isn't enough, and she's not dead yet? Zhao Danny stared at her with wide eyes. Yi Fong didn't want to argue anymore. My Yi Shun is already married. No matter how many ideas you have, it's useless. You should find someone else to marry. Then she pulled Hua Zhao away. Zhao Danny kept staring at their backs, then suddenly spat and said, Look at her, so poor and shabby. Worn-out clothes, probably a rural person. Yi Shun married a rural girl. Just for her face? Turns out Yi Shun is so shallow. Disgusting. After that, she cursed and walked away. The neighbors quickly dispersed, keeping their distance from her. They realized that ever since her daughter Su Mei was rejected and had a miscarriage, she had completely lost her dignity. The once gentle and proper woman suddenly turned into a shrew. It's all because of her children. Yi Fong led Hua Zhao inside. Their house was on the second floor. It was very spacious, over 100 square meters, with shiny wooden floors. The furniture and appliances were complete. TV, refrigerator, washing machine, all there. Sit down quickly, have some water. Yi Fong personally poured a cup of warm water for Hua Zhao, handed it to her, and watched her drink a few sips obediently before explaining. Yi Shun and Su Mei don't really have any special relationship. Yi Shun went to school nearby and lives at my house. Su Mei was a classmate. Back then, Su Mei was interested in Yi Shun, but Yi Shun wasn't interested in her. Seeing Hua Zhao's calm expression, Yi Fong noticed she looked peaceful, with a light smile and no sign of anger. Maybe she was very generous, or maybe she was very calculating. Yi Fong thought. Classmates? Then she must be around 26 or 27 now. Still not married? Has she had a breakup? Hua Zhao asked. Yi Shun is 8 years older than her, so she's about 26 or 27 now. That Su Mei persisted for a few years. After Yi Shun joined the army and left, Su Mei kept coming to her house every day, acting as if it was her own home. Outsiders misunderstood. Yi Fong even had to explain this to others. But just after she explained, Su Mei would give hints to others again. This made Yi Fong dislike Su Mei very much. Plus, Yi Shun clearly said she didn't like Su Mei, so the Yi family didn't agree to anything. Things stayed like this for years. By then, Su Mei was 23, a grown woman, but she still waited for Yi Shun's words. The Su family then introduced her to a good match, and she stopped coming to Yi Fong's house. Not only did she stop coming, but she also refused to greet Yi Fong when they met on the street. Soon after, she got engaged to her partner, with the wedding scheduled in half a year. But a month before the wedding, the groom suddenly broke off the engagement and quickly married another woman. That wasn't the worst. The worst was that a month later, Su Mei had a sudden ectopic pregnancy and heavy bleeding. She was a nurse working at a hospital. Suddenly, she started bleeding heavily, and it couldn't be hidden. Later, Su Mei's family went to find the man, but he refused to admit the child was his. Su Mei even threatened to hang herself at his door, but he still denied it. In the end, no one knows how the families handled it. The Su family didn't cause trouble anymore, and the matter was suppressed. Not long after, Su Mei was transferred to another hospital as head nurse. This was 3 years ago. Su Mei still hasn't found a suitable partner, Yi Fong said. So she's after Yi Shun again? Hua Zhao was truly angry now. If Su Mei was Yi Shun's real ex-girlfriend, she would feel guilty and try to make up for it. But this situation, does she think her man is an easy target? Yi Fong smiled and said, "It's no use fixating on her. Xiao Shun and I are married now, and we're going to be parents. She should give up hope." She looked at Hua Zhao's belly and said, "Come, I will give you a pregnancy check." Okay. Hua Zhao obediently followed her instructions, asked questions, and did whatever she was told. The pregnancy check now is very simple, just measuring height, 3 measurements, weight, and sometimes blood pressure if the conditions are good. These small machines are all in Yifang's house. Hua Zhao also learned her current weight, exactly 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. With her height of 170 centimeters, it's perfect. "You can sleep in this room," Yifang said, leading her to the second bedroom with a smile. Xiao Shen used to sleep here. Although it's a second bedroom, it's very spacious, over 20 square meters. There's a study desk by the window, a single bed, and a large wardrobe. The window is open, and a few green plants sit on the windowsill. The room is very clean and bright. Yifang pointed to a pile of clothes on the bed and said, "These are new clothes I prepared for you. Come and try them." When she heard Hua Zhao was coming, Yifang immediately asked for her height and weight, then bought a bunch of clothes. She didn't know Hua Zhao's preferences, so she bought tops, pants, and skirts. Hua Zhao looked at the fabric of the clothes and knew they weren't cheap. They were all made of dacron, which is very popular now. A dacron shirt alone costs about 20 yuan just for the fabric. The 10 or so pieces of clothing on the bed cost around 200 yuan. That's a very generous gift. Hua Zhao looked at herself. During the trip, she had simply washed her hair and changed into plain clothes. Her face looked okay, but she hadn't showered in days. If she weren't naturally fragrant now, she'd be too embarrassed to see anyone. "Auntie, is there a place to take a shower? I want to wash up before changing into the new clothes." She didn't refuse Yifang's gift. No matter how heavy it was, she was confident she could carry it back. Yifang took Hua Zhao to the bathroom. To Hua Zhao's surprise, the bathroom was large, about 5 or 6 square meters. She always thought houses from this era were small and shabby. Bathrooms? Many apartment buildings didn't have private bathrooms. They shared a communal bathroom on each floor or every 2 floors. There was even an electric water heater in the bathroom. Hua Zhao looked up at the label, full of German words, indicating it was imported. "Let me show you how to use it." Yifang came over and kindly showed her how to use the water heater, with a friendly attitude and no hint of disdain. Afterward, she went inside and brought out some underwear, and "I also bought some underwear," she said, glancing at Hua Zhao's chest. "They might be a bit small, not just one size too small." TSK, her little Shin really has good luck.
Just make do for now.
I'll go buy a couple more later. No need. I brought my own underwear. I have several pieces. Hua Zhao quickly opened her bag and took out some clothes, including her homemade underwear.
Hey?
These dresses are very pretty. Yifang picked up a blue-green dress and shook it out. The fabric was quite ordinary, just plain cotton, but the style was something she'd never seen before, kind of cute. Hua Zhao, being such a beautiful girl, would look great in it. "This is my own making, maternity wear," Hua Zhao smiled. Out in the world, she was afraid others wouldn't know she was pregnant, so she made maternity clothes. It's easier to walk and take the bus, and if people don't pay attention to her, it's also better. "Looks good, better than what I bought, and pure cotton is the best. Wear this later, I want to see," Yifang said. She bought some fabric called tencel, thinking that young girls nowadays liked it. Hua Zhao lived in the countryside mountains, so it was probably hard to find tencel there. She bought it to show her kindness. Actually, as a doctor, she knew pure cotton was the best. Hua Zhao noticed that even women who seemed cold and distant still liked pretty clothes. Once she bought the fabric, she planned to make her a dress to surprise her. Hua Zhao went to the bathroom, washed her face until it was white, then put on the blue-green dress. She styled her hair into a loose, braided bun that draped over her chest, tying a bow with the same fabric at the end. She looked pure and charming. She also looked very fashionable, completely different from her earlier rustic appearance. Yifang's eyes widened in amazement. She thought to herself, Why did Shin decide on marriage after just one meeting, and why did they go straight to the wedding without caring about reputation? She really had found a treasure. Come quickly, time to eat. While Hua Zhao was taking a shower, Yifeng had already prepared a hearty lunch. There was fish, meat, and vegetables. After eating, Hua Zhao volunteered to wash the dishes. Yifeng didn't refuse. She had to go to work on time. Because she needed to pick flowers for Zhao, she had taken half a day off. In the afternoon, she had no plans and needed to go to the hospital. As a doctor, she couldn't leave her post easily. Just stay at home and sleep. If someone knocks on the door, don't open it. Just pretend you can't hear, Yifeng said. Zhao chuckled softly. She had thought Yifeng was a very serious, strict, and rigid person, but it turned out she wasn't. Seeing Zhao smile, Yifeng couldn't help but want to smile too. Her small face looked so pleasant and cheerful, making people feel happy. Don't go out wandering either. If you lose something, I can't afford to replace it. Shaoshin would be furious with me, Yifeng said with a smile. I'll rest tomorrow on the weekend, and then I can go out with you for a good walk. Okay, Zhao replied obediently. Yifeng smiled as she left the house. Inside, she suddenly regretted not having a daughter. It would have been nice to have a daughter who was pretty and made everyone happy just by seeing her. Unlike a mischievous boy who was annoying when he was little, but when he grew up and became confident, he disappeared. It was like she had no son at all. After she left, Zhao still went to sleep. She finally felt at peace, her body was refreshed, and she really wanted to sleep well. But before she could fall asleep, there was a knock on the door. She obediently pretended not to hear. However, the person outside was persistent, knocking loudly and calling out loudly from upstairs and downstairs. Zhao had to get up. She had a little guess who it might be. Sure enough, when she opened the door, standing outside was the woman called Zhao Danny from earlier. Next to her was a young woman, whom Zhao instinctively thought was Su Mei. She looked to be in her 20s, with 2 braids that made her look even younger. She was very pretty, with bright eyebrows and big eyes. But her gaze was a bit gloomy. She also looked very assertive. She looked Zhao up and down, her gloomy eyes deepening. Without politeness, she asked, "What's your name? Why are you here? And where is Yi Shun?" That rural woman? Her mother had gone to her workplace to tell her that Yifeng had brought back a very rustic woman, claiming she was Yi Shun's wife. She immediately rushed over. When the door opened, the woman was stunningly beautiful. Was she a relative of the Yi family? I am the rural woman from Yi Shun's family, Zhao said with a smile, leaving out a word she could have added. Su Mei's eyebrows shot up, and her beautiful features suddenly looked sharp and harsh. You are? What's your name? Where do you live? What is your family background? Are there any blacklisted or bad elements in your family? When did you marry Yi Shun? Who approved it? Do you have proof? Hey, now you're checking household registration. My name is Hua Zhao. As for other questions, you have no right to ask me, and I am not obliged to answer. Su Mei frowned, about to argue with Hua Zhao, and try to control her mentally. What is your name? What authority do you have to ask me these questions? Hua Zhao retorted. She thought she could shut Su Mei up, but she underestimated Su Mei's shamelessness. I am Yi Shun's partner, Su Mei answered with a strange look.
Hey,
where did that come from? Before Hua Zhao could curse, the women in the hallway started criticizing. So shameless. Wanting to marry Yi Shun crazy. Why didn't you do it earlier? If you liked Yi Shun so much, you shouldn't have been with Feng Long. You got involved with Feng Long, got dumped, and then came back to Yi Shun. Is it because Ye's family is easy to bully? Sure, she's not stupid. When has she ever dared to argue with Yifeng? She's taking advantage of Yifeng's absence to bully Yi Shun's wife. Hey, isn't she supposed to be a rural bride? She doesn't look like it. She's even prettier than city girls. It's her. She looks the same as before. I just saw her. She's a beautiful young girl.
no wonder Yishan likes her.
Everyone quickly started gossiping. Actually, they didn't want to embarrass Su Mei too much. They've known her for decades, watched her grow up. She was dumped, had a miscarriage, and now it's hard for her to find someone. They felt sorry for her. But that's why they got even angrier. If she had self-awareness, she would go elsewhere to fool outsiders. Why bully Yishin? That kid grew up watching her. They thought they were being kind by holding back, but Sume didn't see it that way. She glared viciously at everyone around her. None of your business. Always gossiping for no reason. Be careful, you might end up with your tongue pulled out in. Those words were very hurtful, and it was a group attack. Everyone's sympathy disappeared instantly. Fight her. She dares to believe in superstitions. Report her. She skipped work. Fire her. A few plump women from upstairs came down and quickly pushed Su Mei and Zhao Danny out of the building. Everyone was defending her, so Hua Zhao didn't hide in the house, but went downstairs with them. Outside, the crowd stopped pushing Su Mei and Zhao Danny. Su Mei saw Hua Zhao among the crowd and shouted loudly, "I am Yishin's girlfriend. I have proof." This made the crowd quiet. Hua Zhao was also surprised. She walked closer and asked curiously, "What proof do you have?" "I have the love letter he wrote to me back then," Su Mei said proudly. Hua Zhao's heart sank, but she didn't believe her. Her aunt had told her that Yishin had clearly said he didn't like Su Mei back then, and she believed it. If he had any feelings for her, he wouldn't have let Su Mei marry someone else or watch her suffer so much. She just had a strange feeling of confidence. "Where is the love letter?"
"Let me see it," Hua Zhao said.
Su Mei looked her up and down, then suddenly spat and said, "You can read?"
"Do you know how to read?"
Hua Zhao asked back. "Are you afraid to show it?
Or can't you?"
Maybe that love letter is just in your mind?" Everyone around laughed. They thought, wow, this pretty girl is quick-tongued and fiery. She doesn't take any nonsense.
"You."
Su Mei's face turned red with anger. She stared at Hua Zhao and said, "Don't be proud. I just didn't bring it with me. I can get it when I go home. How long does it take to get from here to your house? How long does a quick walk there and back take?"
Hua Zhao asked.
Su Mei didn't answer. Hua Zhao looked at the others. They didn't know why she was asking. Were they supposed to let Su Mei go home and get it? Why care about the time? But someone casually said, "Her house is just upstairs on the 3rd floor. It's only 2 or 3 minutes round trip." "Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes. Hurry home and get it," Hua Zhao told Su Mei. But Su Mei just stood there, staring at Hua Zhao with a sharp look. Hua Zhao didn't expect to guess right.
"Why?"
"Not brave enough to go? Just a little time, you could write a love letter. If you want to be careful, you could even copy Yishin's handwriting. But maybe you can't do that right now?" Oh, everyone suddenly understood. Seeing Su Mei's guilty expression, they knew Hua Zhao was right. This girl is so clever. Why didn't they think of that just now? "I just forgot where I put it. I need to look carefully. Tomorrow, I am sure I can bring it out. I have several letters after all." Su Mei struggled to say. "Huh. A whole day is enough for you to write 10 or even 20 letters." Hua Zhao looked her up and down. "Are you still keeping Yishin's old homework book? Does it have his handwriting? Have you been reminiscing or copying his style over the years? She's a lawyer, dealing with schemes and tricks every day. She has personally mimicked others' handwriting many times for certain purposes, and she has heard countless stories. Whenever Su Mei mentions letters, she can immediately start thinking of all sorts of things." Su Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. That was a silent agreement. How shameless. How did this kid turn out like this? It's all because of life pushing her. Some people felt sorry for her. Others disagreed. Life pushed her to do harm? Has she thought about how her words could hurt Yishin? Having a scandalous reputation makes it hard for Yishin to serve in the army or get promoted. And breaking up a couple. Hey, does this kid have a boyfriend now? Someone suddenly looked at Hua Zhao in surprise. When Hua Zhao arrived, she was dressed plainly in dull clothes. They didn't notice at first, but now she was wearing maternity clothes. The style covered her belly, but also clearly showed her pregnancy. Plus, she was over 3 months along, expecting twins. She was starting to show. Hua Zhao shyly nodded, touched her belly, and the loose clothes pressed down, making her slightly protruding belly more obvious. Yes, I am pregnant. Over 3 months now.
What?
Sume looked at her belly in disbelief, her face twisting with struggle. Hua Zhao really wanted to suggest she see a psychologist. Don't bring up love letters anymore. Yi Shun is a strong, upright person. Even when he was just a teenager, if he had written you love letters, how could he not contact you all these years? How could he let you marry someone else? Hua Zhao said, so, there were no love letters before, and you shouldn't bring up things you don't know about. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of forging evidence and framing a soldier. Since she had discovered Sume's plan, she had to crush it early. Otherwise, she might cause a lot of trouble. Even if it was proven later that Yi Shun was innocent, it would still cause delays and problems. Sume suddenly reached out and pointed at Hua Zhao, biting her lip angrily. Just wait and see. This isn't over. After saying that, she turned and strode away. Zhao Danny stayed where she was, staring carefully at Hua Zhao's belly. Her gaze was intense and unsettling. The people around couldn't stand it anymore and blocked her view. Did you just go to find Sume? Haven't you made lunch yet? Go back and cook. Be careful, your mother-in-law might scold you. Zhao Danny shivered, snapped out of her daze, and hurried home. The Su family was a mess, especially after Sume's incident. Things got worse. Hua Zhao thanked the neighbors and went home to rest. She didn't take what happened seriously. With her words as a shield, Sume wouldn't dare to write more love letters. If she was not clever, then it wouldn't matter even if she did. As for those strange rivals, Hua Zhao wasn't angry. As long as Yi Shun didn't like them, she didn't care. Yi Shun had liked others before, but she didn't mind. That was in the past. If she cared, it wouldn't make sense. Sume didn't go home. She rushed out of the neighborhood like the wind, sat in a quiet corner of the park, and thought deeply. She couldn't just let this go. She had waited for Yi Shun for so many years, endured so much for him, and now he had turned around and married a lovely wife. Ignoring her? No way. She thought of someone she hated the most, He Lan Lan. She blamed her for everything that happened to her today. Back then, she was too naive, trusting He Lan Lan as her best friend, sharing all her secrets. She listened to everything He Lan Lan said. But in the end, she fell into her trap and ended up in despair. Years ago, she was the first to tell He Lan Lan about her feelings for Yi Shun. He Lan Lan gave her advice. Pester Yi Fong until she was moved and could get help from the Yi family. She did as told, but it backfired. Later, she gave up on Yi Shun and started dating Feng Long, who came from a good family. They got engaged, and she told him they were both engaged and would eventually be a family. She thought some things shouldn't be too important. What's meant to be, will be. Being too reserved was just being spoiled and pretentious. But then He Lan Lan introduced her own cousin to Feng Long, and even got her cousin pregnant. Feng Long was forced to break up with her and marry her cousin, He Shuang Shuang. Later, she found out she was pregnant too, but it was too late, an ectopic pregnancy. It was He Lan Lan who came up with the idea to cause trouble at the Feng family and demand an explanation from them. As a result, everyone found out. Initially, only a few colleagues at her workplace knew and tried to help her keep it secret, but eventually, the whole city of Beijing learned about it. The Feng family was even angrier with her, and Feng Long completely disliked her now, feeling no guilt anymore. If she hadn't accidentally seen He Lan Lan mocking her in the mirror, she would have been fooled and played around like a fool. In that moment, she suddenly realized that He Lan Lan was deliberately trying to hurt her because she also liked Yi Shun. Now that Yi Shun is married, she plans to tell her this good news. Let's see if that woman can still smile.
Ha ha ha.
Sume nervously went to the hospital where she used to work. He Lan Lan also works there. But Sume is a nurse, and He Lan Lan is an administrative staff member. When Sume arrived, she immediately attracted many eyes. Since leaving, Sume had never come back. Her unplanned pregnancy in 1976 was even more shameful than cheating in later times. Hua Zhao was lucky to have someone supporting her, or the consequences would have been very bad. Sume gathered her courage and went to the last building of the hospital, directly to He Lanlan's office. He Lanlan was joking with her colleagues inside. When she saw Sume at the door, her face darkened, but she quickly recovered her composure, put on a polite smile, and hurried to greet her. "Why did you come to see me? I thought you didn't want me as a friend anymore," He Lanlan said, hugging Sume's shoulder and pushing her out. She whispered in her ear, "Don't forget our promise." After discovering He Lanlan's true nature, Sume wanted to expose her immediately. But He Lanlan was already prepared. She threatened her, saying if she told anyone, she would lose her job. And her parents, brother, and sister-in-law would also lose theirs. Sume's whole family worked at this hospital, but their positions were low, so they couldn't compete with He Lanlan's powerful background. He Lanlan even promised that if she didn't tell, she would get promotions for her entire family, just at another hospital. There was no need to keep a useless around as a ticking bomb. Sume's brother and sister-in-law begged her on their knees. She had to swallow her deep hatred and didn't reveal He Lanlan's true nature to outsiders. He Lanlan pushed Sume out of the office building and continued to push her until they reached a corner of the hospital park. She then coldly asked, "What are you here for?" Sume had long seen through her, but every time she saw her true face again, she still hated herself for being blind before. "I have good news for you," Sume said sarcastically. "What good news could you have?"
Lanlansne.
"Did you find someone?" Sume looked at her, her eyes almost bleeding. Who was responsible for her not having a partner? Her grudge. She must avenge it. This time is a good chance. She suppressed her rising hatred and said, "Yishan is married."
What?
He Lanlan was shocked. "How come I didn't know? Why should I tell you? What are you to him?"
Sume suddenly laughed loudly.
"Is that true?" He Lanlan calmed down and looked at Sume with suspicion. Maybe Sume was just trying to provoke her? She saw Yishan a few months ago. He was still single. Then he went on a mission. When that mission ended, he might get promoted again. Her family was also waiting for his promotion, so she could officially propose marriage.
Dream on.
Sume laughed even more happily. His wife has already come to his door. She's pregnant too. Over 3 months now. You, wanting to be Yishan's wife, forget it. Maybe in your next life. Over 3 months? He Lanlan's eyes flickered immediately. Yishan definitely had no partner 3 months ago. He had been in the army for 2 years without leave, and she had been watching him. That woman from the Ma family was even less likely to succeed. How could he be married? That woman was over 3 months pregnant. The timing didn't match. "Have you seen her?" He Lanlan asked. "Just saw her and we argued." The girl is sharp-tongued. Sume mentioned Hua Zhao again, and her resentment seemed to lessen. Compared to Hua Zhao, she hated He Lanlan even more. She's very pretty, lively, 18 years old, a fresh flower. Sume sneered at He Lanlan. "Much prettier than you, an old girl." Back then, she waited for Yishan until she was 23. He Lanlan kept telling her every day she couldn't wait anymore, that she was getting old, worthless. No one in the Yi family or ordinary families would want her. Now He Lanlan was also 23. "Are you still planning to cling to Yishan? You want to hang someone, but there are no branches for you," Sume said, recalling what He Lanlan once said. "You're still young, so hurry up and find a good man. Otherwise, you'll end up with a widower or an old man." He Lanlan's mask couldn't hold up anymore.
Ha ha ha.
Sume laughed loudly and left. The rest of the matter was left to He Lanlan. Others said she loved Yishan so much she was crazy, but she was actually starting to forget what Yishan looked like, since they hadn't seen each other in over 10 years. Whenever she had the chance, He Lanlan would rush to the army to see Yishan. She thought she was the crazy one. For Yishan, she was willing to do anything, even terrible things. He Lanlan stared at Sume's back until she disappeared, then immediately turned around and went home. She wanted her family to find out if it was true. When the He family heard about Yishan's marriage, they couldn't believe it and thought it was a joke. But after checking, it was true. "Old Yi, you didn't do things right. Yishun's wedding is such a big event, and you didn't tell everyone? Why did you hide it? Were you afraid we would go to your house to celebrate? He Lanlan's father, He Jianya, called Yishun's father Yi Mao. Yi Mao rubbed his forehead. How could he have hidden it? He was kept in the dark too. But he said, who said I didn't invite you to the wedding? It's just that he has a mission and hasn't come back. When he does, I'll have him personally bring the wedding gifts to your house. As for hosting a celebration during these special times, we won't be doing that. At this moment, Tangshan was a heavy industry city, suddenly destroyed, with huge losses. The whole country was busy and overwhelmed. How could he dare to arrange a wedding for his son now? Humph, I remember now. I'm busy too, and have no time for drinks. He Jianya finally hung up. He had already hinted to Yi Mao many times about marrying into the Yi family, but each time, Yi Mao dodged the issue. This time, they did something even more reckless. They secretly got married without telling him. This was a clear insult to the He family. Just like outsiders, he thought the He family had no successors anymore. He was determined to make them pay. He wanted to ruin the rising star of the Yi family. A simple rural girl, her father died early, her mother remarried, and she has a retired grandfather with a serious illness. She's nothing special, He Jianya said, pointing at the information on the paper and handing it to his daughter. Regarding the grandfather who is seriously ill, named Hua Chong, He Jianya saw him, hesitated for a moment, then let it go. Hua Chong had been gone for a long time and was no longer in his memory. Even if he remembered, what difference would it make? He left so long ago, and the world has changed since then. Plus, he was terminally ill and unlikely to live much longer. He was just a useless person, not worth mentioning. Do you have any ideas? He Jianya asked his daughter. He knew his daughter was clever with small tricks, and sometimes these small tricks worked best. Dad, I still like Yishun, He Lanlan said. He's already married. What's the use of liking him? He Jianya frowned. Married or not, they can get divorced, He Lanlan said without care. Getting divorced would ruin his reputation and future. What good would he be for our He family? Who says a man's divorce is his fault? He's also a victim of deception. Why should he bear the consequences? He Lanlan shouted.
Huh? Tell me more, he said.
I heard that the woman is pregnant, more than 3 months along. He Lanlan looked at the information on the paper. Yishun had only been married for a little over 3 months. What a coincidence. She got pregnant right away? And at that time, Yishun might not have even touched that woman. They only met once, and Yishun was eager to get close? She didn't believe it. Yishun was so cold and distant. They had perfect timing, just the two of them alone. She was soaked in sweat and pressed against him, but he remained unmoved and pushed her away. So, that child definitely isn't Yishun's. He Jianya thought she made a good point. Their He family had a hard time with children. He had 3 wives in his life and only 2 children. His second brother didn't change wives, but also only had 2 children. His third brother was in poor health and had married by age 30. How hard was it to have a child? Could it happen just once? So, who is he? He Jianya looked at the paper again, focusing on the name Hua Chong.
Oh, I see now.
He suddenly realized. It might really be that Hua Chong. What Hua Chong? He Lanlan knew nothing about Hua Chong. He's an old comrade who once saved Yishun's grandfather, Yizhenhua. Yishun probably went to see him, and the old man kept him there. He Jianya is quite good at imagining things. As for the reason, it must be because his granddaughter did something shameful, and he's just finding someone to take the blame. He Lanlan's eyes sparkle with understanding. That makes sense. Yishun might know, but he promised to keep quiet because of past favors. Or maybe he doesn't know at all.
Dad.
That's great. He Lanlan almost cheers. Yishun fell into someone else's trap, and she wants to save him from trouble. Now, we need to find out who the man is that got her pregnant, He Lanlan said to her father. Don't worry, I will handle this, He Jianya said immediately. If this new star can be used for our benefit, there's no need to ruin it. It's a shame to waste it. The next day, on the weekend, Yifang was resting and took Hua Zhao out to explore the big city. They went straight to the department store in Wangfujing, which has the best and most complete items. Hua Zhao headed straight to the fabric section. "Auntie, what kind of fabric do you like? Pick a few pieces, and I'll make you some clothes," Hua Zhao said. "You're going to make clothes for me?"
Yifang was a bit surprised.
Besides the clothes her mother made when she was young, she mostly bought ready-made clothes later. She really admired Hua Zhao's sewing skills. Today, Hua Zhao was wearing another bright red dress. This dress was bought just for celebration. The style wasn't very attractive, but yesterday afternoon, when she got home, she found Hua Zhao already wearing it. She had made some simple adjustments, and it looked very fashionable and beautiful. Her sewing might not be better than that of experienced tailors, but her fresh style was something even old tailors couldn't create. The girl's mind is quick. "I can't wear clothes like yours." Yifang still hesitated. Hua Zhao's clothes weren't maternity wear, so they showed her figure too much. They looked good, but they weren't suitable for her. Actually, Hua Zhao didn't mean to show off her figure, but her body was just like that. A slight waist tuck made her look curvier, with a prominent front and back, often turning heads. She regretted not wearing maternity clothes today. This isn't decades later, and showing off curves might be considered inappropriate. But before leaving, Yifang's words touched her. She said the bride should wear red. She hadn't worn red for a few months, so she wanted to make up for it. Hua Zhao also thought she should wear red for a few days. Otherwise, the wedding wouldn't have any sense of ceremony. "Auntie, I can make clothes for someone your age too. I promise they'll look nice. Just pick the fabric you like, and I'll do the rest," said Hua Zhao, ignoring the gazes around her. "Let them talk. Who cares what outsiders say? Anyway, the weather will soon clear up, and everyone will dress like this on the street. Some people even wear their undergarments outside." Hua Zhao cheerfully encouraged her, and Yifang reluctantly chose a few plain, elegant fabrics. Then she picked out some bright, floral-patterned ones for Hua Zhao. Girls should wear pretty clothes. If not at 18, then when? At 80? After buying the fabric, Yifang took Hua Zhao to buy some pastries. She was worried Hua Zhao might get hungry at home, and since she didn't feel comfortable cooking, she decided to buy ready-made snacks. Hua Zhao quickly stopped her. "Annie, I don't want to buy these. I don't eat them." "Wow, the pastries here cost 15 or 20 yuan per jean, almost a month's salary for one person. That's too expensive." She knew Yifang's family didn't have much savings. Yifang and Qin Xiangdong earned steady salaries, maybe a little more than average, but together they earned less than 3,000 yuan a year. They still had to pay for food, clothing, retirement, and expensive imported appliances, so they probably didn't have much left. Plus, they had a son studying at university in the south, not married yet. She couldn't possibly spend all their future wedding money now. "This cream cake is delicious. Buy some to try." "I don't like cream. It's too greasy," Hua Zhao said. "Then buy this one with meat floss. It's salty and flavorful, not greasy," Yifang suggested. "No, I don't know what kind of meat is in it," Hua Zhao replied. The shop assistant rolled her eyes at her. Yifang liked her more because she was firm and didn't give in easily. She finally decided, "I like it, I'll buy some." But Hua Zhao said, "You like it, I'll make it for you. I can do it." The shop assistant couldn't hold back and said, "Our pastry chef learned from foreign Western chefs. There are very few people like that in the country. Do you think you can do it?" Her little expression was almost like a meme. Hua Zhao suddenly had the idea of opening a cake shop. But never mind, maybe in a few years. Right now, she couldn't do anything. What kind of attitude is that? Yifang was angry. She couldn't stand anyone bullying her child. The waitress immediately shrank her neck and said nothing. She had thought these two people were just looking and not buying, assuming they were poor folks from the countryside trying to see something new. But when the woman glared at her, she realized she had been mistaken. "Forget it, Auntie. There's no need to argue with someone like that." "It would only lower my own class," Hua Zhao said, holding Yifang's arm and pulling her away. Yifang looked back at her. The young girl smiled calmly, not caring about others' opinions. This kind of open-minded attitude was rare. Most people her age couldn't do that. Hua Chong teaches good manners. Hua Zhao took Yifeng upstairs to the home appliance section. Andy, can we buy an oven? It's best for making cakes. Really? You know how? Yifeng asked, surprised. Of course. My grandpa has tried it before and told me how to do it. I practiced at home and actually succeeded. At home, I used a homemade clay kiln as an oven, but this building can't use that. Okay, let's buy it, Yifeng agreed, taking Hua Zhao to buy the oven. Ovens are not cheap, more than 500 yuan. Yifeng felt a little upset spending that much, but since the child wanted to make cakes for her, she decided to buy it. They carried home many packages, and a staff member delivered the oven to their door. Since it was valuable, the store arranged for delivery. Once home, Hua Zhao immediately started working, making dough and whipping cream. She planned to show her skills by first making a souffle for her aunt, then chiffon cake, meat floss cake, and more. As a skilled homemade baker, she did everything herself. She even included baking in her list of handmade crafts. Seeing the egg whites turn into cream little by little amazed Yifeng. Is cream really made from egg whites? And like this? She asked, surprised. She had thought it was more mysterious. And meat floss is made this way? She wondered, thinking it was very mysterious. Hua Zhao smiled. After 2 hours, she had baked batch after batch of cakes, filling the house with a sweet aroma. They're way better than what you buy in the store, Yifeng said happily. And cheaper too, Hua Zhao added. How much did this batch of cakes cost to make? A pound of eggs costs about 1 yuan, a pound of flour only a few cents, and the costs for sugar, oil, and electricity are negligible, less than 2 yuan in total. Yet it sells for over 20 yuan per pound. I really want to open a shop to make money. This is much more profitable than bean sprouts. Normally, it takes a week to grow a basket of bean sprouts and earn just a few dozen yuan. But this, in a short time, can earn over 20 yuan. Little flower, what are your plans for the future? Yifeng suddenly asked. Plans? In what way? Hua Zhao asked. Like, will you follow the army in the future? Of course. Hua Zhao was a bit surprised by how carefully she was asked. Why wouldn't she follow the army? Would she just stay at home taking care of her 2 children? Yifeng smiled and said, You might not know, but following the army is very hard. You have to live in the mountains by the sea or somewhere else, and the conditions are very tough. Hua Zhao understood and said with a smile, Is our village that hard? The only town nearby has a supply and marketing cooperative, and it's a 10-mile mountain walk. To get to the county seat, it takes half an hour by train. And for 6 months of the year, you can't go out at all.
If you go out accidentally, you might freeze to death.
Maybe not, at worst, it's not that bad. Yifeng also smiled. Suddenly, she realized that having a rural wife was very beneficial. The hardships she thought were unbearable seemed normal to her. From then on, life would be good. And this rural wife was not at all village-like. She was delicate, beautiful, and open-minded. The ideal daughter-in-law Yishin once imagined didn't match her standards. Let's go. We'll share the cake. Thanks to the neighbors who helped you yesterday, Yifeng said. Yesterday, Hua Zhao's few words had broken Su Mei's scheme. As soon as she finished work, someone told her about it. She was both surprised and excited. This girl is really incredibly clever. Her little Shun has good taste. Yifeng took Hua Zhao to visit the neighbors, also meaning to formally introduce her, showing she accepted her as a daughter-in-law. Hua Zhao's cooking skills received high praise from everyone. But Hua Zhao felt uneasy. Her oven might be idle from now on. Several older women said they wanted to learn her skills. A few even said they would bring ingredients to her and ask her to help make things. Hua Zhao's smile stiffened. She had never met neighbors like this in her past life. Yifeng felt like laughing but chose to refuse everyone directly. No, that can't happen. My little Hua is pregnant, so she shouldn't be tired. She worked so hard today and is exhausted. She needs to rest well. Everyone suddenly remembered who Yifeng was, someone with a temper who wouldn't even give face to the director. They had no choice but to give up the idea of trying to get help with the oven or skills. Back home, Yifeng said to Hua Zhao, getting along with neighbors is also a skill. You need to know your limits. They helped you yesterday because they are kind-hearted and want to stand up for you. It's also because Sume was too much and offended everyone. Remember, being grateful for their kindness is good. If they face similar problems in the future, you should speak up and help them. Don't see them as just good people and let them take advantage of you. If you do that, they will become even more overbearing, and eventually, they might come into your home and get involved in your family affairs, Yifeng said earnestly. Many young couples living alone are often bullied by pushy neighbors. They want to save face and don't want to cause trouble, so they let others take advantage. Those neighbors might not even remember their kindness and might talk behind their backs, calling them fools. There are many such neighbors. In their building there are a few. Not everyone has good manners or is considerate. Hua Zhao nodded, showing she understood. She had never experienced difficult neighbors before. In her previous life, her neighbors were just acquaintances who exchanged greetings like, "Is your power out too?" Or, "When will the water come back?" Getting bullied into her home? That was impossible. But right now, it seemed very possible. Lao Tai Tai Lu from across the street liked to borrow things. Yifeng didn't want her to experience it firsthand. So she explained, today she borrows a spoon of soy sauce, tomorrow a spoon of vinegar, the day after a clove of garlic. She borrows from your house today, then from her neighbors tomorrow, following a pattern. She never spends her own money on oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar all year. She only takes a little at a time, not 365 days straight. Who would bother to ask her to pay back? No one. Hua Zhao widened her eyes. Could she really do that? Is she not afraid of being laughed at? She even laughs at others, Yifeng said. Some things are not what you think they are. What you see as shameful might be considered honorable by others. Old Tai Tai often brags to her daughter-in-law about how much money she saved her family in a year. Her son and daughter-in-law initially felt a bit shy, but gradually it seemed they just looked embarrassed. In fact, they also thought everything was quite good. Son's family on the top floor likes to find people to do chores for them, Yifeng continued. Today they carry rice, tomorrow they carry coal, the day after they repair the house. Living on the top floor makes things easier for them. They never carry heavy things themselves, always asking others for help. But they don't appreciate the help. It's like they think it's expected. Every year they ask someone to fix the roof, and every year they complain that the work isn't good enough. Hua Zhao blinked. She knew the woman from Sun's family on the top floor. She was the one who scolded Su Mei the harshest yesterday. At that moment, she really appreciated her. Downstairs, Zheng's family likes to ask others to help take care of their children, Yifeng said with a serious look. They have 5 kids. You could say they grew up eating from many families in this neighborhood. Since the kids could run, they never took care of them properly. Look, as soon as the cake was delivered today, they'll come to our house tomorrow. Hua Zhao looked worried too. She liked children, but she didn't like naughty kids or irresponsible parents. How old are their children? I didn't see them when I delivered the cake earlier, Hua Zhao asked. The oldest is 10, the youngest is 3. It's summer vacation now, so they're probably playing at someone else's house. They'll come back after dinner, Yifeng replied. Hua Zhao looked anxious. I have to go shopping early tomorrow morning. Naughty kids are the hardest to deal with, and with a 3-year-old, it's even worse. You can't scold or punish them. If you don't let them be naughty, they'll cry and throw tantrums. It's your fault. To avoid getting upset and making herself sick, Hua Zhao decided not to stay at home and instead take a walk around the big city. Won't they get lost? Yifeng still worried a little. Don't worry, they won't, Hua Zhao said casually. She picked up a nearby piece of white paper and started drawing a map. We live in the hospital staff compound. This is Yuqing Street, this is Chang'an Street, and this is... Gradually, she drew the landmarks and streets inside the 3rd ring road. She also knew which buses ran on each road. She remembered the map from her previous life. Although she didn't live in Beijing then, she went to school here, so she was very familiar with the area. The bus routes she knew by heart, though they had changed a lot since her last time. How did you find out? Yifeng asked in surprise. She didn't know which bus routes ran where. She only knew a few she usually took. I bought a newspaper, and it had all the information, Hua Zhao replied with a smile. You're really good at remembering things, Yifeng praised. Suddenly, she remembered something. Looking at the few clear words on the white paper, written neatly but with a strong character.
Can you write? She asked.
She remembered from the files that Hua Zhao hadn't even finished first grade. Qin Xiangdong checked Hua Zhao's file and told her. At that time, they were both worried. How could a person without a high school diploma educate children in the future? Yifeng also thought she would need to put in more effort then. I haven't been to school, but my grandfather taught me at home, Hua Zhao said. He went to a private school.
Oh.
Yifeng felt relieved. Seeing the strong character in her writing, she knew Hua Chang's education level was definitely good. By the way, what are your future plans? Yifeng asked again. Seeing Hua Zhao look confused, she thought for a moment and said slowly, Actually, I don't really recommend you always follow the army. If Yixin goes somewhere very difficult, you might consider coming to Beijing to live. It would be better for the children's education. You could also find a job yourself and get to know society. Don't stay stuck at home every day, just revolving around him and the children. Hua Zhao looked at Yifeng. Her words were honest advice, well-meaning and from her perspective, thinking carefully for her. Even her own mother only considered her like this. Thank you, Aunt. You're so kind, Hua Zhao said gratefully. She didn't resent her for breaking up her marriage. Instead, she thought she was good. Yifeng smiled, glad she took the risk of being the bad person. If Hua Zhao ever misunderstood her, their relationship would be hard to fix, and it would be impossible to explain everything clearly. Now, how many young girls think it's bad to always revolve around men and children? Only older, experienced people understand. She didn't expect Hua Zhao to understand too. Aunt, I want to go to school,
Hua Zhao said.
Since she was sincere and open with her, Hua Zhao wanted to return the favor. Go to school? Yifeng was surprised. She thought Hua Zhao just wanted to find a job. She was even planning to help her find a good one like a pastry chef at a big restaurant. In the top hotel in Beijing, working as a pastry chef is not tiring, pays well, and offers good benefits. In this resource-scarce era, hotels, clothing factories, food factories, and supply cooperatives are the best places to find jobs. Having enough to eat and wear means you have no other worries. Power, postal services, and banks are not important. Ordinary people rarely need them. Do you want to go to a vocational school? What would you like to study? Yifeng asked. I want to go to high school, Hua Zhao replied. To improve my education. She didn't dare say she wanted to go to university. At this time, university admission is possible through recommendation, even though the college entrance exam hasn't fully resumed. Factories, rural areas, and public institutions can recommend students to university, which is how children of workers and farmers become college students. Yifeng also thought, instead of high school, why not go straight to university?
No.
Hua Zhao quickly shook her head. The Children of Workers and Farmers University has low requirements for students' basic skills. With a recommendation, she can get in now, but the value of such a degree is very low. In the future, if she says she attended the Children of Workers and Farmers University, or that she was among the first to re-enter university after the college entrance exam was restored, the treatment she receives will be worlds apart. I haven't attended a proper school at all. I'm pregnant now, so going to university isn't suitable. I just want to be listed as a student somewhere. The first time the college entrance exam was restored, it was said that anyone who had attended school could take it, whether they graduated from middle school or high school. But Hua Zhao didn't know if those who didn't finish first grade of elementary school could participate. To be safe, she wanted to get a high school diploma first. Yifeng thought she was after a degree. That's easy. When I have time, I'll talk to the nearby school and get you registered. You're so kind, Aunt. Hua Zhao threw herself into her arms. When such underhanded tricks happen to oneself, they seem so adorable.
Yifeng similed.
Such a small matter made her so happy. Now, going to school isn't considered a good thing, especially high school, because students can't take the college entrance exam. Most high school students are just passing time getting a high school diploma, then either working or going to the countryside. In 1976, going to the countryside hadn't ended yet, but it was the last batch. That evening, Hua Zhao finished making a long shirt dress for Yifang. The top is a fitted shirt-style blouse with long sleeves, and the hem reaches down to the ankles, tied at the waist with a wide belt. It looks both neat and simple, making the whole person appear very elegant. Yifang immediately liked it and almost couldn't put it down. She had thought earlier that recommending Xiaohua to the restaurant might be a mistake. She should go to the clothing factory instead. Never mind, she would wait until after she has her baby. Maybe Xiaohua will discover other talents then. The next morning, Hua Zhao left the house with Yifang. When they reached downstairs, she saw Zhao's big gate open and 5 or 6 children gathered at the door, watching them. Their gazes made Hua Zhao feel uncomfortable. She quickly understood. They were waiting for Yifang to leave so they could go to her house and find her. Because Yifang is known for having a bad temper, these children haven't often been to her house. But when Yifang isn't around, only her new daughter-in-law, who isn't very popular, is there, and things are different. "Hey, are you taking your aunt to work?" A grown-ups had appeared at the door, looking at Hua Zhao and asking. "No, I'm going shopping," Hua Zhao replied. "Shopping, huh?" The woman looked at Yifang's cold expression and didn't ask when she would return. But she wasn't worried. Yifang would come back sooner or later. When she does, she can go then. Hua Zhao held Yifang's arm, walking out of the corridor and the community, with a trail of curious looks behind her. Suddenly, Yifang shoved 20 yuan into her hand.
Spend the whole day outside today.
If you're hungry, find a restaurant to eat. I finish work at 6 p.m., then you can come back. No need, Auntie, I have money. Hua Zhao pushed it back. Yours is yours, and this is from me. Don't pull and tug, or people will laugh. It was early morning, a busy time for work, with people coming and going. It wasn't a good time to argue, and Hua Zhao wasn't the type to argue. So she accepted it. Yifang's kindness, she would repay double. Yifang smiled, patted her hand, and went to work. Hua Zhao got on the bus to Liuli factory. In 1976, what was the most worth visiting? Not the park, not the mall, but this era's special creation, a cultural relic shop. Antiques and relics have always been valuable, everyone knows that. 10 years ago, the initial craze had passed. Artifacts and antiques were still valuable, and there were special shops that bought them. However, the prices were very low, 1 yuan for a bowl, just a few yuan for a painting. These items were then sold to high-level officials or foreign guests to earn foreign currency. Some shops only bought items and did not sell, while others sold some ordinary things to regular people. Hua Zhao was interested in these ordinary items. Today, objects worth millions or even tens of millions were considered just ordinary back then. For example, paintings by Zhang Daqian or Qi Baishe. After getting off the bus, Hua Zhao started looking around. In her previous life, she had never visited a relic shop. She heard from an older client that there was a relic shop in this area long ago, full of good stuff. If you added it all up today, it could buy a big building in downtown Shanghai. But back then it was sold at a very low price. He found a few cabbages, cheap items inside. By the 1990s, he had made his first fortune and become rich. He later regretted it so much that he felt like his intestines turned green. If he had waited another 20 years, those cabbages could have been exchanged for a mountain of gold, more than he earned through hard work over 20 years. Hua Zhao kept searching and suddenly saw a relic shop on the roadside. No, a relic store. She went inside and immediately smelled a strong old, musty odor. The shop was large and dark, like a supply store, with counters and shelves, but all selling junk. There were 3 staff members, each guarding one wall. When they saw Hua Zhao come in, their eyes lit up. It was rare to see a young girl come into their shop, especially such a beautiful girl. "Looking to buy something?" asked an old man in his 60s, glancing at Hua Zhao and then at her backpack. At his age, he was no longer interested in young girls. He only liked treasures. Hua Zhao thought his attitude was friendly. She walked over and smiled, saying, "I want to buy something. Is there anything ordinary people can afford?" The old man pointed west. Anything over there is fine. Hua Zhao turned her head and was a bit surprised. In that direction, there were various small trinkets on the counters, and behind them, shelves filled with rolled-up, unopened calligraphy and paintings. In the corner, there were many porcelain jars on the floor. There was a wide variety of items to choose from. Hua Zhao happily headed toward the cabbages, cheap items. The young man at the counter also looked very happy. "Miss, do you want to buy something? I have a few jade bangles, very beautiful." He took out a jewelry box from behind the counter, which contained 7 or 8 jade bracelets, along with some earrings and rings. The quality was average. After jade prices soared in later times, they might be worth a few thousand or 10,000 yuan. At this moment, foreign guests didn't like jade and wouldn't buy it. Wealthy families didn't like such low-quality jade either, so they were being sold now. "How much?" Hua Zhao asked, picking up the one with the best quality. 100, the young man replied. Hua Zhao put it back down. She didn't like it either. Even though she could make a profit buying it for 100 yuan, earning millions or tens of millions was better than just a few thousand. Why settle for small gains? "Do you have something better?" Hua Zhao asked casually. The young man hesitated for a moment, then looked at Hua Zhao and said, "Wait a moment." He turned and went through a small door behind him. Soon he came back holding a box. Hua Zhao's eyes lit up when she saw the box. It was a carved redwood box with gold edges, decorated with Buddhist treasures like pearls, agate, and shell inlays. In ancient times, it might have been very valuable, but now it was not worth much. Redwood, especially small items like this, was not expensive. A small redwood table could be worth only 5 yuan. Nowadays, the only thing that might be valuable was the gold in the corners and drawer handles. But what is the current price of gold? The bank's buying price is 99 yuan per tael, roughly 2 yuan per gram. So, unless this box belonged to a famous person or a royal consort, it wasn't worth much. The young man opened the unvaluable box, pulling out all 3 layers of drawers. Inside was a set of jade jewelry. Bracelets, necklaces, earrings, rings. Hua Zhao's eyes brightened. She liked this color. It wasn't imperial green, but a bright spring green, like apple green, a bit pale but with good clarity, almost glass-like, very rigid. It looked shiny and fresh. "This color suits young girls perfectly," the young man whispered. It was ordered by someone before, but she later said she didn't want it anymore. "You came at just the right time." The young man winked at him. Although they are not a jewelry store and do not offer custom designs, good items are rare. Sometimes, selling to someone depends on relationships. This set of jewelry was originally meant to be exchanged for foreign currency, but now there are very few foreigners visiting China. When a few came and showed no interest, someone moved on it and they agreed to sell it domestically. Someone immediately bought it, but they didn't come to pick it up for several days, and I heard they got unlucky. The young man wanted to sell it to Hua Zhao, if she could afford it. But it should be fine. This girl's temperament is better than most high-status children I've seen. Hua Zhao picked up the bright green bracelet. Even in the dim room, its shine couldn't be hidden. It almost seemed to absorb light. Suddenly, Hua Zhao felt her energy flow a little faster. Golden energy moved to her hand, then unexpectedly flowed out, circling the bracelet, and returned to her body. She immediately felt a slight difference, more cooling. It was August, the hottest time in Beijing. She had walked a long way to find the shop, and her body was sunburned. Standing inside for a while didn't help. But now, she felt much cooler. Hua Zhao held the bracelet and waited a moment. After the energy circled it 3 times, she felt completely cool and was sure the bracelet was really useful to her. She put the bracelet on her wrist. It fit perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose. "How much?" "Who told you to wear it? Take it off now." Just after she asked the price, a sharp female voice shouted from behind. Hua Zhao saw the young man behind her look distressed when he saw the woman approaching, so she knew she was dealing with someone difficult. She turned around, and the woman rushed forward, grabbing her wrist. "Take it off quickly. It's mine." Hua Zhao saw clearly. It was a girl about 18 or 19, pretty, but with a spoiled look on her face. The woman standing next to her, in her 20s, looked kind and smiled gently. "Let go," Hua Zhao said calmly to the girl. "I won't. If you take off the bracelet, I'll let go," the girl said, trying to remove the bracelet herself. But Hua Zhao had put it on tightly, and now she wasn't cooperating. Removing it wouldn't be easy. Flower Zhao quickly moved her hand and broke free from the girl's grip, shouting, "Let's talk calmly. No fighting. I am pregnant, and I can't afford to get hurt." This worked. The girl didn't rush forward again. She looked at Flower Zhao's belly, and then at her face. She didn't expect such a young girl to be married. The young man selling the jewelry also looked surprised and disappointed. Qi Lingling took a step back and pointed at Flower Zhao. "Take off the bracelet now." Flower Zhao turned to the young man and asked, "Is this jewelry hers?" "No." The young man immediately shook his head. Flower Zhao was a bit surprised. She thought the person who ordered the jewelry would come, but it wasn't them. That made things easier. "See, he says it's not hers," Flower Zhao said, looking at the girl. "This jewelry was reserved by my older cousin. I'm here to pick it up for her." The girl glared at the young man. Flower Zhao smiled suddenly and turned to the young man. "Do you accept reservations here?" The young man shook his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. Rules and hidden deals can't be made public. Even if everyone is doing it, once it's exposed, it's dangerous." "How can you do this? How dare you deny it? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? I will tell my father and have you all fired." Qi Lingling had a strong temper. She was the only one speaking. She pointed her finger, and everyone in the room, including Flower Zhao, looked at her. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned tense. Everyone looked at Qi Lingling with resentment. She even threatened to tell her father, and her uncle was already inside. Her father was far away? They wanted to see if her father had the power. People working here usually had some skills and connections. Normally, they would give Qi Lingling some face. But now, since the jewelry was reserved by her cousin, her family was finished. It might be her turn soon. "Lingling, you can't use your power to pressure others," He Lanlan said, pulling Qi Lingling's arm. Qi Lingling snorted, feeling a bit unhappy. But her father said she had to listen to Sister He now, so she decided to let it go. "How much is this jewelry? I want to buy it now." Qi Lingling pointed at the jewelry box. The young man looked at Flower Zhao. Just as she was about to speak, an old man from afar suddenly spoke and came over. 2,000. The young man's eyes widened. Qi Lingling's eyes grew even bigger. "Isn't it 1,000? You suddenly raised the price. I will go and report you." 1,000. That's in US dollars, the old man said, pulling out a tag from his jewelry box.
"See?
Clearly marked $1,000. Internally, that's 2,000 yuan. Of course, that wasn't the case. They had agreed with her cousin that the price was indeed 1,000 yuan, and this was approved in an internal meeting. But now, the price is 2,000 yuan. The old man wanted to calm the fight and make everyone back down. "Okay, 2,000 deal," Hua Zhao said. "Everyone." Hua Zhao took off her backpack, pulled out 2 stacks of bundled yuan, and placed them in front of the young man. "Exactly 2,000. You count it." The young man blinked and looked at the old man. What could the old man do? He just said it, and it hadn't even settled yet. Could he take it back? The young man happily started counting the money. Seeing Qi Lingling's silly look, it was clear she hadn't brought enough money. Qi Lingling gritted her teeth, but felt helpless. She knew that even if she went home now, she couldn't take out another 1,000 yuan. That 1,000 yuan was for an important matter, pooled together by the 3 families.
Lanlan, I'm sorry.
"I can't buy this for your birthday gift." Qi Lingling immediately apologized to the woman beside her. "But all the other things in the shop, as long as they're under 1,000 yuan, you can pick whatever you like. I'll buy them for you." All eyes turned to He Lanlan. So, the items were meant as a gift for this woman. She had been acting so calm, as if she was just here to browse. And what sister? A birthday gift worth 1,000 yuan? They dealt with high-level people, and the shop assistants quickly understood the underlying message. Rumors said the Qi family was about to fall apart, and they were desperately trying all kinds of ways to save themselves. He Lamlin's face turned pale. She shouldn't have come out with this fool. Qi Lingling misunderstood her, thinking she only liked this set of jewelry. Well, the other items in the shop were either bottles, jars, or some broken paintings. Girls wouldn't like those. This set of jewelry was truly a rare treasure. If her father hadn't ordered her not to, she wouldn't even want to give it away. She glared at Hua Zhao fiercely. "What's your name? Where are you from?" She was sure Hua Zhao wasn't from Beijing. Someone who could carry 2,000 yuan around must be well-connected. If Hua Zhao was local, she would have been famous already. After all, she looks so beautiful. "My name is Hua Zhao."
What?
"What's your name?" "Hua Zhao." He Lan stared at Hua Zhao in disbelief. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to her belly. "Hua Zhao, the pregnant woman. Who is Yi Shen to you?"
Huh?
She actually knows Hua Zhao is connected to Yi Shen? And with that tone, it seems she's another one of her man's troublemakers. "He is my husband. Do you know him?" Hua Zhao smiled simply and kindly, looking innocent and sweet. He Lan's eyes flickered, and she slowly lowered her guard, trying to show a gentle smile. "My brother and Yi Shen are comrades in arms. I met him a few times when I visited my brother." "I see." Hua Zhao continued to smile naively. Suddenly, Qi Lingling said, "Since everyone knows each other, why don't you give this set of jewelry to Sister Helan? Her birthday is coming soon." He Lan immediately tugged at Qi Lingling's arm as if trying to stop her, but she didn't say anything. Hua Zhao was sure about her identity now, sneering inwardly. "How much do you want for it?" Hua Zhao asked with a smile. Qi Lingling clutched her 1,000 yuan bill, glaring at Hua Zhao. How dare she ask that? It's her birthday, and she's supposed to give a gift without asking for money? Hua Zhao understood her look and thought, "I really shouldn't have gone out today. I've met some real oddballs." "What do you mean? Are you asking me to give this jewelry set to this girl as a birthday gift?" Hua Zhao asked plainly, looking confused but serious. He Lan's eyes flickered again, and she finally smiled. So she's just as naive as Qi Lingling. That makes things easier. Everyone knows each other. It's your sister, Helan's birthday. Shouldn't you give her a gift? Qi Lingling said confidently. Hua Zhao realized this girl was truly innocent and sweet. Qi Lingling had her own reasons. "Do you know who Sister Helan's father is?" "Many people want to give her gifts but can't find the right way. You're lucky to have met her."
"If it weren't for your man being..."
Her eyes suddenly widened. "Who did you say your man is?" "Yi Shen," Hua Zhao replied with a smile.
"Ah!"
Qi Lingling exclaimed in shock, staring at Hua Zhao in disbelief.
"Why?"
"Is my man famous?" Hua Zhao asked curiously. "I heard that Yi Shen comes from a good family background, but I wonder if he is a third-generation heir, or just someone pretending to be one. Surprisingly, I also know him. Big sister he... Is that Yi Shen?" Qi Lingling suddenly turned her head and frantically shook He Lan's arm. He Lan likes Yi Shen. The Yi and He families might have a marriage connection. Her father once told her not to be too kind and introduce a match for He Lan and to stay away from that Yi Shen she has never met in the future. But what's going on now? Yi Shen is married? The bride isn't He Lan. It's not Ma Jiangwo either. It's some girl who appeared out of nowhere, wearing fancy clothes. He Lan was about to go crazy with anger. She yanked her arm away. "You've made me dizzy."
"Oh."
Qi Lingling finally behaved herself. "Let's go." He Lan also decided to leave, ignoring her bracelet. Qi Lingling quickly chased after her. Before leaving, she looked back at Hua Zhao and the bracelet in her hand. "Be sensible and just give me the bracelet." Humph. After saying that, she turned and disappeared. Hua Zhao smiled. The young man looked at her with sympathy. She was really a silly girl, still able to smile. "It's my fault. I brought out this jewelry at the wrong time and caused you trouble," the young man whispered. If Qi Lingling's family hadn't fallen, they would be quite powerful. Their family was also difficult to deal with, and they might cause trouble for this girl over such a small matter. Hua Zhao looked at him and smiled sweetly. "So, How will you make it up to me?
Huh.
The young man was stunned. Are there any paintings behind, by Qi Baishe or Zhang Deqian? Hua Zhao asked. The paintings were rolled up, and there were many. She couldn't examine each one, and she didn't know how to appraise them, so she just asked. The young man nodded blankly.
Yes.
Hua Zhao was instantly excited. Can you give me a discount?
Ah.
The young man finally understood what she meant by making up for it. He awkwardly smiled. I don't have the authority to do that, he said, looking at the old man. Hua Zhao also looked at the old man, smiling innocently. Master, help me take a look.
Pick a few.
I don't understand calligraphy or painting. The old man scowled and glared. If you don't understand, why buy them? I may not understand calligraphy or painting, but I know how to cherish them. Hua Zhao quickly glanced at the old man's clothing and expression, then said seriously, I know these are treasures of Chinese art. When you get them, you should cherish and preserve them so they can be appreciated for generations and passed down. The old man was truly moved. It could be said that this was his only wish in life. He looked at Hua Zhao carefully, then walked behind the counter, casually took out 3 paintings and unfolded them. 2 of them were shrimp paintings by Qi Baishe, and 1 was a lotus by Zhang Deqian. How much? Hua Zhao asked. These 2 shrimp paintings are 200 each, and the lotus is 100. I'll give you a 20% discount, so the total is 400, the old man replied. Hua Zhao raised an eyebrow but didn't say that it was very cheap. Currently, most calligraphy and paintings are not very valuable, and these 2 paintings are small, each only a few square feet. This price is the current market value, but saving 100 is still a big favor. Deal. Thank you, master. Hua Zhao took out a stack of money from her bag, counted half, and handed it to the young man. Now, 500 yuan could be worth 5 million in the future, or even more. It was clearly a good deal. The bracelet in her hand was the same. Spending 2,000 yuan on jewelry now might seem expensive, but what could she buy with 2,000 yuan today? 10 bicycles, or 10 radios, or a large black and white TV, or a refrigerator. How much would these things be worth in the future? You might even have to pay a few extra yuan for trash removal. But if she sold this jewelry set, its future value could be 20 million or more. If she was willing to sell. Hua Zhao liked the bracelet more and more as she looked at it. Even after her body cooled down, it wouldn't keep cooling. It stayed at a comfortable, refreshing temperature. It was like a portable air conditioner. No matter what, she couldn't sell it. Come, let's register, the old man said, holding a notebook. Do I have to register? Hua Zhao was a bit reluctant. Registering and cataloging meant they would know these items were in her hands, making it easier for others to target her in the future. It seemed she couldn't buy things herself anymore. After honestly registering, Hua Zhao left. If she hadn't just met that Lon Lon or Ling Ling, she might have lied, but now she couldn't. Before leaving, Hua Zhao picked out 3 pretty jars from the ground, each costing 10 yuan, and took them home as flower pots. Her room was nice overall, except for the red clay flower pot on the windowsill, which she was not happy with. When He Lamon got home, she threw down her handbag. Dad, any news about Hua Zhao? He Jianya was at home today. He was already mostly retired and often stayed at home. Wait a little. It should be soon, he said just as the phone on the table rang. He Lamon quickly answered the call. It was really someone asking about the news. What? She hasn't had any romantic relationships with any men before? He Lamon didn't believe it. Where did that child come from? She was determined not to believe the child was Yishen's. Today she also saw Hua Zhao. She works in a hospital and sees a lot. Hua Zhao's belly didn't look like it was only 3 months along. He Lanlan immediately said, maybe you didn't investigate carefully? The person on the other end sounded a bit wronged. We are professionals. We found and questioned the village elders, children, and a few gossiping people. But there's no evidence. The key is, Hua Zhao is said to rarely go out or do farm work, and she has no chance to contact any men. Not appearing in public means even more opportunity. He Lanlan said immediately. She might be involved with many people. We did consider that, so we checked all the men in Laoshanton. Most of them work every day, hardly taking leave. Even if someone took leave, it was for other reasons or outside work, and there's no connection to Huazhao. He Lanlan paused and said, "Then it must be men from other villages." There was a pause on the line. Then the voice said, "There is one man from another village who had contact with her, Wang Jiong. He once came to Huazhao's house to propose marriage, but was turned away. Later, he came to Laoshantan a few times, sneaking around in the woods. He was caught a few times, but recently he hasn't come." "What?" He Lanlan got excited. "It's him." But when we caught him and questioned him, he firmly denied any connection with Huazhao. He Lanlan hurriedly said, "He denies it? Can't you do anything? Find a way to make him admit." This statement carried some meaning. There was no response from the other end.
"Dad."
He Lanlan tugged at He Jianya's arm. All right, He Jianya took the phone. "Find a way to make him admit." He Lanlan added, "Hurry up. Send him to the capital in a week." She wanted to show the Yi family the true face of Huazhao in front of them. Huazhao asked the young man to wrap the calligraphy and paintings with newspaper and put them in her school bag. She also wrapped her jewelry box and 3 jars with newspaper and carried them in 2 small bags. She didn't go home because 5 mischievous kids were waiting for her. She was afraid to go back, so she went to a restaurant, bought some marinated dishes, and took them to a nearby park. She stayed there all day. At 6 o'clock, she returned to the residential compound. The 5 kids downstairs were waiting at the corridor door, looking at her with angry expressions. She had just gone shopping all day. It seemed like she was avoiding them. They often saw this kind of situation and knew it very well. This sister wasn't a good person either. "Big sister, did you buy something delicious?" One of the kids, about 5 years old, pointed at her big shopping bag and asked innocently. Huazhao sighed. This was family discipline. Her mind was focused on this. "No, I bought a few flower pots," she said, tapping her pocket, making a ceramic sound. "But big sister smells so good," the little boy said. Today, the marinated dishes she ordered were really good. She had eaten all day and still had the smell on her hands. "I just came from the restaurant," Huazhao said as she kept walking into the corridor. As she passed by, she saw the biggest boy grabbing the smallest boy's hand and deliberately bumping into her bag. She thought he knew there was porcelain inside and wanted to break it. But he hit the red wooden box. Redwood is as hard as metal or stone. She dodged, but their actions were too quick and too close, so she couldn't avoid it. Ow, the smallest child immediately started crying, and the older kids were startled. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" A woman suddenly rushed out from the half-open first-floor door, shouting. She saw that the little boy's hand was swollen and immediately glared at Huazhao. "Why did you hit the child? You're so old. Don't you have any conscience? You're about to be a mother. How can you hit a kid? Be careful, or you won't have a place to sit when you have children." Her last words angered Huazhao. "What's wrong?" Yi Fong heard the noise and hurried down from upstairs. All the windows in the building were open, and everyone was openly watching the scene. Even passers-by immediately gathered around, no longer walking away. Did the Zhao family's children cause trouble again? Yi Fong rushed over and reached out to take the items from Huazhao. Huazhao handed her a porcelain piece with her left hand and carried a red wooden box with her right hand. Usually, women can't carry such things easily. "Look at your relatives hitting my little Bao. I've never seen such rude adults hitting children like that," the woman complained to Yi Fong. "Since I came back, your child asked me what delicious food I bought. I said I didn't buy anything. My bag only had a flower pot. When I passed by them, your eldest son was holding his younger brother's hand and trying to bump it into the flower pot. Is that considered me hitting someone?" Huazhao explained to the onlookers. This woman was encouraging her children to go eat at other people's houses. She was clearly a troublemaker, and there was no reasoning with her. "Your eldest son bumped his younger brother's hand into the flower pot? Is he a fool? I think you're the fool for making up such nonsense," the woman shouted. Before Huazhao could speak, neighbors around chimed in. "Isn't your eldest always causing trouble for your family? Who doesn't let your children eat? They just have this trick." "Exactly. Last time I bought eggs, and they broke them on purpose." And my milk was spilled because of them. And my tofu fell on the ground. The Zhao children went to eat at other people's houses, probably inspired by Grandma Lu. They didn't all go together, instead, one by one, taking turns. Usually, a household might encounter this once or twice a month, so people could tolerate it. But in such a big neighborhood, not everyone tolerated the Zhao children. Some would chase them out at mealtime or simply not let them in. Everyone had experienced the Zhao family's older child's behavior. They found it extremely annoying. You're spreading lies. Do you have any proof? The woman from the Zhao family refused to admit it. You're caught in the act, and you call that proof? What do you call proof? You're shameless, someone retorted. Your whole family is spoiled because of you. And Zhao Jigang too. Why doesn't he control them? He doesn't control them because he's just like them. Mind your own business, and take care of your own family. Zhao's woman shouted loudly at the few people who were mocking her, with a fierce look on her face.
She was trying to scare them off.
These people refused to let her children come inside. She felt no shame in scolding them openly, and she wanted others to see what happened when they didn't let her children in. Many people only let her children come over because they were afraid of her. Look at my child's hand. It's red and swollen. Oh my, it must be broken. I need to go to the hospital. Zhao's woman cried to Hua Zhao. Come on, let's go to the hospital. No, I'm fine here. An old man stepped out from behind the crowd. The orthopedic doctor is out learning right now. I'm the only one here for now. Let me take a look. Hua Zhao was happy. Living here was really good, like staying in room 120. The old man checked the child's hand carefully.
The bones are fine.
It's just a bruise from squeezing too hard. It will heal in a few days. Just a few days? That's not enough. I still don't feel safe. I want to take an X-ray, the woman said. All right, come back tomorrow and see me, the old man said kindly with a smile. Pay up. The woman suddenly shouted at Hua Zhao. For the X-ray and nutrition fees. The crowd started to cheer. Zhao's woman finally gave up and began demanding money. We have health insurance and our staff members. The X-ray is free. The old man's smile disappeared. Nutrition fees too? Just pay me the food expenses you owe my family, another woman said. Your 5 kids ate at my house 87 times. Even if each meal costs 50 cents, just pay me. Someone finally couldn't stand Zhao's woman anymore. Your family eats ginseng and bird's nest?
50 cents per meal?
The woman spat. Hua Zhao sighed. She didn't want to argue with these shameless people anymore. She grabbed her bag and headed upstairs.
Hold on.
You think you can just walk away after hitting my child? Zhao's woman mainly focused on Hua Zhao. She couldn't let her leave. It was him who hit my bag, not me, Hua Zhao said. She refused to admit to hitting a child. Nonsense. You say your bag is a flower pot? How could he hit a flower pot and hurt his hand like that? You must have hit him. Hua Zhao finished speaking and let go. With a loud clink, the red wooden box fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Unfortunately, my flower pot is made of stone, she said, then picked up her bag again. Why didn't you say so earlier? The woman blurted out. Director Liu, come here for a moment. Yifeng suddenly called out to the crowd. The crowd quieted and turned around quickly, making way for Deputy Director Liu. Lu Xueli hesitated but walked over. From afar, he could hear Zhao Jigang's wife's voice and the children crying. He knew it was another family issue from the Zhao family and he didn't want to get involved. But now his cousin was calling for help, so he didn't dare ignore it. Go home first, Yifeng told Hua Zhao. Oh, Hua Zhao replied. Since the director had been ordered by her aunt, she had nothing to worry about. She took the porcelain from Yifeng and left. But once home, she started preparing to cook. Yifeng's cooking skills were quite average. She herself admitted that after tasting Hua Zhao's dishes, her own cooking was hard to swallow. Soon, a tempting aroma filled the kitchen. Downstairs, the scolding couldn't continue anymore. Enough. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Lu Xueli scolded the woman from the Zhao family. You should know your own children. Are all their actions taught by you? Do you even act like a mother? How many meals have your children eaten that you cooked yourself? The New Year's dinner was all at someone else's house. If you don't feed them today, they won't feed you when you're old. Just wait and see them chase you out to eat with strangers.
He dares.
The woman lowered her head, stubbornly insisting. Why wouldn't they dare? Isn't that all you taught them? Saving food for your own family, what a proud thing to do. The woman fell silent. Everyone, disperse and go home to cook, Lu Shuali told the crowd. The woman from the Zhao family also went back inside. But a few children didn't follow her. They ran off quickly, disappearing from sight, probably going to someone else's house to eat. It had become a habit for them and they couldn't change it. Before leaving, they all looked up at the window on the second floor, swallowing hard as they walked away. Lu Shuali followed Yi Fong upstairs. Little Hua, cook 2 more dishes. Today, Uncle Lu is eating at our house, Yi Fong said. Okay, Hua Zhao replied. Hua Zhao peeked out from the kitchen and smiled as she greeted Lu Shuali. So this is Xiao Hua, Yishen's wife. Lu Shuali looked at Hua Zhao carefully. Such a pretty girl. I was wondering how Yishen suddenly got married. Hua Zhao noticed his casual tone and glanced at Yi Fong. Yi Fong smiled and said, This is my cousin, your nephew. Hua Zhao was surprised and then formally greeted him. Hello, uncle. Ah yes, hello. Lu Shuali quickly put his hands in his pockets. Uncle just came back from a meeting, or I would have come to see you earlier. Wait a moment, I need to go home first. Yi Fong smiled but didn't stop him. Lu Shuali went home to find a gift. But after searching around, he couldn't find a suitable gift for a young girl. His house was full of cigarettes and alcohol, which wouldn't be appropriate for a girl. In the end, he had no choice but to bring 2 bottles of Mao Tai. She wouldn't drink it, but others might. He planned to secretly give some money to Yi Fong later, asking her to buy something the girl liked. You're really something getting tipsy from alcohol? Yi Fong looked at him carrying 2 bottles of liquor and said bluntly. Yeah, I am a little tipsy, Lu Shuali admitted, patting his knee. Drinking too much. I think I hurt my hip. He never dared to offend his cousin, who had a bad temper since childhood. These 2 bottles are special supply liquor for internal use. It's good for making medicinal wine at home, for your grandfather, Lu Shuali said. He heard about Yishen's marriage a bit late, but quickly inquired about her background and found out her grandfather was Hua Chong. Old man, what kind of wine do you want? Yi Fong immediately glared at Lu Shuali. She knew Hua Chong was seriously ill with a stomach disease. How could he drink alcohol? But Lu Shuali had a different idea. Old man, just enjoy yourself. If your grandfather likes to drink, let him. If he doesn't, then don't. If he does, he can have a little good wine. I have plenty. When you leave, take some with you. Thank you, uncle. My grandfather loves to drink, and I was worried about finding good wine to make ginseng wine for him, Hua Zhao said happily, receiving 2 bottles of Mao Tai. The special supply, you can't buy it outside. Do you have ginseng? Wild ones? Lu Shuali asked immediately. Hua Zhao was cooking and casually replied, Yes, I do. My family lives in the mountains and there are plenty of ginseng. You can usually dig some up when you go into the mountains. She was bragging. To prepare for possibly selling a few ginseng plants in the future. That many? Lu Shuali was excited and ran to the kitchen door to ask her, How many do you have now?
How old are they?
My grandfather often goes into the mountains. Over the years, he has collected about 20, Hua Zhao said. They range in age, with the oldest being around 20 years, but I once found a 100-year-old one.
What?
You have a 100-year-old ginseng? Lu Shuali rushed into the kitchen. If Hua Zhao weren't so young, he would have pulled her aside to ask more. Yi Fong also came over, looking at Hua Zhao with surprise. Some things aren't about being expensive or cheap. They're about how rare they are. They're hard to find and not easy to come by. Yes, I have a wild ginseng that's 100 years old. When I came here, my grandfather told me to see if I could sell it, then buy a house in the capital. He wants to come back, Hua Zhao said. Of course, that was just an excuse. She wanted to buy a house herself. If she was reborn, not buying a house in the capital would be a waste of her second chance. She also planned to go to university in the capital. She had to have her own place. Her idea about following the army was similar to Yifang's. Following the army was fine, but she didn't want to follow every day. She wouldn't give up her life for a man, living stuck in a small apartment, waiting for his affection. If she did that, her rebirth would be pointless. Why buy a house? Yi Shen already has one, Yifang said. After joining the army, the military will assign housing. In the capital, he has a small courtyard that his grandmother specifically gave him. Her mother, Yi Shen's grandmother, was once a noble lady. When she married, she was given a property. After many ups and downs, it returned to her hands before she passed away. She didn't give it to anyone else, only to her favorite grandson, Yi Shen. Really? Where is that house? Hua Zhao asked happily. Is the house next door for sale? My grandfather said he doesn't want to live with me, but if I could live next door, that would be perfect. Actually, Yifang regretted saying that. The house belonged to Yi Shen, and it was for him and his wife in the future. If Hua Chong moved in, they wouldn't mind, but her meddlesome sister-in-law and another niece-in-law, who was petty, would definitely have something to say. Hua Zhao was better, simple-minded, and never thinking about taking advantage. Her sister-in-law and niece-in-law had been eyeing that house for a long time, saying that since Yi Shen wasn't living there, they might as well move in. She stopped them from entering so they didn't go inside. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see it, Yifang said. Now, the house has a proper lady owner, so no one else can squeeze in. Did you bring that 100-year-old ginseng? Lu Xueli still paid attention to it. Can I take a look? Sure, Hua Zhao said. She had just finished cooking and brought the dishes to the table. She went inside, took a flat, iron box from her bag. Nowadays, iron box packaging for cookies is very popular, which shows it's high-end. Hua Zhao opened the box, revealing 4 ginseng roots wrapped in moss. One was 100 years old, the other 3 were 20 years old. She had added one more recently. At first, she only planned to give one to Yi Shen's grandfather and father each. Now she realized her aunt was also very good, so she decided to give her one too.
Wow!
Lu Xueli exclaimed, looking at the ginseng in the box. Can I hold one? Feel free, Hua Zhao said. Lu Xueli carefully picked up the 100-year-old ginseng, looked at its 5 elements, then sniffed it. The strong ginseng aroma was much richer than the one he had seen before, probably because it was fresh. The one he saw before had been stored for over 30 years. He really wanted to pull out a root and taste it, but he couldn't. The roots of 100-year-old ginseng are precious, and pulling one out would ruin its appearance, making it hard to sell at a good price. He couldn't afford that. He looked at the other 3 smaller ginseng roots. Sell me one, just one, he said eagerly. He couldn't afford more. No, I plan to give one each to Yi Shen's grandfather, father, and aunt, Hua Zhao said. I can't sell them.
Wow!
Lu Xueli immediately looked at Yifang with envy and jealousy. Yifang was surprised, then happily leaned on the sofa, proudly telling Lu Xueli, I can give you one of mine to try. Hua Zhao happily accepted this gift. She was confident she could afford it. Hua Zhao smiled happily. She liked her aunt. She disliked fake politeness and pretenses. These 3 roots, are they all yours? Lu Xueli asked immediately. No, they're not. You can choose a good one for your aunt. I don't really understand ginseng, Hua Zhao said. Ah, okay. You're really good to your aunt. Lu Xueli praised the herb, choosing what he believed was the best one. He is a Western doctor, but before studying Western medicine, he learned traditional Chinese medicine for several years. Now, he spends 1 or 2 days each month learning about Chinese medicine, as encouraged by the government. He is not good at prescribing Chinese medicine, but identifying herbs is still easy for him. Lu Xueli took out a slightly thick ginseng root, pulled off a small branch, and put it in his mouth. He was immediately impressed by its strong medicinal aroma. He has also tasted ginseng before, even 20 or 50 years old. But this one felt better than the 50-year-old ones. Maybe because it's fresh, or because the mountain water and soil are good. Didn't you hear? The mountain is full of wild ginseng, so the soil must be excellent. Really good, Lu Xueli nodded repeatedly. At first, when Hua Zhao talked so highly about it, he thought she might be showing him fake ginseng. Now, which mountain would dare claim they have a lot of wild ginseng? They can grow a lot of cultivated ginseng, though. Many years ago, when ginseng was used as tribute, artificial cultivation was already developed. Now, it's quite advanced. These few ginseng roots Hua Zhao showed look very good, almost like they are cultivated. But the taste and medicinal properties are definitely not from cultivation. Little Hua, I am your uncle. Although I am only a distant relative, your family and mine grew up together. Our bond is even closer than family, Lu Xueli said, holding the ginseng. Yes, dear uncle, Hua Zhao nodded obediently. Hello, dear uncle. Lu Xueli couldn't help but smile. This child is so funny. He chuckled and continued, Dear uncle asks a favor. Don't you have many more ginsengs at home? Pick one to sell to me, something around 30 or 50 years old. If there are more, I can't afford them all. But I can introduce you to friends for the others, and they will buy them all. No need to ask around or risk being cheated. Hua Zhao nodded obediently. Okay. Thank you, dear uncle. This was also her reason for showing the ginseng in front of both of them. She doesn't know anyone well enough, and she doesn't want to take her ginseng directly to a pharmacy, risking questions, inspections, or being scammed. She feels more at ease giving it to the Yi family. She decided to show the ginseng only after observing for 2 days. If her aunt doesn't meet her expectations, she will wait until Yishin returns. This 100-year-old one, I already have a good owner in mind. Lu Xueli said, I'm sure I can sell it to you for a high price. Wait, Yi Fong interrupted. Don't say anything yet. I have someone else in mind. Who? Are we thinking of the same person? The third son of the He family? Lu Xueli asked. No, Yi Fong replied. Are you really interested in buying a house? Or just next to Yishen? Hua Zhao nodded repeatedly and said straightforwardly, Of course. I want to live in my own house. It feels more proper. Grandpa would feel more at ease. Yi Fong's eyes showed a deep smile. See, even a girl from the countryside understands this. Her sister-in-law and niece-in-law don't get it. They keep thinking about other people's things. Tomorrow, we'll use this ginseng as a token to visit neighbors nearby. See who wants to trade houses with us, Yi Fong said. This ginseng is worth more than money. 100-year-old wild ginseng is rare and hard to find. For someone who needs it badly, it could be worth over $1 million. For those who have money but don't need it, they might spend a few thousand to keep it, waiting for the right time. So, the value of this ginseng is definitely over 100,000 yuan. Trading for a house in the inner city is enough. Hua Zhao smiled happily. Let's eat, and tomorrow we'll go look at houses. As she spoke, Lu Xueli couldn't hold back anymore. I've been wanting to eat. It smells so good.
Wow.
It really smells good. As soon as the food entered his mouth, Lu Xueli exclaimed in amazement and stopped talking. He was in his 40s, widowed for many years, living alone. He usually ate at the cafeteria, and it made him feel like his taste buds were dull. This meal made him tear up with happiness. Why isn't Yishin his son? If he were his son-in-law, would he get to eat such meals every day? Little Hua, remember, I am your real uncle, Lu Xueli said. If you get sick. No, if anything happens, come to your real uncle. I can handle anything for you. I know a lot of people, I've saved lives. Your real uncle is really amazing. Hua Zhao nodded obediently. Even if there's nothing, come visit your real uncle often. I have good wine at my house, Lu Xueli said. Yi Fong suddenly said, Haven't we already given everything to little Hua? Let her take it when she leaves. Lu Xueli. Ha ha ha. Hua Zhao laughed loudly. After dinner, after saying goodbye to Lu Xueli, who was reluctant to leave, Hua Zhao opened her gifts from today. There were 3 paintings, 3 pieces of porcelain, and a set of jewelry. She hung the paintings in her room. She planned to give them all to Yi Fong. They were only 500 yuan. She thought she still wanted more. There are many more in the antique shop. Today, the young man told her that the shop clears out the warehouse every few days, selling off items that are too big, hard to store, or damaged. They have plenty of works by famous painters like Qi Baishe and Zhang Deqian. If she wants, she can buy more later. She was busy, repotting 3 flower pots. First time I've seen flowers planted in vases, Yifeng said. And it's so fancy. She reached out to touch the vase. Based on her experience, it was from the Ming Dynasty official kiln. It wasn't a rare treasure, but it definitely wasn't meant to be a flower pot, even with at the bottom. Because of that, Hua Zhao bought it for only 10 yuan. The young man said it could be worth 500 yuan otherwise. Hua Zhao liked it was perfect for flower pot. She wouldn't want to ruin something worth hundreds of thousands just to lower its value. Does it look good? Hua Zhao finished changing the flowers and asked on the balcony.
Yifeng nodded sincerely.
It looks great. The style of the room has improved instantly, and the flowers look more lively. She looked carefully, confirming that the flowers really did look more vibrant than before. She usually liked to grow flowers, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't keep the orchids in her house alive. They looked half dead, and after years of trying, they never bloomed. Now they looked lively, and she even saw a small bud. Yifeng eagerly leaned in to look closer. Yes, it was a small bud.
You
really are lucky, Yifeng said with a smile. Since you arrived, the flowers have bloomed. Haha. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie, Hua Zhao said with a smile. She quickly opened a redwood box. Auntie, I also want to give you this jewelry set. Yifeng looked at the color and immediately shook her head.
I don't want it.
It's for young girls. You should keep it for yourself. Hua Zhao shyly smiled, admitting she had been fake just now. She guessed that Yifeng wouldn't want it, regardless of whether the jewelry suited her or not. It looked very expensive. As a gift from a younger person, giving a wild ginseng she found was enough. Giving jewelry bought at a high price? A sensible person wouldn't want it. Little trickster, Yifeng teased, tapping Hua Zhao's forehead with a smile. How much did it cost? She asked. 2,000, Hua Zhao replied.
Yifeng frowned.
That's a bit expensive. This set of jewelry is worth about 1,000 to 1,500.
Well,
Hua Zhao rambled about what she encountered during the day, then asked, that Lan Lan and Ling Ling, whose girls are they? Am I causing trouble for my family? Yifeng looked complicated. You're not causing trouble. If anyone's causing trouble, it's Yishen. It's all because he's too handsome. That's right. Hua Zhao nodded in agreement. Yifeng smiled again. She never expected that Yishen would find such a wife. So warm, so cute. She didn't look like him at all, but they complemented each other well. People say such couples are the best match. She looked forward to it. That's Helan Lan and Qi Lingling, Yifeng explained. The Helan family did show interest in an alliance with the Yi family, but we all disagreed. This was something the entire Yi family opposed. The Helan family's ways weren't very good, and they weren't on the same level. Of course, Yishen himself also disagreed, Yifeng said with a smile. That guy never cared for women before. He didn't pay attention to anyone. Hua Zhao smiled shyly. 3 months ago, she was even less noticeable. Not just unnoticed, but also glaringly obvious. As for Qi Lingling, she actually has some connection to you, Yifeng said. What connection? Hua Zhao asked, then remembered. The other person's surname was Qi. Qi family? Qi Xiaoxian? Smart. Yifeng praised her. She is Qi Xiaoxian's granddaughter. Qi Xiaoxian has 2 brothers, each with 2 sons, Qi Jiang and Qi Chuan. Each of them only had 1 daughter, Qi Linlin and Qi Lingling. Qi Xiaoxian's second brother has 3 daughters, and their husbands were quite impressive before. Now not so much. Do you know about Qi Xiaoxian himself? Yifeng asked. Yes, she has a son and a daughter, Qi Baogua and Qi Shulan, Hua Zhao said.
Yifeng nodded.
Qi Chuan suddenly collapsed a few days ago. Although she is a doctor, her background is well known. Her husband also holds an important position, so she keeps a close eye on the situation above. Qi Jiang wants to protect himself, but it's probably difficult. The only man in 3 generations of the Qi family, Qi Baogua, hasn't recovered yet, Yifeng continued. So, they are in a hurry, asking around everywhere. If they knew you married Yishen. Hua Zhao immediately shook her head. They know I married Yishun, but they don't know who I am, right? They want my grandfather to come back, but it's not out of genuine concern. They wouldn't care about me, a burden. Even if they knew, I wouldn't plead for them. I hope the Yi family won't make things difficult for me, Hua Zhao said. Yi Fong smiled silently. She's not the kind of person who only cares about her own family. The wife Yishin found is really good. The next morning, Yi Fong took a day off and took Hua Zhao to the city, to a place where tall buildings are not allowed. This area is near the museum, so there are height restrictions. They passed through a messy courtyard and arrived at a quiet alley. This alley is wider than usual, enough for horse carriages, unlike other narrow alleys that only fit 2 bicycles. It's clear this was once a wealthy neighborhood. As they walked, Hua Zhao saw a prince's residence and then a royal palace further along. These buildings are now protected structures, not open to the public, making the alley even quieter. Further along, the crumbling red walls and yellow tiles have faded, replaced by ordinary blue bricks and gray tiles. Hua Zhao saw some residents come out of small or large doors, then carefully close them. It was obvious they didn't live in big courtyards. The gates of big courtyards look like city gates and are only closed at night. An old man in a dark blue robe, carrying a birdcage, strolled by slowly. When he saw Yi Fong, he paused, then smiled brightly. "Oh, Sister Fong, you're back?" "Yes, Uncle Wang. I brought Yi Shun's wife to see the house. Are you out for a walk?" "That's great. You look healthier." Yi Shun's wife. "Let me see." The old man squinted as he looked at Hua Zhao and nodded after a while. "Very pretty, very suitable for our brother Shen. His grandma will be happy when she finds out. She just loves beautiful people." As he spoke, his eyes turned a little red. He has lived here since he was young, and he is basically childhood friends with Yi Shen's grandma. "Old Wang, come visit us sometime. Let Yi Shen's wife make you some sticky rice rolls. She's really good at it," Yi Fong said. Although she didn't know yet if Hua Zhao could make the sticky rice rolls, it didn't matter. She believed Hua Zhao would learn quickly and make them very tasty. "That sounds great. I'll come tomorrow," Old Wang said. "His grandma can't taste it herself, but I will try it for her." "Good. Come in the morning," Yi Fong replied. She chatted with the old man for a few more words before slowly walking away with Hua Zhao. The old man kept looking back at them step by step. "It looks like we'll have to stay here tonight," Yi Fong said. "Luckily, I often tidy up this house, so it's livable." They reached a dark wooden door. The door wasn't big, not as grand as a palace, but it was over 2 meters wide, spacious. Hua Zhao looked at it and thought it had been modified. Originally, it should have been even wider. The yard was a typical 2-entry, 4-courtyard style. It had carved beams and painted rafters, with blue bricks on the ground. The outside yard was very clean, nothing in it. In the main yard, there was a grapevine growing, spreading across half the yard. "This was planted by my mom when she was young. It's been here for decades," Yi Fong said, touching the grapevine. "It's old now and doesn't produce many grapes, but I hope you won't cut it down." "No, I won't," Hua Zhao said, touching the thick grapevine. "It's not old, it just needs nutrients. I'll change the soil for it and make it young again, full of fruit."
Yi Fong similet.
She was a good kid. "Don't you believe me? I'm good at growing grapes. My grapes can produce 200 bunches on one vine. Yi Shun has tasted my dried grapes, and he said they're delicious. He even asked me for some in a letter." "Really? That's rare." Xiao Shen never liked sweet things. Yi Fong still seemed a bit doubtful. Asking for grapes in a letter? Maybe that was just playful teasing between a young couple. It's true. She's very good at growing grapes. A deep, pleasant male voice suddenly sounded. Hua Zhao's ears went numb, and she turned around quickly. Yi Shun was just jumping down from the wall.
"Ah,
you're back," Hua Zhao exclaimed happily, rushing forward and hugging him tightly. Yi Shun's face immediately turned red. He looked at his aunt with embarrassment and then hugged the excited little girl in his arms. "So happy." Yi Fong smirked and said, "Shy." Yi Shun felt even more embarrassed, but He was a bit surprised that his aunt was no longer stern and was acting so playful. Since those things happened, he had never seen his aunt like this before. Yifang's smile quickly disappeared. Hua Zhao also realized that there were others around, and at this time, couples on the street shouldn't walk too close or hold hands, or they might get scolded or criticized for being inappropriate. Tell your aunt, if the grapes I planted are especially good. Hua Zhao casually tugged at Yi Shen's sleeve. He was reluctant to let go. Besides, he didn't know how many days his holiday was, and he wanted to make a good impression quickly. Yes, Xiaohua is very good. No, the grapes Xiaohua planted are especially good. Yi Shen's face turned even redder under his aunt's teasing gaze. Yes, I know. Your little Hua is very good. Yifang laughed loudly. Are you on holiday? How many days? Hua Zhao asked quickly to avoid making Yi Shen too embarrassed. 1 month, Yi Shen replied. Wow, so long. Hua Zhao was surprised. She thought it was only a few days. How about now? Are you officially a soldier? Yifang asked. Yes, Yi Shen nodded. He used to be a deputy soldier, which was a special position with some authority, but no official rank. Now his rank has been upgraded to level 14. With a little more effort, reaching level 13, he would become a senior officer. It's rare for someone his age to be a senior officer. But all of this was earned through his own hard work. If his military achievements were displayed, he would only be slightly behind Hua. Hua Zhao didn't expect to experience the status of a wife in modern society. She tugged Yi Shen's arm and said, I'll cook a big dinner for you tonight. But Yi Shen immediately thought of something else. He glanced at the little person beside him. A big dinner. Ahem. Let's keep looking at the house, Yifang said with a smile, turning and entering the main house. Yi Shen's face blushed even more. Hua Zhao held back her laughter, acting innocent and following him. The main house has 5 rooms, a central living room, 2 bedrooms on the east side, and 2 study rooms on the west side. There are also small rooms on each side. The house still looks the same as it did decades ago. The ceiling is a traditional wooden carved design, and the floor is also wooden, though quite worn out. The furniture inside doesn't match the old style she imagined. Instead of classic redwood furniture, there are simple, modern tables and chairs, costing only a few yuan each. All the old furniture is gone. Yifang sighed. Oh, Hua Zhao understood. Fortunately, this bed is still here, she said, opening the door to the east bedroom. Hua Zhao saw a small bed under the window in the first bedroom, and in the second bedroom, there was a large carved wooden bed. The big bed is almost like a small room itself. Because it's so large, most houses can't fit it, so it has stayed here. Wow. I love this kind of bed, Hua Zhao said happily. She really liked the wooden bed. It felt very traditional, and sleeping inside it, surrounded on all sides, gave her a strong sense of safety. But placing this bed in a 3-room house was too fancy and took up too much space. Some bedrooms are even smaller, so in her past life, she could only admire it from afar. Now, she not only has a wooden bed but also a big house that can fit it. Seeing her genuine happiness, Yi Shen and Yifang were both very pleased. After looking at the bedrooms, they went to see the study. Like the living room, it was empty, clean, and tidy, with only a simple table, chair, and bookshelf, all modern and basic. The 6 rooms in the east wing were even cleaner, with no furniture at all. One room near the outer courtyard was the kitchen, fully equipped with pots, bowls, and utensils, and a small amount of rice, flour, and oil, but no vegetables. Let's go buy some later. You 2 can stay here tonight. I've asked Wang Bo to come tomorrow morning to make rice cakes, Yifang said. Hua Zhao and Yi Shen didn't say anything, just nodded in agreement. Living alone is better than staying at Yifang's house, especially since the house isn't soundproof. Although they can't do much at night, they can still talk and chat, and their voices will be heard. Let's go visit the neighbors and see who wants to exchange something, Yifang suggested. Exchange what? Yi Shen asked immediately. He had come home during his holiday, but Yifang wasn't there. He asked the neighbors, who said she had left early in the morning and didn't know where she went. He then found Lu Xueli, who happened to know. But Lu Xueli was busy, and there were others around, so he didn't mention the ginseng, only that they had come here. Yi Shun came looking for her. Yi Fong briefly explained to him, "You brought such valuable things here?" Yi Shun immediately gently tapped Hua Zhao's forehead. "Don't you know how dangerous it is?" Hua Zhao's forehead immediately turned red. Frightened, Yi Shun quickly stopped. "I didn't press hard." Hua Zhao pouted, her big watery eyes looking at him, as if she was about to cry from pain. Yi Shun was instantly flustered. Sorry, I didn't mean to." He no longer cared about how dangerous the situation was. Yi Fong watched nearby, shaking her head. It seemed her big nephew was really in trouble. "Let's go. First, we'll visit the Chow family in the backyard. It would be best to exchange houses with them," Yi Fong said. "Once night falls and no one is around, you two can be more affectionate. Don't show off your love in front of her." Although Yi Fong didn't know the phrase showing off love, she understood the feeling, this kind of situation. Cough. Yi Shun felt genuinely embarrassed this time and quickly started talking to Hua Zhao. This courtyard used to be a 4-section house. The Chow family now lives in the 2 sections that were divided out. Is that so? Hua Zhao suddenly understood. She had always felt something was strange. In the past, noble families didn't live in 2-section houses. Small families with little wealth lived in 1 section, families with a bit more money lived in 2, and well-off families lived in 3. 1 section for servants, the 2nd for the owners, and the 3rd for the younger generation. To visit the Chow family, they had to go down another alley. Their main gate was originally Yi family's back door, and in front of it was a narrow alley, not grand at all. Because their house was actually the back courtyard of someone else's house, there was no space to build a big gate in the southeast corner. This made the Chow family feel uncomfortable. Those who could live here weren't poor, but they still felt uneasy about having a less desirable house. It became a mental burden for the Chow family. They thought the big gate was bad for feng shui. Taking the back door, was that the right way? Could it be good? Things also felt strange. Since they moved in, they hadn't made any progress. Their promising future seemed to have stopped when they got this house. Old Master Chow was now just waiting to retire. Chow's eldest son, Chow Jian, the backbone of the family, also showed signs of trouble recently. The whole family was worried and anxious. "Should we sell this house?" The eldest daughter-in-law of the Chow family suddenly said, "This way, everyone will feel at ease. It's not good to keep doubting all the time."
"I want to sell it."
"But sell to whom?"
"Who dares to buy?"
Old Chow said angrily. "Their yard is large. Even the part separated from others' yards includes many main rooms and side rooms. They also have an extra back room. It's a row of good houses where their grandchildren live. Such a big house, few can afford it or even dare to buy it. Who would risk showing they have so much money? That would be dangerous. Besides, if they sell the house, it seems like they're going bankrupt, which is bad luck." "Then let's trade," the eldest daughter-in-law said, looking outside. "I heard that Grandma Yi gave her grandson her house before she died. Because of family disagreements, the grandson never moved in. Let's trade with him." Old Chow didn't speak, just looked at his eldest son. Actually, they had been thinking about this for a long time. But before, Grandma Yi refused to trade, and when they mentioned it, she scolded them. Later, "We couldn't find him," Chow Jian said. He had really tried to find out, but Yishin's eunuch kept secrets. When he asked more, he almost got investigated. He didn't dare ask again. They never thought Yishin would come to them himself. Yi Fong and Yishin's arrival surprised them a lot. When they heard Yishin wanted to buy their house, they got even angrier. "Sell the house, and where will our family live?" "In your house?" the eldest daughter-in-law of the Chow family said. "Selling is not good, but trading might work. If our 2 families swap houses, that's okay." "We really are here to swap houses," Yishin said. The Chow family was very surprised. Was he crazy? Or did he have a request for their family? But compared to the Yi family now, they were already a bit behind. It seemed like they needed Yishin's help. Chow Jian looked at Yishin. If he could help him get through this tough time, he might consider it. Yishin looked at Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao immediately took out a small iron box from her bag. Yi Shun smiled secretly. He didn't expect the girl to understand him so well. With just a look, she knew what he wanted. Yi Shun opened the iron box. Inside was 100-year-old ginseng.
Huh?
Old Chow was a bit impressed. He knew this ginseng was special, but he wasn't sure exactly how valuable it was. This is 100-year-old wild ginseng. Trading this house is more than enough, Yishin said. Are you sure it's 100-year-old wild ginseng? Old Master Chow asked. You can ask Old Sun to take a look, Yishin replied. By Old Sun, he meant the famous retired traditional Chinese doctor in the capital who used to work as a health specialist for the authorities. Everyone in this area knows him and trusts his medical skills. All right, let's have Old Sun examine it, Chow Jian said. He went to invite Old Sun himself. His house is nearby, just next door. Old Sun's eyes fixed on the ginseng and couldn't look away. He looked at it again and sniffed it carefully. After getting Yishin's approval, he pinched a tiny bit of the tip of the ginseng root to taste. This ginseng. Old Sun immediately frowned. What's wrong? Is it fake? Old Master Chow asked quickly. Old Sun shook his head quickly. No, don't misunderstand. I mean, this ginseng has an amazing effect. It feels better than ordinary 100-year-old ginseng. Maybe it's because of the good water and mountain environment where it grew. Where did you get such a good ginseng? He asked Yishin. My wife dug it up from the mountain at home. Their water is good, Yishin said. You, young man, are married. Old, you didn't even tell me. That's so unkind. Old Sun immediately puffed up his cheeks and glared. He is very familiar with Yishin's grandfather, Yijingua, and they are good friends. Old Sun looked at Hua Zhao and finally understood her identity. Really a good girl. You have good taste.
Yeşen similet bir renkli.
Young lady, did you pick this wild ginseng yourself? Old Sun asked. It was my grandfather who picked it, Hua Zhao replied. Picking ginseng is a skill. The older and more experienced a person is, the better their technique. This root is complete and perfect. Since she said she was the one who picked it, others wouldn't doubt her. Claiming her grandfather did it helps reduce suspicion. Old Sun nodded. Your grandfather is impressive, clearly a master. Do you have more wild ginseng like this at home? That last question was the key. Hua Zhao just smiled silently. Old Sun was surprised and immediately said to Yishin, bring the wedding candies and drinks to my house tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll be upset. Okay, Grandpa Sun, Yishin replied. Old Sun looked at the ginseng in his hand, reluctant to put it down, and asked, what are you planning to do with this? We plan to exchange it for this house. Yishin said, my wife's grandfather is Hua Chong. He wants to return to the capital but has nowhere to stay, so he brought out this ginseng, hoping to exchange it for a house. Hua Chong. Old Master Sun thought for a moment and suddenly realized, Hua Chong. Do you know my grandfather? Hua Zhao asked curiously. Of course I do. When he was injured, I treated him with acupuncture for half a year. He then looked carefully at Hua Zhao. Not to brag, but your eyes look a bit like Hua Chong's. When your grandfather was young, he was quite handsome. Otherwise, the Qi family. He paused, feeling it was inappropriate, and quickly changed the subject. You want to exchange for a house, right? Trade with me. My house is bigger and better than this. I'll swap with you. After saying that, he actually put the ginseng in a box and held onto it tightly. Come on, let's go to my house. The Chow family members immediately became anxious. Not like this. You're cutting in line. Old Mr. Chow half-jokingly, half-seriously, held on to Sun Lao, saying, I've already negotiated with the Yi family. Have you? Old Sun asked Yishin. Yishin looked at the Chow family and said, we'll exchange this entire house. Sign the agreement now, and it must be vacated within half a month. Old Mr. Chow looked at his son. The father and son exchanged a glance, and Chow Jian nodded.
Deal.
He suddenly realized the perfect use for the ginseng. There was someone who needed it. By establishing a good relationship with that person, he could ensure his safety, long-lasting and peaceful. Old Master Chow and he thought the same, so they agreed very happily. Sorry, Old Sunday. My wife's grandfather hopes the house is closer to us, Yishin said. It's not far from me. Just a few steps away, Old Sun said reluctantly, setting down the box. Please, Old Sun, stay and be a witness, Yishin asked. Old Sun nodded. Would you like a few more witnesses? Yishin asked the Chow family. No need, no need. Do you not trust us? Old Mr. Chow replied. This ginseng shouldn't be known to too many people. Please keep it secret, Old Sunday. If too many people know, everyone will want to share. What to do then? Refuse and risk offending others. All right, Old Sun agreed. Both families immediately drafted a sales agreement. From then on, this property belonged to Hua Zhao, and her name was on the contract. Once the agreement was signed, it was considered done. They didn't go through the formal transfer procedures. Because of this house, according to the existing property certificate, it still belongs to the Yi family. Back then, the house was divided, but in reality, it was leased out. Citizens of Beijing with more than 15 rooms, or over 225 square meters, had to rent out part of their property. They paid the original owner 20 to 40% of the rent each year. After 8 years, they stopped paying. A few years later, policies allowed for the return of leased houses. However, besides some areas where this was done, many places delayed, leading to unclear ownership of the houses, which were eventually demolished. Hua Zhao held the exchange contract in her hand, feeling a bit uneasy. Should we inform the street officials that the house has a new owner? Hua Zhao asked. You're thinking quite a lot, Yifeng smiled. Yes, let's inform them. Yi Shun's expression showed no urgency. Hua Zhao knew they couldn't predict future policies, or how much the world would change in decades. She told them that the house could be worth billions someday, but they probably thought she was crazy about money. Will they move out on time? Hua Zhao asked again. If these people move out and they're the actual residents, then the ownership will be clear in the future. Of course, they are important people, and with Old Sun as a witness, how could they cheat us out of a ginseng root? Yifeng said. If that happens, let your father-in-law decide for you. Hua Zhao smiled, but she still felt uneasy because her impression of the Chow family earlier was not good, especially the eldest daughter-in-law, who kept looking around, clearly a person with many thoughts. Yi Zhengguo's attitude was unusually kind and even gentle when speaking to Hua Zhao. Such a delicate girl like her, he naturally lowered his voice to avoid frightening her. Soon after hearing the news, Yi Mao and Miao Longji, who just entered, were startled. Miao Longji especially, as she had never seen such a kind Yi Lao Yizi before, never even imagined it. The eldest daughter-in-law, Wen Jing, who followed behind her, felt uncomfortable. When she first met the old master, he wasn't this kind to her. It was obvious at a glance. She immediately looked at Hua Zhao's belly. Having a child really changes things. My grandfather has been doing well lately. I plan to bring him to Beijing soon to see a doctor, Hua Zhao said. Really? Yi Zhenggua was pleasantly surprised. If Hua Chong was coming, that would be wonderful. However, Miao Longji immediately frowned. She wondered why the family was brought over so quickly after entering. She quickly asked Yishen, "What are your plans? Will she follow you with the army?" Hearing her first words to his daughter-in-law, the atmosphere in the room cooled. Yishen's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he didn't answer her directly. Instead, he said to his mother, "Mom, this is Hua Zhao." He then introduced her to his family. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law. Yi Mao also smiled kindly, which was rare. Seeing such an innocent face, he felt the same as his father, unable to stay angry. Yi Shun's eldest brother, Yi Ming, was handsome. He didn't look as sharp and cold as Yi Shen, but rather had a gentle, elegant demeanor that other men in the Yi family lacked. Yi Shen had told Hua Zhao in advance about this brother, who was a university professor teaching philosophy. The eldest sister-in-law, Wen Jing, appeared very intellectual. She looked delicate but dressed somewhat old-fashioned, lacked lively energy, and didn't smile much. Her temperament was similar to other men in the Yi family, cold and stern. Hua Zhao understood why. Yi Shun had told her that this sister-in-law had been married for 10 years without children. She advised Hua Zhao not to bother her about children and to avoid her in general. Hua Zhao tugged at her skirt. Luckily, she was wearing maternity clothes today, so her belly wasn't obvious. As for the mother-in-law, in her 50s, she looked surprisingly young, still charming and beautiful. No wonder she could give birth to such a handsome son like Yishen. But Hua Zhao clearly sensed her disapproval of herself. She expected this. In-laws like her mother-in-law rarely, like their daughters-in-law, especially since she comes from a different background and their families are not well matched. She didn't mind at all. She didn't plan to treat her mother-in-law like her own mother, nor did she expect to be treated as a daughter. As long as everyone kept up appearances and didn't make things difficult for Yishen, that was enough. She politely asked everyone how they were doing. Old Mr. Yi immediately went upstairs to get her a gift. When Yi Mao received the phone call, he was ready. He took out a red envelope and handed it to Hua Zhao. Here, take this.
Thank you, Dad.
Hua Zhao happily accepted it. She pinched it. If it contained 10 yuan, then this was worth 200. Miao Lanji also took out her gift, a red envelope with 200 yuan. Thank you, Mom. Yi Ming and Wen Jing also gave red envelopes, each containing 100 yuan. When Wen Jing handed hers over, she felt a bit upset. Why does she, as the sister-in-law, have to give a red envelope? Just a small amount like 10 yuan would be enough. Why give 200 yuan all at once? That's half her monthly salary. She's not her mother-in-law. Speaking of her mother-in-law, she looked at the red envelope given by her in-laws in Hua Zhao's hand and felt a twinge of jealousy. When she got married, her gift was only 100 yuan. Why is Hua Zhao getting 200 yuan now? And Hua Zhao's wedding gift was even more. The traditional gifts, like the 3 turns and the loud celebrations, weren't counted, but the cash alone was 2,000 yuan. At that time, she only had 500. Such obvious unfairness. Had they ever thought about her feelings? The Yi family clearly hadn't. Yi father and Yi mother were indifferent. They handled their eldest son's wedding themselves, and the bride price was paid by the family. They felt nothing about it. But for their younger son's wedding, they didn't contribute a penny. Yi Shun paid for everything himself.
How could they feel?
They didn't think it was unfair at all. After hearing from Yi Fong, Yi Mao said he would pay the money, but Miao Lanji didn't allow it. Isn't he rich? Look at him, a rural girl, and he's giving 2,000 yuan for the bride price. If he has money, he should pay. I don't have any, said Miao Lanji. Yi Mao was busy with work at the time and didn't have the time to argue with her. Then he just forgot about it. Yi Fong only privately discussed the bride price with her older brother and sister-in-law. Miao Lanji once angrily told Wen Jing that she was upset about a rural girl being worth 2,000, but she forgot to mention that the money didn't come from their family. Perhaps she felt guilty and didn't want to say. At this time, society's customs and environment made it the parents' duty to pay for their son's marriage. If the parents didn't pay, it was seen as a sign of incompetence or favoritism. She didn't want to pay, and also didn't want others to know. After the ceremony, Miao Lanji still asked Yishen about his plans. She asked, will she follow the army in the future? Yishen frowned and sensed his mother's hostility. He couldn't understand why his mother was still unhappy with Hua Zhao. If it was the old Hua Zhao, he understood her dissatisfaction. But now, what's wrong with the current Hua Zhao? Yes, I plan to let Xiao Hua follow the army, Yishen said.
But not now.
He lowered his head to explain to Hua Zhao. After the holiday, I have another mission that must be done immediately, and it will take several months. The return date is uncertain. If you follow the army, you'll be alone in the courtyard, and I don't feel at ease. So, you should stay at Aunt's house for a few months. He was even less comfortable leaving her in his own house. The courtyard is safer. Being alone is lonely, but the big house is so large with few neighbors. If something happens, calling for help wouldn't work. He absolutely couldn't let Xiao Hua live alone. Yi Fong immediately smiled. That's great. Let Xiao Hua stay with me. I'm so happy. Her husband was often away, and she sometimes felt lonely at home. Plus, Hua Zhao cooks well. Wen Jing looked at Yishen in surprise. What did he just say? He called her Xiao Hua, such a sweet nickname, and he said he was worried about her. She thought that the cold, tough Yi Shen would never say such things. Even his older brother never spoke to her like that or expressed feelings so directly.
Yi Shen had really changed.
At that moment, when Jing's heart felt strangely sour, reaching its peak, Hua Zhao was disappointed to hear that he would be going on another mission for several months.
But she didn't show it.
She understood that Big Brother's woman lived this kind of life. I think I will still go back to Laoshantan. Grandpa also likes rural life, and my mom and some younger brothers and sisters are there. It's lively with many people. When you come back, I will visit you again, Hua Zhao said. When she heard that Hua Zhao wouldn't be coming to see her grandpa for a while, Miao Lonji felt a little relieved. But she was also surprised by her son's change. That clingy little Hua made her get goosebumps.
And,
do you have younger brothers and sisters? Miao Lonji asked. Didn't she say her parents had passed away? The recent event of Zhang Guilin taking the children back to the village happened not long ago. Hua Zhao didn't have time to write Yishen about it, but she did mention to him, after they met, that Yishen knew. He thought more highly of his kind-hearted little Hua. Hua Zhao briefly explained her mother's remarriage. Miao Lonji immediately frowned. Such a complicated and even unhappy family, with 4 half-siblings from the same mother. And that stepfather. Her son was going to call such a man father? She was going to marry into such a family? It would be better if she had no family at all. Although Hua Zhao didn't mention Lu Xiangqian's mistreatment of her mother, Miao Lonji was not stupid. When she heard that her mother had taken the children back to the countryside to farm, she knew that man wasn't very good. Yes, I have younger brothers and sisters, Hua Zhao said naturally. She never felt ashamed of her background. No matter what her origins were, they were given by others. She didn't care.
She only cared about what kind of person she was.
Her attitude made Miao Lonji find it hard to say anything. Yi Mao, however, thought more highly of his daughter-in-law. Her words, demeanor, and actions showed no petty attitude at all, unlike what he had worried about before. She was very suitable for his son, much better than he expected. He was very pleased. His son's judgment was indeed trustworthy. Old Mr. Yi came down the stairs, holding a box in his hand. Come, everyone take one, he said, handing the box to Hua Zhao. This was prepared by your grandma back in the day, a gift for the future daughters-in-law. She prepared it in advance. Old Mr. Ye's tone was a bit low, but he quickly masked it. Open it and see if you like it. Hua Zhao opened the box and saw a carved gold bracelet with a pattern of blooming flowers for all seasons. It was very exquisite, definitely a master's work. Really beautiful, I love it so much, Hua Zhao said without hesitation, putting the bracelet on her wrist. Thank you, Grandma. Good child, good child. Old Mr. Yi nodded repeatedly. He could see that Hua Zhao truly liked it and was happy for his wife. However, everyone else in the room noticed the jade bracelet on Hua Zhao's other wrist. Its bright green color looked clear and lively, catching everyone's attention. Where did you get that bracelet? Miao Lonji suddenly asked, looking at her son. Did you spend money on her again? Hua Zhao looked at Yi Shen, who was also looking at her.
Je vangt vronet.
She hadn't yet told him that his wife was spending money freely. The 2,000 yuan betrothal gift he gave was just enough to buy this set of jewelry. But Hua Zhao's grandfather was skilled at gathering herbs, and over the years, he must have saved a lot of money. So, yesterday, she didn't think much about it.
Why not spend the money if you have it?
But she didn't know if her nephew thought the same way. Yi Shen pulled on Hua Zhao's sleeve and covered both bracelets. I told you, you can only wear these at home. It's not safe to wear them outside. He didn't explain where the bracelet came from, but his attitude showed it was a gift from him. Miao Lonji rolled her eyes at her son. This boy had done many tasks over the years and earned a lot of bonuses, but he never bought her a single piece of cloth. Now that he is a wife, it's all about money and jewelry. How frustrating. Hua Zhao looked at Yi Shen and smiled. This time, her smile was especially beautiful and sweet, making Yi Shen momentarily stunned. When Jing immediately lowered her head and touched her wrist. She also had a bracelet given by her grandfather when she got married. She had secretly worn it a few times but was reluctant to take it off. One day, her mother borrowed it and gave it to her sister-in-law to wear for a few days.
She still hasn't gotten it back.
After Yiming found out, he said he would buy her another bracelet, but she didn't want it, so he never bought one. After receiving the gifts, Hua Zhao started giving her own. She took out the items from her backpack and laid them all on the table. Being a simple rural girl, she didn't bother with fancy packaging, knowing the Yi family might not like it. These 2 ginseng roots were picked by me from the mountain. One is for Grandpa, and the other is for Dad. These lingji mushrooms, some are for Mom, and some are for sister-in-law. As for her eldest uncle, she didn't prepare anything for him. It wouldn't be appropriate to prepare separately, so she decided to give these lingji mushrooms to the couple. Old Master Yi picked up the item and looked at it curiously. Yes, they are all wild northeast mountain ginseng, Hua Zhao said. Hurry up and take it back. Save it for your grandfather. Yi Zhenghua immediately said. My grandfather still has some. He left a lot, Hua Zhao replied. And we have plenty of that kind there, not lacking. This kid is talking nonsense. When did wild mountain ginseng become so common? Does he think Grandpa doesn't know? Yi Zhenghua laughed, thinking Hua Zhao was joking. There really are a lot, Hua Zhao said shyly. Today, I even traded 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng for a house. She chose to tell the truth because she couldn't hide it anyway.
What?
The Yi family members were all shocked. 100-year-old wild mountain ginseng?
Ye Zhenguo eklemet in surprise.
A house in exchange? Miao Lanji was also surprised. They were focused on different things. Hua Zhao decided to answer her mother-in-law's question. She saw that her first question was whether Yi Shun was asked to follow the army, and she understood the reason. She thought that because she heard her grandfather was coming, she assumed he would stay at her house, which made her angry. Yes, my grandfather is my only relative. He is seriously ill, and I don't want to be far from him, so I traded 100-year-old mountain ginseng for the Chao family's house, Hua Zhao explained. Chao family? This time, Yi Zhenghua was even more surprised. He looked at the 2 of them excitedly. You got the Chao family's house back? Yi Shen lowered his eyes and said, Yes, we got it back. Yi Zhenghua didn't notice the difference in words, and his eyes turned a little red. Very good, that's great. That house was a worry for him and his wife, and now it was finally complete again. Yiming looked at his brother and smiled. He seemed to really like it. Miao Lanji's excitement faded. It turned out that Hua Zhao was the one who paid for the house, and it was indeed her money, so it had nothing to do with them. Yi Zhenghua personally asked about how the house was exchanged and looked at their agreement, feeling completely at ease. Let's eat first, then talk after dinner, Miao Lanji suddenly said. Wenjing immediately stood up and went to the kitchen. Yifeng also stood up. Miao Lanji sat there, looking at Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao thought for a moment and was about to stand up when a large hand pressed her hand, gave it a gentle squeeze, and then raised it smoothly. A deep, charming voice sounded. What pattern is on this? I didn't see clearly earlier. Hua Zhao's hand felt hot, like it was burned, and her heart was also warm. She didn't dare look directly at the handsome face so close to her. Instead, she looked at her aunt. Yifeng gave her a subtle look, signaling her not to move, and then she playfully glanced at Yi Shen, who was pretending to look at a bracelet. She never expected that her nephew could be so attentive and understanding about such things. She then looked at her older sister-in-law, her smile fading as she stared at her. The new wife had just arrived, and they already asked her to go to the kitchen? When did their family become so strict? Why didn't they ask her to do anything when Wenjing got married? Maya Lanzi shyly looked away, and as she passed by Yi Shen, she shot him a glare. There was a cook in the kitchen responsible for preparing meals. Yi Feng and Wenjing were just helping out, so lunch was ready quickly. Her cooking skills couldn't compare to Hua Zhao's, but she was still a professional chef, or she wouldn't be able to cook for Yi Zhenghua. Just as everyone sat down to eat, the front door was pushed open, and 2 women with large bags entered. Xiao Shu, why are you back? Yi Feng exclaimed happily. Yi Shu put down her luggage and smiled at the people inside. My brother's wedding is such a big event. Of course I have to come back and see. Yi Shun had already pulled Hua Zhao to Yi Shu. Big sister, this is Hua Zhao, he introduced again. This is my sister, Yi Shu. Hello, sister, Hua Zhao politely greeted. She had asked Yi Shun about his family before and knew he had an older brother and sister, but many cousins and relatives, so he didn't introduce them all. This sister was 30 years old, a cultural soldier, and she and her husband followed the army. Now they lived in a district in the south. You're so beautiful, Yi Shu exclaimed while observing Hua Zhao. Come join our group. You could definitely be a star. Yi Shun immediately frowned. No, she's pregnant, she can't perform. She's not interested in performing either, right? He looked down at Hua Zhao with a serious expression, as if to say she had to agree. What's so good about being a cultural soldier? They were busier than anyone. When she performed, he and the baby wouldn't be able to see her. And she'd have to sing and dance for other men. Yi Shun clenched Hua Zhao's hand tighter. Hua Zhao chuckled softly but nodded politely, saying, I don't like being an actress. She truly didn't enjoy singing and dancing for others. Instead, she thought, why not spend that time planting flowers and raising children? All right, Yi Shu didn't try to persuade her further. She knew well the hardships of being an artist, being away from home often, rumors, and the fading love with her husband. Who was this? Yi Shun looked at the woman or girl next to Yi Shu. Hua Zhao also looked at her expression a bit conflicted. This was almost exactly how she was a few months ago. No, the original owner. The girl looked to be about 20, not tall but quite overweight, probably around 180 pounds, maybe even 200. Her features were also distorted from being squeezed. But unlike Hua Zhao, who still had big eyes despite her features being reshaped, this girl had a small nose and small eyes, and her smile disappeared quickly. Yi Shun seemed to realize something, turning to look at Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao immediately shook his arm insistently, saying, Forget those memories. Yi Shun's lips curled into a smile, and the warmth in his eyes almost overflowed. Yi Shu didn't understand what these two were secretly talking about, but their close and friendly atmosphere was obvious. She smiled and introduced the chubby girl beside her. This is your brother-in-law's little sister, Kong and I. She's coming to Beijing.
To see.
Hello. Both Yi Shun and Hua Zhao greeted her at the same time. Kong and I only stared at Yi Shun, her eyes wide. When she saw him talking to her, her face immediately turned red with shyness, and she shyly replied, Hello.
Hua Zhao.
Yi Shu secretly rolled her eyes and quickly pushed Yi Shun and Hua Zhao toward the table. Grandpa.
Dad. Mom.
I'm back to see you. Why aren't you showing any welcome? She called out happily. I heard you. You're here to see your sister-in-law, not me, Yi Zhongwu joked. Grandpa. Yi Shu squeezed in beside her family, chatting and laughing. Yi Shun and Hua Zhao sat quietly, watching. Yi Fong personally found a chair for Kong and I, placing her beside herself, a little farther from Yi Shun. She had the best relationship with Yi Shu, and many things Yi Shu didn't tell her mother, she shared with Yi Fong. She knew that Yi Shu's relationship with her husband, Kong Jie, was no longer as close as before. Especially after Kong Jie brought his mother and sister to live with them, they often argued. Plus, both of them were busy, so sometimes they didn't speak for half a year. Recently, because of the issue of having children, the family was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Yi Fong observed Yi Shu's expression, unsure whether her visit home was because things had already blown up or were about to. But why did she bring Kong and I here? She hadn't forgotten that Yi Shu said her relationship with Kong Jie was bad, and her mother-in-law and sister-in-law played a big part in that. After a lively meal, Yi Zhenghua immediately left by car for a meeting in the afternoon. Yi Ming and Wen Jing also left. Today wasn't their day off, and they had work. Of course, Yi Mao also left. Miao Lanji stayed behind. She was semi-retired, had little to do, and since her son and daughter had come back, she wanted to spend time with them. Yi Fong didn't leave. She took the chance to talk privately with Yi Shu. How are things? Have you made up? Yi Fong asked.
Hey, ये शू replied. ये fang sikhet.
She had already said many times what she thought could help, but it seemed useless with Kong Jia. So she didn't say more and asked, "Is this your little sister-in-law? Why did you bring her here?" Earlier, Yi Shu only mentioned what her sister-in-law did in her letter, but she never commented on her appearance. This time, seeing her in person, Yi Fang was a bit shocked. Looking for a partner. Yi Shu got angry when talking about this. The Kong family probably doesn't look in the mirror. They insist on finding a military officer of a certain rank.
Ye fang fronet.
If she wants to find someone, let her brother do it.
Hehe, ye shu sniret.
Her brother looked everywhere but couldn't find anyone.
So she came to me.
Her mother said that our Yi family has a good background, so just find her a military officer of that rank. Of course, he has to look decent and come from a good family. We probably can't do that, Yi Fang replied, glancing at Kong and I sitting on the sofa, secretly watching Yi Shen. This isn't their Yi family's territory, and if Kong Jia's family has such ideas about casually choosing a military officer, it could be very dangerous. Yi Shu also looked back at Kong and I and sneered, that frog wanting to eat swan meat. Luckily, Xiaoshen got married, or else you'd see her desperately trying to marry Xiaoshen. Actually, she was aiming for Xiaoshen this time. What? Yi Fang asked curiously. One day, she went into my room to look around and found a photo of Xiaoshen from a few years ago. She went crazy right there. She immediately showed it to her mom, accusing me of having a lover outside. Her mom then cried and called her son. Someone answered, and she started yelling at me on the phone, calling me shameless. I tried to explain, but they didn't believe me. Yi Shu was trembling with anger, tears in her eyes. Yi Fang comforted her for a while until she calmed down and continued. At that time, Kong Jia was out on a mission. The higher-ups called him back, saying something was wrong at home.
Haha.
Then Kong Jia returned and saw the photo of Xiaoshen. That was when everything settled down. She asked Kong Jia to go back to the army and clear her name, but he blamed her for not stopping his mother and sister from causing trouble, which delayed his mission and promotion. He then angrily went back to his task. She had to explain herself to the authorities, but it didn't work well. When she got home, her mother-in-law approached her, saying she liked Xiaoshen and that their families should marry to create a good match. She exploded then, completely breaking ties with her mother-in-law and cursing her family for being shameless. Later, her mother-in-law called again, crying and begging. The higher-ups called Kong Jia to come back and handle family issues. Kong Jia returned with a gloomy face, telling her to apologize to her mother and to find a way to match her sister with Xiaoshen.
Ye shu sniret repeatedly.
Now, thinking about it, she found it funny. The Kong family probably really didn't look in the mirror. She knew it was all her fault for spoiling them. Back then, she married into the family despite the mismatch. After her marriage, the Yi family treated her very well, which made them think they were important and that anyone could match with them. I was about to refuse when I got your call, saying Xiaoshen was married. I was so happy, Yi Shu said with a smile. But his family didn't believe it and insisted I bring Kong and I over to see. If it was true, then they'd find someone good enough for her. Yi Fang was stunned. She had known from Yi Shu's letter that the Kong family was somewhat problematic, but she never expected it to be so bad, completely reckless. I didn't even dare to tell you about the worst things, Yi Shu sighed. I couldn't bring myself to say it. I felt ashamed. She felt more ashamed of herself for the disgrace of the Kong family.
Why was she so blind back then?
Why did she fall for Kong Jia? How could she be fooled by his sweet words and passionate pursuit? She met Kong Jia during a performance when he was in charge of hosting them. He was very considerate. At that time, she was feeling unwell, and Kong Jia carried her down the mountain in heavy snow late at night, walking dozens of miles. She was touched. Afterward, Kong Jia kept writing her letters, and his feelings in the letters were even more passionate and sincere. She believed him. But after they married, she slowly realized those letters couldn't have been written by Kong Jia. He only finished elementary school. At first, she made excuses for him, thinking he was a self-taught, talented person. But reality hit hard. His real skills were only enough to read a newspaper. It turned out those letters were discussed with his comrades. One of his college-educated friends gave him tips on how to write. Hee. Yi Shu chuckled again, this time at himself. What are your plans? Yi Fong asked calmly. I'm going to get a divorce, Yi Shu replied just as calmly. The room was silent for a few seconds. Yi Fong nodded. I support you. Yi Shu suddenly smiled, tears welling up in her eyes. Hua Zhao felt the air around Yishin sitting beside her grow colder. She turned to look and saw that his eyes were now icy, as if frozen to the bone. She also noticed he seemed to be listening intently to something. She quietly pricked up her ears and overheard a conversation from another room. Such things happen. But she had seen similar situations many times before. Yi Shu wanting to get rid of this Phoenix man wouldn't be easy. But she wasn't worried. This was her specialty. She had countless successful cases from her colleagues to learn from. After Yi Fong and Yi Shu finished talking, they left the room. Both looked calm, as if nothing had happened, and Yi Shu's face showed no tears. Hua Zhao admired her. No wonder she was a professional actress. It also showed that Yi Shu had a strong inner strength. What were you two talking about for so long? Miao Longji said strangely, even I, as a mother, feel I can't compare. What's there to talk about with Annie? Yi Shu casually said, just about pregnancy and having children. Yi Fong is an obstetrician, and she has been infertile for many years. They used to talk about this topic often. But now, she really doesn't want to talk about it. She's glad she hasn't gotten pregnant after being married for several years. Now you should include your sister-in-law in this, Miao Longji said. She got pregnant on her first try. Yi Shu and Yi Fong immediately frowned. Was there a hint of disdain in that comment about her infertility? Also, she knew Hua Zhao had only had one experience. And she was still a young girl, very tender-looking. Do they really think it's appropriate to talk about this with her? Hua Zhao lowered her head, pretending to be shy, but inside, she was furious at her mother-in-law. How has she managed to live to this age? It seems she needs to reassess the capabilities of the Yi family. Someone so clueless can be protected for decades. Yishin couldn't listen anymore. Maybe it was because they didn't spend much time together since childhood, or maybe their personalities just didn't match. As he grew up, he couldn't get close to this mother. Not even normal conversations could happen smoothly. He pulled Hua Zhao to stand up. There's still some cleaning to do over there, and we haven't bought any household items. We're leaving now. Yes, Yi Fong also stood up. I'll go shopping with you. You two don't know anything. Yi Shu sat still. She really wanted to go, but if she moved, Kong and I would definitely follow. She wouldn't let her succeed. But Kong and I stood up herself. I want to go too. Like her, she was chubby, and her voice sounded rough and a bit silly. I don't want to go, Yi Shu said. If you don't want to go, then fine. I'll go with them, Kong and I said. She simply couldn't understand why Yi Shu's refusal meant she couldn't go. Yi Shu was momentarily stunned, unable to find words to reply. If she didn't even understand this basic courtesy, what could she do? But Hua Zhao had it. She said proudly, I'm not close to you, and I don't want to take you along. Being rejected so straightforwardly, Kong and I could only stand there, staring blankly. I just don't want to go shopping with you, and I definitely don't want to bring you to my house. Hua Zhao said, then pulled Yishin and walked away. Yishin quickly caught up, pulling her back as they left. Yi Fong looked on with a teasing expression and quickly followed. Yi Shu watched their figures from behind, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. But her sister-in-law is really funny. Was her sudden stubbornness just because she was young and naive? Or was she surprisingly clever? Miao Longji glanced at Hua Zhao's back and then at Kong and I, pretending to be kind. Don't mind her. That girl just doesn't know how to speak properly. Compared to Hua Zhao, she liked Kong and I even less. Her daughter also told her about her, and she knew Kong and I was a troublemaker and a meddler. She didn't like the Kong family at all. At first, she was the only one against her daughter marrying into this family. But her daughter was determined, and she saw that Kong Jie was sensible and caring for her daughter. She thought if her daughter married into that family, it would be fine. After marrying in, the man's family was not as wealthy as hers, so he would treat her better. Who would have thought? Right, Auntie? You also think she doesn't know how to speak properly? Kong and I looked at Miaolonji as if she found an ally. How can she be so rude? I'm a guest, visiting for the first time, and she acts so impolitely. You should call her back and scold her. Yishu rolled her eyes immediately. She still knew what politeness was? How rare. Just calling her auntie made Miaolonji very annoyed. She forced herself to resist the urge to roll her eyes and glared at her daughter. Look at the good family you found. Suddenly, she felt very upset. 3 children, 3 in-laws, and not a single one made her feel at ease. They had learned lessons twice before, so this time she wanted to personally choose Yishin's bride. She wanted a simple family, but it seemed Hua Zhao's family was the most complicated. Hua Zhao had already reached the main gate of the courtyard. She held back the man, pulling her quickly. Slow down. Yishin immediately stopped.
Saw the effort got?
Are you okay? He asked, looking at her belly. He hadn't walked with her before, and now he remembered Hua Zhao was jogging just now. Was she tired for the baby? Hua Zhao touched her belly. He said he's fine. Yi Shun and Yi Fong both smiled. Hua Zhao pointed at the nearby guardhouse. There's a phone there, right? Yes, do you want to make a call?
Yi Shun asked.
Yes, Hua Zhao blinked at him. You go in, find an excuse, call your sister out, and we can go shopping together. Since she was called away for work, that annoying person probably wouldn't follow her, right? Yishin looked at her. This clever girl. He smiled as he went inside and asked the security guard to call his family. Yishu heard that her grandfather wanted to see her, so she hurried out. But she was surprised to see 3 people waiting at the door. Yi Fong smiled and said, Little Hua came up with a plan to call you out shopping. Yishu blinked twice and understood. This younger sister-in-law was too smart. She laughed loudly and went over, linking arms with Hua Zhao. Come on, whatever you like today, just buy it. Sister will pay. Hua Zhao noticed that when she wasn't smiling, she was just pretty, but when she smiled big, she had a special kind of beauty. Her smile was as warm as the sun, able to reach people's hearts. This smile could probably charm many people. Yi Fong sighed inside. When was the last time she saw Yi Shu smile like that? Back then, that girl seemed to glow all over. But in just a few years, she had become quiet and withdrawn. This marriage must end. The 4 of them shopped all afternoon and bought many things: pots, bowls, bedding, even furniture. Yi Shu paid for everything. She spent over 1,000 yuan in total, which was her average monthly salary, over 2 years. She really had money. As a cultural soldier, her salary was quite good, plus bonuses, totaling a few hundred each month. Over the years, although the Kong family took a lot of her money, she became cold and stopped giving as much. This was one reason her relationship with her mother-in-law was tense. Old Madame Kong often asked her to hand over all her salary to be managed. She refused, so Madame Kong went to her son. Kong Jia initially tried to persuade his mother, but when she caused trouble, he turned around and asked Yishu to think about him, to take out the money and settle things peacefully. He assured her that his mother wouldn't spend the money recklessly. She would save it for them in the future. At that time, Yishu just replied with 2 words, hee hee. Since old Madame Kong arrived, their home was almost empty. All the valuable and even the worthless things in the house were taken by her and moved to her son's countryside homes. I explained to her that they are poor, and since her older brother and sister-in-law are doing well, they should take good care of her. Helping each other among siblings is right. Not helping is unkind. She handed over all her wages and definitely wanted to get them back someday. Thinking about her worries, Yishu spent money more freely, acting as if she wanted to spend all her money today so others wouldn't keep bothering her. After shopping for a while, Yishu finally felt happy again, something she hadn't felt in a long time. When she returned to Yishen's house and saw the spacious yard, her mood improved even more. I also really want a yard where I can live alone, do whatever I want, wake up whenever I want, wear whatever I like, eat whatever I want. All the cabinets and drawers don't need locks, and I don't have to worry about losing things, Yishu said softly. Yishun frowned and sat beside her, surprised that his sister's life had become like this. How did Kong Jie say it back then? He promised to take care of his sister for life and never let her suffer even a little. There seems to be a chance for Kong Jie to go to the capital for a meeting this month. He needs to make sure Kong Jie comes. Do you want a house? Sure, what kind do you want? I'll help you find out, Yifeng said. You have money but nowhere to spend it, so buy a big one. Hua Xiao disagreed. It's shared property between spouses. If they buy now, and later the little guy pursues it, he'll want half. Better to keep the money safe and sound. If he still has some shame, he wouldn't want to take the money Yishu earned. So, buying a house is okay, but only after the divorce. But how should she tell Yishu? She thought for a moment and decided to speak directly. Big sister, are you really planning to get a divorce? Hua Zhao asked. Everyone stared at her in surprise. How did she know? Yishu only just said her idea of divorce today. She didn't believe her aunt would immediately tell Hua Zhao. I overheard it myself. When you were talking in the room, I heard, Hua Zhao said. I've had sharp ears since I was little. I saw Yishun looking upset earlier, so I listened in. Yishu looked at her brother. Yishun's gaze shifted away from Hua Zhao's face and he nodded. Yes, I did hear it.
Yishu sighed deeply.
Well, this way, she doesn't have to hide anymore. I don't want to live through such oppressive days even for a single day. Yishu said, I'm back this time. I don't want to leave again. Then what about your job? Yifeng asked. I've arranged to go back to Beijing. The transfer order should come soon, Yishu replied. It's good that you have plans, Yifeng nodded. It seemed her niece wasn't just talking. Is it hard to leave? Will the man agree? Hua Zhao suddenly asked. Yishu and Kong Jia are in a military marriage, and Yishu is a civilian. If she wants to leave, she needs her husband's approval unless he has committed a serious mistake. But the small conflicts with her mother-in-law, like cold treatment, aren't serious mistakes, not even mistakes at all. As long as Kong Jia isn't crazy, he won't agree to a divorce. Yishu knew this too. Her expression was a bit sad. I can't leave, so we'll just live apart. I really don't want to go back to that home. That was fine. Both of them were busy people, and if one wanted to avoid the other, it was normal not to see each other for years. Thinking she might never see her in-laws again, Yishu felt happy again. Don't mention me. After we finish cleaning the house, we should go. Yishu winked at her brother. We won't disturb your time alone with your wife. Yishun pretended not to see, but started cleaning quickly. Hua Zhao also wanted to help but was held back by him. It's just dust, don't cough. Wait until I finish wiping, then you can come. After he finished wiping all the rooms, Hua Zhao was again told to sit down. It's too heavy to carry or move. Don't strain yourself. Hua Zhao wanted to tidy up a small empty patch in the yard, which used to be a little garden but was now overgrown. She planned to clear it and grow vegetables. Yishin turned around and took her. Leave it. I'll do it later. Yifeng and Yishu exchanged glances and made funny faces. They didn't expect him to have such a gentle side. Yishu felt warm and a bit envious. There are still good men in the world, but unfortunately, the good man was her brother. Hua Zhao was also touched. She looked at Yishun and smiled sweetly. I'll go cook. Is that okay? Yishun thought for a moment and nodded. He really couldn't cook, and even if he could, he definitely couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's cooking skills. Be careful. Don't cut your hand, he said.
You're almost done, right?
Yishu couldn't take it anymore. After we leave, you two can be lovey-dovey again. Yishun pretended not to hear and continued moving furniture. Hua Zhao happily went to cook. After an hour of tidying up, everything was mostly in place. The place finally looked like a home. The house was no longer empty. There were tables, chairs, a wardrobe, and other small household items, making it feel lively. Hua Zhao's meal was ready, and the aroma filled the yard. Yishu had already thrown away some things and was busy helping Hua Zhao.
Wow.
You're amazing. Just some greens. How can it taste so good? She kept sneaking bites. It's better than restaurant chef skills. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time. She didn't usually cook. Most of the time she ate work meals or went to restaurants. Later, when her mother-in-law came, they ate simple food. Grandma Kong's cooking skills were just average. After a hearty and tasty dinner, Yishu eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. She couldn't cook, but she could wash dishes. Her mother-in-law had made her do it. At first, she didn't wash dishes at home because she thought her hands were too precious. She was an actress, sometimes needing close-up shots of her hands, so she couldn't have rough, old hands with her beautiful face. But her mother-in-law scolded her badly for this, so she was yelled at every day. Later, for the sake of the neighbors, she had to give in. Initially, Kong Jie supported her and didn't let her do chores. When he came home, he cooked and washed dishes without complaints. But later, he also thought his mother was right. What's wrong with washing dishes? Women should do it. It's just fussing. Yishu shook her head. That's enough. I'm going home to watch that annoying kid. It's so frustrating. Where will she stay tonight? Grandpa's house was definitely not an option. She had to take her away, so she wouldn't embarrass Grandpa with her strange antics. The same with her parents' house. If she caused trouble, it would be all over the yard. And her parents' drawers weren't locked. They weren't home during the day, and her mother had some valuables. If anything went missing, she'd be so embarrassed. Kong and I had a habit of snooping through others' things, but she never said anything about it. Although everyone was family and it was her own home, she still felt it was stealing, especially since Kong and I took her money and spent it right away. She always takes her things, either using them or giving them away, never returning them. Isn't that what a thief is? With such a little sister-in-law, how can she have the nerve to go out? Why don't you come stay at my place? Yi Fong said. It's more suitable. Some neighbors around her house are really a good fit for Kong and I. Then it's trouble for Auntie Yishu also thought so. Living at Yi Fong's house is the best. Before leaving, Yi Fong was worried and called Yi Shin aside. She's still young. She can't do certain things. Do you understand? Yi Fong looked at Yi Shun and said, 3 months have passed, it should be fine. But Yi Fong still doesn't trust her nephew. He's rough and strong. What if he uses too much force? Yi Shin blushed and nodded. I understand. Yi Fong gave some more advice, then left feeling reassured. In the big yard, only Hua Zhao and Yi Shin remained. All the chores were done, so they just needed to wash up and sleep. Hua Zhao didn't hesitate. After washing in the bathroom in the side room, she got into bed to sleep. Yi Shin didn't say anything. After washing up, he lay down next to Hua Zhao. It was very quiet around them. Only the cicadas in the yard could be heard. This time, it was just the two of them. Unlike before, when they were a few meters apart, very alert and cautious, he didn't dare make a sound. Yi Shin reached out his hand, holding the fragrant little flower in his arms. He sighed deeply and gently kissed her hair. So fragrant. His hand moved down and rested on her belly. Sleep now, he said in a husky voice. Hua Zhao chuckled softly in his arms. He could clearly feel her slight trembling and softness.
Ah.
He sighed again, long and slow. Sleep quickly, or I might eat you up. Come on, her sweet voice, full of playful charm. Yi Shin gasped and tightened his arms, sternly saying, Sleep now. Hua Zhao laughed, her body trembling with amusement. Feeling his embrace getting stiffer, she finally dared not make trouble anymore, closed her eyes obediently, and soon fell asleep. Yi Shin felt both happy and disappointed at the same time. Yi Shu returned home and managed to rescue Miaolonji. Why are you only back now? She asked unhappily. She had spent the whole afternoon alone with Kong and I, which was very exhausting. Every time she called her aunt, it made her so angry that her chest hurt. We're leaving right now, Yi Shu said sincerely, trying to comfort her mother. Leaving? Where to? Kong and I looked at the spacious, tall house and didn't want to go at all. In the past, she thought her older brother's house was the best, over 100 square meters with 4 rooms and 2 halls, much better than her rural home. But compared to Yizhengguo's villa, she felt small and insignificant. She wanted to live here. My grandfather's house isn't for just anyone to live in. It has a certain status. I don't even qualify, so don't even think about it. Just come with me, Yishu said in a firm but gentle tone. She had already argued with Kong and I many times before. Now, she was doing her best to keep a normal tone in front of her family. Kong and I saw that Yishu was at her limit of patience. Reluctantly, she carried her pile of luggage and followed Yishu to Yifeng's house. Yifeng's house had 3 rooms and 1 hall. Besides the bedroom for Yishun and Hua Zhao, there was a small bedroom where Kong and I was placed. Yishu and Yifeng shared a bed. They talked all night, and Yishu had to tell Yifeng to lock the drawers and wardrobe first thing tomorrow morning. The next morning, Hua Zhao got up early and started working. After making breakfast, she prepared to make donkey roll, a traditional snack. She hadn't forgotten her appointment with Uncle Wang yesterday. Just as the donkey roll was finished, Yishun had already tidied up the small garden. Hua Zhao sprinkled seeds of carrots, potatoes, and sweet potatoes she bought yesterday. She didn't plan to stay here permanently, so she only planted some vegetables that didn't need much care. Yesterday, it was hard to move around because there were many people. In a few days, she planned to find a chance to buy a few fruit trees and plant them in the yard, so she could eat fruit openly. The door was knocked. Yi Shan went to open it, and sure enough, Uncle Wang had arrived. Seeing the garden they had tidied up, Uncle Wang sighed. He remembered that there used to be a plum tree in this garden, and every winter, neighbors came to ask for plum branches. Later, someone set fire to it and burned it down. What kind of plum tree was that? Hua Zhao asked. When I find one in the future, I will plant a tree, and every year send a plum branch to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang was surprised. Then he laughed loudly. All right. That is a red plum tree. I have one in my yard. I will send you a branch later to help you plant it.
Hua Zhao.
It seems she is not just missing the plum blossom but also the person under the blossom, right? Never mind, as long as she is happy. She went to bring some sticky rice treats for him to taste. Initially, Uncle Wang thought Yifeng was just being polite yesterday, but when he saw the treats, he knew she was telling the truth. The bean aroma is the taste of his childhood. No, maybe even better. Uncle Wang picked up a piece to try. Soon after, Yishin sat across from him and finished the remaining treats in the plate quickly.
Child.
Why are you fighting with an old man for food? Uncle Wang pretended to be angry. But he knew he had eaten too much himself. The child was just being kind to him. No wonder Ling Hua liked this child the most. He liked her too. She was beautiful and thoughtful. I heard you managed to get the Chow family's house back? Uncle Wang asked. Having heard from old Sunday, Yishin nodded. Yes, we exchanged it for 100-year-old ginseng. TSK. Uncle Wang shook his head. They got a good deal. But it's also good. The house is now complete again. Yes, Yishin nodded. He knew his grandmother's wish. He had been thinking about how to get the house back from the Chow family. He didn't expect Hua Zhao's clever idea to make his wish come true. Yishin looked at his wife beside him and liked her more and more. When are they moving out? Uncle Wang asked. According to the rules, it should be within half a month, Yishin replied. Uncle Wang nodded and whispered, Listen carefully, see if they make any noise at night. Yishun and Hua Zhao looked at him in surprise. Uncle Wang looked at Yishun and then at his beautiful wife. The house being returned was thanks to their effort, and this girl, from her appearance, seemed pure-hearted. It was okay to tell her. Back then, your grandmother's father was a well-known spendthrift in the capital, Uncle Wang asked. Did your grandmother tell you about that? Yishin shook his head. His grandmother never talked about the past. When she mentioned it, it was usually unintentional. He understood. She was from a noble family, and at that time, it was considered shameful. Grandpa and Grandma worked very hard to pass down this family heritage. Uncle Wang smiled and said, I guess she wouldn't say. Your grandma's grandfather was a very capable man, good at managing things, and had a lot of wealth. But when it came to her father, he lost everything. All that wealth was gone. Do you want to guess how he lost it? He liked to buy antiques and was often cheated. No matter how much gold and silver he had, it wasn't enough to save him, Uncle Wang explained. Yishan remained calm. while Hua Zhao remembered Uncle Wang's previous words and her eyes flickered. Unexpectedly, Uncle Wang had a very sharp eye. He immediately noticed something and asked, "Girl, did you think of something?" Hua Zhao whispered, "What about the antiques he bought with all that wealth?" Uncle Wang's eyes lit up with excitement. He pounded the table and laughed loudly. This girl was just like Ling Hua, beautiful and clever. He quickly stopped laughing and whispered, "Back then, Zhenbeizi lost almost everything, leaving only 2 properties. One was in the east of the city, where your uncle and your grandfather lived. The other was here, given as a dowry to your grandma. Those things he bought with all that wealth were divided into 2 parts before he died. One part was given to your uncle, and the other to your grandma. I don't know about your uncle's share, but I remember that one day, when I visited, I found everything gone. All the household items, decorations, everything was missing. At first, he thought she had sold them to leave Beijing, especially since the city was very chaotic at that time. But he later found out she hadn't. She just told others that her eldest son was seriously ill, and the family used all their money to treat him. He knew Yi Mao was doing well, but she kept him hidden at home, not letting him go out. She didn't hide everything from him, but she didn't tell him the full truth either. Uncle Wang sighed. Those things, either she sold them or hid them away. But she didn't have many other places to hide them. If you have time, you should look around this yard carefully. Maybe you'll find something. Hua Zhao's eyes sparkled. Now that I tell you, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Uncle Wang suddenly sighed. If those things are still there, and they find them, what should they do? Hand them over? If they don't, and someone else finds out, it could be very dangerous. I might have done something wrong, Uncle Wang said, feeling very regretful. Yishin looked at Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao blinked twice, her bright eyes sparkling. I didn't hear anything. They don't exist. Yishin suddenly laughed and said to Uncle Wang, Yes, we didn't hear a thing. If those things are there, let them stay there. If they're not, even better. Uncle Wang looked at the 2 of them and slowly smiled. Good children, good children. Now I feel at ease. At that moment, he finally understood why, before his death, Ling Hua had ignored the criticism of favoritism and left the entire courtyard to Yishin alone. Yishin could give up wealth and treasures in an instant, such a huge temptation. The rest of the Yi family might not be able to do the same. As for himself, he had never been able to let go. He had always wanted to share this secret with them, unable to free himself from worldly attachments. But Hua Zhao shared the same heart as Yishin, and that was a pleasant surprise. Good children, Uncle Wang murmured, pulling a flat box from his pocket. This is a gift from Grandpa Wang to you.
Take it.
He pushed the box toward Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao glanced at Yishin. Only then did she happily accept it. Inside the box was a golden pocket watch, exquisitely crafted, carrying the weight of time, clearly an antique. This was once a tribute, Uncle Wang explained. There were 3 in total. The ancestor kept 1, the other 2 were given to his sons. One has since disappeared, and the other ended up with me. Hua Zhao knew Uncle Wang had once been a nobleman, so it was obvious who that ancestor was. But the gift was far too precious. She gently pushed the box back. This is a family heirloom. You should keep it for your children, she said softly. Uncle Wang suddenly let out a cold laugh. I no longer have children. Now I'm just an old man alone.
Huh?
Yesterday, Annie didn't say it like that. She said that Uncle Wang had many wives and children back then. Annie mentioned that she had noticed something unusual between Grandma and Uncle Wang before, neighbors acting like close siblings, which was strange. Sometimes Grandpa would get inexplicably angry with Grandma. When she was young, she asked Grandma why she didn't choose childhood's sweetheart Uncle Wang. Grandma told her that Uncle Wang was too romantic. Looking at her innocent and curious eyes, those difficult words didn't seem so bad anymore. Uncle Wang said, back then, they looked down on their background, cut all ties with me, changed their names, and started a new life.
Ha!
He sneered at the end. They really cut all ties cleanly. A few kids and others burned and smashed the house, made him kneel and scold himself, and apologized to everyone. Then they left and didn't contact him for many years. But in the past 2 years, the situation eased. They finally had enough of their hard life and secretly came back to find him. Some tried to reason with him, some cried and admitted their mistakes, and some begged for his forgiveness. Although their methods were different, their goal was the same: money. They didn't believe he had no backup funds back then. They hoped he would give them a little to help. They knew him well. They knew he had kept a lot of things, originally meant for his descendants. But now he would give those things to outsiders and not give them a single cent. First, he would choose good things to give. Uncle Wang pushed the box back and said, "Here, take it. Keep it for fun, but don't show it off or you'll cause trouble." Hua Zhao looked at Yishan again.
Yishan nodded.
He understood Uncle Wang's situation. He had no good feelings for those children. When Uncle Wang was beaten badly and nearly died, his grandchildren saw it but ran away even faster. It was Yi Shun who stopped the attackers and secretly sent medicine and food to Uncle Wang and the only remaining servant from the past. That's how they survived. Hua Zhao put the box away and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Good kid." Uncle Wang carried the birdcage, which was almost always with him, and walked away slowly. The current atmosphere seems less strict now. In the early years, he didn't dare to go out casually, not even to carry a birdcage, for fear of being accused of something. Now it seems okay, and more old men are seen walking around with birdcages. The yard is quieted down. Hua Zhao looks at Yishan eagerly.
Yishan playfully taps her forehead.
"What? Can't bear to part with it?" he says, referring to the saying mountains of gold and silver. Just as his finger was about to fall, Yishan suddenly remembered her delicate skin that shouldn't be touched. Any contact would leave a mark. He quickly straightened his finger and instead stroked her hair. Her silky, soft hair is nice, but still not as fine and smooth as her skin. Ahem. Let's pretend those things don't exist for now. We'll deal with them later, he says, lowering his hand and turning his gaze away. Maybe tonight, they could change places. Hua Zhao nods in agreement, but her fingers are still busy, twisting a few grass seeds. Just now, Uncle Wang hadn't said why they should pay attention to the Chow family. Does the Chow family also know something? Let's go. Change your clothes and come with me to deliver the wedding candies, Yishan says. He wants to finish the important things quickly and rest. Yesterday, at the family dinner, the Yi family had already agreed that Hua Zhao's side would handle the wedding arrangements. They wouldn't redo everything on their side. Given the current tense situation outside, they have no time for hosting banquets. If caught, it could be a big problem. Hua Zhao also thought the same. She admired the Yi family's caution and clarity. Only such a family could steadily improve over these 10 years. Hua Zhao changed into a dark blue maternity dress and left with Yishan. She is more cautious now. During this period, she doesn't even dare to wear red clothes. After receiving the ginseng, the Chow family immediately sent Yishan and old son away and then took the ginseng to another famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor. This doctor is also a health expert for the powerful families and surprisingly young, only about 30 years old. Being able to serve such high-status clients at this age shows his excellent medical skills. Li Mu, holding the ginseng, was stunned. Such high-quality wild ginseng. How did you get it?
Haha.
Chao Jian chuckled, reluctant to say more. There's no problem with this ginseng, right? It's really wild mountain ginseng? Chao Jian asked. Li Mu replied, "Just transfer it to me. You guys set the conditions." Chao Jian immediately shook his head. "I have use for it." Li Mu said, "The big bosses also need it."
Gao Zian.
He knew the big bosses needed it, but was it the same to send it through Li Mu or through himself? He really didn't like Li Mu, but if he wanted to build a connection, it had to go through Li Mu. He wasn't familiar with that person at all, but Li Mu was that person's health doctor, and they used to be classmates and good friends. "This ginseng, I plan to give to Mr. He Jianing. Do you think he needs it?" Chao Jian asked. Li Mu looked at him, realizing he was looking for Jianing. He lowered his head to look at the ginseng in his hand. It was definitely a rare, top-quality ginseng, and Jianing needed it very much. "Come with me," he said. Li Mu took Xiao Jian directly to He Jianning's home, outside the Third Ring Road, in his state-owned nursery's residential area. When they arrived, it was already dark outside. This area was considered suburban now. The bus line was only one route. Plus, this place had been running a flower, plant, and fruit business for many years. It was spacious and sparsely populated, very quiet. Xiao Jian nodded to himself, hearing that this talented person had always been in poor health and preferred quietness over noise. It seemed true. Li Mu led Xiao Jian around several turns and finally arrived in front of a house built among peach blossom trees. Li Mu stood outside the door and heard faint coughing from inside, along with the smell of medicinal food. He pushed the door open and saw He Jianning sitting at the table, frowning at the dishes on the table. Li's wife, who was responsible for cooking, carefully set down the last dish. Seeing Li Mu, she exclaimed as if seeing a savior, "Xiao Mu, please persuade Mr. Jianning. He hasn't been eating properly for several days."
Li Mu nodded.
Li's wife immediately left. "So grown up, still picky about food?" Li Mu said with a smile. Jianning also smiled. Xiao Jian looked at this man he had only met a few times. He felt a sudden brightness. A man in his 30s, somewhat thin, with a pale face, but with clear, handsome features and eyes that seemed deep and mysterious, making people dare not underestimate him. "It's not that I am picky, it's just that the food you make is too bad," Jianning said. "Li Sa is already the best cook for medicinal dishes. If you're not satisfied, it just means you're picky," Li Mu said. Li Sa is a distant relative of his. Her family has been skilled in making medicinal dishes for generations. Many important people asked him for help, but he didn't arrange anything. Instead, he personally asked her to cook for He Jianning, a former secretary general now resting. "All right, I admit I am picky," He Jianning said, then looked at Xiao Jian behind Li Mu. "Director Xiao, how come you have time to visit me? Please have a seat." He had only met Xiao Jian a few times and never spoken to him, but now he recognized him immediately. He stood up and gestured politely. "Have you eaten? Let's eat together." "Oh no, we already ate." "No, we haven't eaten yet," Xiao Jian stammered. Don't be fooled by this man's humble attitude and innocent face. Rumors about him are terrifying and make your skin crawl. He Jianning smiled casually, then looked at Li Mu, knowing there must be a reason Li Mu brought him here. Li Mu gently placed a box on the table and opened it. He Jianning's nose twitched immediately. Such a strong medicinal smell, top quality. Just by the scent, he could tell the bark and moss wrapped around a top-grade ginseng. "This ginseng can add 10 more years to your life," Li Mu said excitedly, looking at He Jianning. His eyes lit up with hope. He could live longer? 10 years? Xiao Jian's heart pounded. At this moment, he almost loved Li Mu to death. He was such a good person. "This is Director Xiao's gift for you. Talk among yourselves. I'll go prepare the medicine," Li Mu said, taking the box to the next room. He Jianning has a congenital deficiency. Since birth, he has been taking medicine. His grandfather used to adjust his health, now he is responsible for it. He has all the medicines he needs at home, everything. But top-quality medicinal ingredients, like wild, years-old ginseng, are always missing. A few years ago, He Jianning's health became very weak. He couldn't even work normally and had to stay behind the scenes. But this ginseng can not only extend his life, but also help him return to the stage. "What do you want?" He Jianning's polite smile disappeared. He didn't show the gratitude Xiao Jian expected. He simply asked calmly, expressionless. Xiao Jian's eyes flickered with intense excitement and darkness, revealing a cold streak. He suddenly shivered and reined in his bold plans. Almost forgot who he was dealing with. The nickname Poison Snake definitely wasn't given randomly. "I just want to keep my current position. Hopefully for a few more years, nothing else," Xiao Jian said. "Moving up further can wait for now." He looked at He Jianning with a blank, almost dazed expression, but he was actually thinking about Xiao Jian himself. After a few seconds, he remembered all of Xiao Jian's details and nodded.
"All right."
Recently, there will be big moves from above, but Xiao Jian is just a small player, insignificant. He can hold on to this position. Chao Jian let out a long breath. Thank you, that I won't bother Mr. He with dinner anymore. I'll take my leave now. He turned to walk away. Wait a moment, He Jianing called after him. Where did you get that ginseng?
Gao Zian Poset, Hesti Tang. He didn't want to say.
He was planning to get more ginseng from Hua Zhao later and earn some favors. A cold, doubtful, almost threatening voice came from behind, as if a snake was slithering on his back. Chao Jian shivered and turned around respectfully. It was from the Yi family in my front yard. Yi Shin brought it, and I traded him my current house. I heard his wife dug it up from the mountains.
Huh.
Yi Shin's wife. He's married? He Jianing was surprised.
Whose girl is she?
Wasn't Lan Lan from the older brother's family always watching Yi Shin? She even asked him to propose to Yi Shin before. He had agreed and planned to visit when Yi Shin returned from his holiday. According to the news, Yi Shin was supposed to come back today. He thought he could wait a couple of days before going, but now he heard he was married? Apparently she's from the countryside. Her grandfather dug up that ginseng himself, Chao Jian said. But that girl is very pretty, and her temperament doesn't seem like a rural girl. I see. He Jianing nodded with a frown. Chao Jian didn't dare stay longer, and quickly walked away. He Jianing immediately called his older brother to ask about Yi Shin. Yi Shin is indeed married. His wife isn't a good person. He Jianya rambled on about what he found and suspected. He Jianing listened quietly. Granddaughter of Hua Chong. Hua Chong, he still has a faint memory of him. When he first started working, he saw Hua Chong once. His impression of Hua Chong was that he was strong, cold, smart, and decisive. He has never seen anyone leave a situation as quickly and cleanly as Hua Chong did, managing to stay safe over these 10 years and avoid all the upheavals. However, he looks down on such people. He thinks they are cowards. When big changes come, they run away. Compared to Hua Chong, he admires Yi Zhenguo more. Not only can Yi Zhenguo protect himself, but he also manages to improve his position steadily. That's what a real man should do. Hua Chong, who left 10 years ago and is now seriously ill, is indeed not someone to fear. For Yi Shin, offending him is worth it. What's that person's name? Wang Zhiyong? I'll arrange everything, don't interfere, He Jianing said. Okay. His younger brother took over, and He Jianyi relaxed. That means everything is settled. He's just waiting to become Yi Shin's father-in-law. Hua Zhao followed Yi Shin out and about for most of the day, visiting over a dozen places to deliver wedding favors. It was dark when they finally returned home. Your face is all stiff from smiling. When they got back, she collapsed into a chair. Her beautiful face still wore a sweet smile, but it looked a little stiff. Yi Shin's hand unconsciously reached out and pinched her cheek. So cute. Hua Zhao was stunned, blinking her big, adorable eyes at him. His rough hand pinched her, making her feel a little pain. Her small, white face instantly turned red.
Cough.
Yi Shin snapped out of his daze, quickly withdrew his hand, and said shyly, I'm going to cook.
Can you cook?
Hua Zhao asked with a smile, rubbing the spot he touched. If I can't, I'll ask you, Yi Shin said as he got up and went to the kitchen. Most of today's walking was on foot, so she must be tired. Hua Zhao watched his back happily and followed him with a small stool, sitting at the kitchen door, planning to keep him company. But Yi Shin shooed her away. Go inside and rest. There's oil smoke here. Auntie said that pregnant women should stay away from oil fumes, or it might affect their appetite. Hua Zhao didn't want to leave, but suddenly she heard some unusual sounds. All right then, I'll go inside first, she said, returning to the main house. She moved to the window of the ear room and listened more carefully. The main house has an ear room, and the windows are wide open. Behind the main house, there is a red brick courtyard wall built later, separating them from the Chao family. Hua Zhao heard the sounds of the Chao family rummaging through boxes. She could ignore it, after all, moving means packing things. But she also heard the tapping on the ground. The Chao family, like this courtyard, has a paved stone floor. You can't take the floor tiles when moving, right? That would be too much. Plus, considering what Wang Bo said during the day, she had to think more. Hua Zhao looked at the small room in front of her. This small room, called an ear room, is a small space on the east and west sides of the main house. Some have their own doors. Others connect to the main house with an internal door, usually used for storage. Later, people often turned it into a walk-in closet or bathroom. Now, this ear room is empty, without clutter, but it contains something she needs. Because the ear room is smaller than the main house, there is a long, narrow gap of over a meter between the ear room and the newly built courtyard wall. The floor is clean, paved with blue stones, but someone planted a climbing vine in the corner of the wall. Now it covers the entire courtyard wall, hiding its bright red color. Hua Zhao turned to listen to her own courtyard. Yixin had just lit a fire. She quietly climbed through the window into the small space and placed her hand on the old climbing vine. Golden energy flowed in. The vine's branches and leaves instantly perked up, but no flowers bloomed and nothing startling or noticeable happened. Hua Zhao's mind connected with the vine. She felt as if she had become the vine itself, climbing to the top of the wall and seeing what was happening in the Chao family courtyard. This was a new ability she discovered after her energy mutation. She could see through plants. Inside the Chao house, there was no light. Several adults held flashlights, shining around the yard. "Dad, why didn't you tell us earlier? If you had said so years ago, we could have found it already. Why are you so nervous now?" A man whispered, somewhat resentful, to old Chao.
Exactly.
Back then, the front yard was empty. We could look however we wanted, another man beside him whispered. Now, it's different. We have to be careful not to make any noise. Humph. Old Chao snorted. If I had told you earlier, you would have gone out to show off. Then, who knows how you might have died. Yixin's grandmother's house was very wealthy back then. He had heard about it long ago and knew that her money was all spent on her eldest son's medical bills. They were roughly the same age. But he didn't believe it. Because they were the same age, they shared similar ideas and knew what was most important at that time, hiding the family wealth. So, when he heard that half of the Yi family's house was to be rented out, he used connections to get that half for himself. But over the years, he held back and didn't take action. He had many children, and at first, everyone lived together. Later, his daughter got married and his grandson was born, so the house was still crowded. The key was that his sons, except for the eldest, Chao Jian, were not capable. When they suddenly got a large sum of money, he was worried they wouldn't keep the secret and might talk too much. Now that they were about to leave, he couldn't worry about that anymore. The children were being watched inside by their daughters-in-law, so he and his sons started searching. He checked inside the house and the walls, but found nothing. The house originally had wooden floors, but a few years ago, he replaced them with stone tiles using an excuse. During the replacement, he checked for any signs of digging but found none. If Yixin's grandmother had hidden something, it could only be in this yard or somewhere else. He couldn't do much about other places, but if it was in this yard, they couldn't miss it. Second and third brothers, each of you dig 2 corners inward. If there's nothing, break the tiles and keep digging, but make sure to restore everything before dawn. Eldest, you come with me to the backyard to look, said old Chao. Their big yard was quite spacious, over 200 square meters. It wasn't bare. Each corner was planted with plants. The backyard was even turned into a vegetable garden. Old Chao took Chao Jian and went to look. The second and third brothers exchanged glances and pouted. Their father seemed to think the backyard was the most promising spot and favored the eldest. In the 4 corners of the main yard, they had dug wells before, but none of them produced water. In the past, they didn't understand why their father was so persistent about digging wells, especially since the yard already had running water. Now, they knew it was to find something. The 4 corners of the front yard, however, clearly had nothing. The brothers said nothing and each started prying up the tiles in their assigned corners. Hua Zhao was feeling a bit anxious. Although she said these things don't exist, she was just talking. She hasn't yet reached the level of seeing money as worthless. Moreover, She cares about these things, somewhat justified, but the Chao family members do not. They have no right to be concerned about them. Hua Zhao used her golden energy to communicate with the plants in the Chao family yard. The two Chao brothers probably knew that the four corners had been drilled, and there was definitely nothing underneath. So, they simply left the plants above and started working nearby. At night, they couldn't see that the plants beside them were trembling slightly. When they occasionally glanced, they thought it was just the wind. They couldn't see underground either, where the roots of the plants were spreading wildly in all directions, just avoiding the area they were searching. They only smelled a stronger floral fragrance than usual. The scene in the backyard was the same. Old Chao was digging a spot with his eldest son, as they couldn't manage other areas at the moment. Over the years, Old Chao had already dug quite deep under the surface, using the yam planting as an excuse. They had to dig even deeper. Their speed was nowhere near Hua Zhao's. Before they reached a depth of 1 meter, Hua Zhao found what they were looking for. The object was indeed underground in the backyard, but buried very deep. Hua Zhao didn't know what it was exactly. She only saw 5 or 6 large boxes through the roots of the plants. The roots wrapped around these boxes, dragging them deeper underground. Other roots trembled, moving the soil that occupied the space, filling the gaps they created, making it look like nothing was there before, just loose soil. But only when they dug here did they discover it. Everything was happening silently and slowly underground. Meanwhile, Yishun had prepared simple food and came to call Hua Zhao. "Why did you go over there?" Yishun asked curiously. Hua Zhao stood up, made a gesture, then pointed toward the Chao family's direction. Yishun narrowed his eyes. Hua Zhao approached, ready to climb through the window, but before she could, someone grabbed her waist and lifted her up. She immediately lit up with stars in her eyes, very pleased with his protective strength. Yishin didn't know why she was smiling at him so sweetly again, but her smile was really beautiful. He also smiled and leaned in to ask softly near her ear, "Did you hear anything?" Hua Zhao immediately felt like her ears might be about to get pregnant. She also leaned close and whispered softly, "They are digging something in the yard." Her sweet voice, deliberately lowered, sounded so much like that night's voice. Yishin suddenly felt something was off. He quickly straightened up and took a step back. But Hua Zhao didn't understand what was happening and thought he wanted to keep his distance from her.
How could that be?
She took a step forward, reached out with both hands, and wrapped her arms around his neck, hanging on to him. "I'm so hungry. I can't stand anymore." Before she finished speaking, she sensed why he had stepped back. Really? She hadn't done anything just now. Just said one sentence, and it was a problem. She quickly chuckled, released her hold, and stepped back. She knew how scary he could be when he lost his temper, so for the baby's sake, it was safer to stay away. Yishin looked at her deeply. This little mischievous spirit just knew how to ignite trouble. "Let's eat first," he said hoarsely, then reached out and took her small hand, pulling her out of the dark room. Hua Zhao chuckled softly behind him.
Yeshan suezet her delicate, boneles hand.
She couldn't be pregnant forever. A few steps to the room, Hua Zhao finally saw the food on the table. He had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and they looked quite good. Tasting them, they were actually quite tasty. Yi Shun was surprised himself. Does he also have a talent for cooking? Hua Zhao secretly smiled. These dishes had been in the kitchen all day. Under her endless charm influence, of course, they had become alive. She mentioned what happened earlier. "I heard the Chao family talking. A few men in their house are planning to dig something. It seems they might know something."
Yeshan noted.
"I noticed before that their family kept digging and breaking ground. I thought it was just old Chao being restless, but it turns out they have other motives. What should we do? What if they really get something?" Hua Zhao asked cautiously. "Are you reluctant again?" Yi Shin looked at Hua Zhao. Still a little greedy for money, he advised, "Some things are hard to say whether they are blessings or curses. If they really got those items and handed them in, it would be fine. But if they didn't and someone reported them, what would happen? Of course, the consequences would be very serious. But who would know they had those items? The secret is only between us." Hua Zhao suddenly blinked and looked at Yi Shen, who was staring at her intently. Alright, so this was his plan. It's quite mean. But she liked it. She was a clever girl and guessed it right. Similarly, they would definitely keep an eye on us in the future. If we show any unusual behavior, whether they are sure or not, they will report us, Yishin said. So those items, they were there before and they stay there now. We can't touch them. He couldn't foresee the huge changes in the future. He only looked at the current situation. If the future is similar to now, those items must never be moved. Yishin looked at Hua Zhao. Okay, I won't move them, Hua Zhao promised with a nod. Don't worry, if you say not to move them, I won't. I won't tell anyone, not even my grandfather or your aunt. Yishin's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he was worried about and wanted to remind her. But his little girl had already thought of it. A new feeling was stirring in his heart. Hua Zhao was still distracted, paying attention to the location of the boxes, and didn't notice Yishin's deeper gaze. It's so sad to hide things underground for a lifetime. Sooner or later, she would make them see the light again. And in the future, with policies opening up, things like this, passed down in an orderly way, not stolen or robbed, and dug out from their own yard, would still belong to them. Even if the Chow family found out, they could only stare helplessly. After dinner, the two sat in the yard to relax and take a walk, then washed up and went to rest. At night, Yishin's hand, under the guise of parent-child interaction, became a bit mischievous. Interaction means movement, and moving means going somewhere they shouldn't. Hua Zhao slapped his hand twice, but didn't push it away, quickly pretending to sleep. She was asleep, but he couldn't be too excessive, right? But whether she was truly asleep or pretending, could a professional be fooled? Yishin smiled slightly and withdrew his hand reluctantly. If he moved again, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. The next morning, Hua Zhao's first task was to find her boxes. Good, they were still there. The men from the Chow family, who didn't do much work, spent most of the night digging only shallow holes. After digging, they had to fill them back in to avoid outsiders or the children at home noticing and talking. During the day, they still had to go to work normally, which made them very tired. Hua Zhao felt relieved. With their efficiency, unless they were digging precisely, they probably wouldn't even come close to touching the edge before moving. Today, a few relatives planned to visit. After breakfast, Hua Zhao and Yishin wanted to go out, but then Yishu arrived. Big sister, have you eaten? I can make you some more. Hua Zhao was very happy to see her and took her hand into the house. Yishu's expression didn't look very happy. Yishin asked directly, what's wrong? Yishu sat down, sighed, and looked at Hua Zhao with some embarrassment. Big sister, I need to apologize first. Hua Zhao was surprised. Was it about her? Yishu continued, did you buy that set of jewelry for 2,000 yuan? Thanks to that bracelet you always wear, the rest of the jewelry, if Kong and I sees it, she'll want to wear it all the time and won't take it off. I might not get it back. I'll pay you 2,000 yuan for it. Yesterday, she told her aunt they would lock the house, but her aunt didn't say anything and just did it this morning. However, it was too late. Kong and I got up earlier than them. She didn't go into their room but wandered around Hua Zhao's room and found the jewelry box on the bedside table. She was so happy, she couldn't help but borrow some to wear for a few days. When Yishu found out, she told Kong and I to take it off, but if Kong and I listened to her, they wouldn't have so many conflicts. Yishu was so angry she almost fought her, but she couldn't beat Kong and I, who weighed over 180 pounds and used to do farm work. Instead, Yishu ended up hitting her, and Kong Ni's face swelled up. So, Yishu didn't dare to come to Hua Zhao yesterday. After her face went down today, she finally went out. She unconsciously touched her face, which still hurt a little. Hua Zhao also noticed her face was a bit swollen. I'll boil an egg and put it on your face to help with the swelling, she said, then went to the kitchen. Not only did she boil an egg, but she also quickly made a hot noodle soup. Yishu, who had no appetite at first, suddenly felt hungry. She hadn't eaten all day yesterday out of anger. Seeing Hua Zhao not blame her, her mood improved, and she ate a big bowl without hesitation. After finishing the delicious noodles, she felt completely better. She took out 2 stacks of money from her bag and placed them on the table. Take this, and if you find good jewelry, buy another set. Hua Zhao looked at her and smiled. She was truly a generous and sensible older sister-in-law. The most valuable bracelet in that jewelry set was still in her hand, yet she was willing to pay full price. Hua Zhao pushed the money back. You should pay for this yourself. It's not fair for me. Yishu also smiled. That's because it's yours. I'm happy to pay you back. If she took something from someone else, would I pay then? Let her ask her brother for it. If she doesn't, then let her brother come and ask her. This kind of thing has happened before. Her mother-in-law and a few younger brothers-in-law, who had never been seen before, borrowed money from her back home under various excuses, buying a TV, a bicycle, and so on. When it was time to pay back, they couldn't and came to ask her. At first, she immediately gave them the money. But later, she realized they were using her as a fool. After taking her money, they would turn around and call her stupid. So she stopped giving. Then her mother-in-law would go and nag Kong Jie, and Kong Jie would come and beg her. Once or twice for money, Kong Jie would plead with her humbly. He probably thought she hurt his pride, so his attitude toward her grew colder. Thinking of these unhappy things, Yishu shoved the money on the table into Hua Zhao's hand. Sometimes money really isn't a good thing. If I didn't have money, maybe there wouldn't be so many problems.
Take it.
I didn't prepare a gift for you when we met, so consider this as one. Hua Zhao looked at Yishu and saw she was sincere, so she took the money. Keeping it in her hand was risky. Her in-laws might come and take it away with some excuse. Better to keep it safe with her. She planned to exchange this money for some paintings and give them to Yishu. That would be wonderful. That's not right, sister, Hua Zhao said. The root cause of today's situation isn't money, but the character of the people involved. If you have money, they'll bully you for it. If you don't, they'll bully you as a person. They curse you, call you useless, treat you like a beast of burden, and look down on you. There are many such things in our village, Hua Zhao said. Yishu couldn't help but laugh and cry. She wanted to agree, but something felt off inside. Having such a terrible family-in-law was all her fault from the start. Hua Zhao then turned to Yishen and said, Go to your aunt's house first, get my things back, and then go deliver the wedding candies. He immediately became nervous and said, No, let's not keep that jewelry. We'll buy new ones instead. Fighting her isn't worth it, especially since you're pregnant. Hua Zhao looked at Yishen. Yi added, Yishen shouldn't get involved either. He's a man with a special status. If he fights a woman over this, it could hurt his reputation if others find out. Hua Zhao understood this well. No need for him to fight. Your sister-in-law can't compare to me. She wouldn't stand a chance. He can just watch from nearby. Yishen looked at the delicate hands waving in the air and smiled. He knew how strong those hands could be. Once, he was held down by them and couldn't move at all, just helplessly at her mercy. You didn't realize that her brother was smiling too. She immediately glared at him. Just spoil her. You never know when she might get hurt, and then you'll be the one crying. Hua Zhao also remembered that night. She quickly turned away from Yishen and giggled. Sister, I really am very strong. After saying that, she lifted the dining table with one hand and kept it steady in the air for a few seconds before setting it down. Yi stared at her in shock. The table wasn't made of precious wood, but it was a solid, all-wood round table that weighed quite a bit. And she lifted it with just one hand? Plus, it stayed in the air for a few seconds, showing she still had strength left. Let's go, Hua Zhao said, pulling a still-dazed Yi out the door, heading straight to Yifang's house. Yifang was already at work, but her home was lively. Before they even entered, they heard children cheering and shouting inside. Yi closed her eyes, guessing what was happening.
Hua Zhao also guessed.
Downstairs, the Zhao family hadn't bothered her. Instead, they turned their attention to the new girl, Kong and I. The door of Yifang's house was wide open, and a few people had already gone inside. The inside was a mess. Tables and chairs were knocked over, and the kitchen probably had food taken out. A few people were having a meal. Kong and I led the way, holding a basket of snacks that Hua Zhao had made a few days ago, happily eating. A few children each got a piece of cake, while other snacks like sunflower seeds and fruit were being divided among the kids. Kong and I didn't care about the rest. The children had already taken everything. Everyone was eating quickly, as if they might not get another meal soon. For the Zhao family's children, this was true. They couldn't easily knock on Yifang's door. Now, finally, a fool had come and opened it for them. When Hua Zhao and the others entered, the people inside were surprised. Kong Ni's eyes fixed on Yishen, and she kept eating without stopping, but she managed to say, "Big brother Yi is here."
Hua Zhao.
"Did you call him Big Brother?" The children paused their actions. The eldest son of the Zhao family looked at them, and the children quickly put their hands in their pockets. Their pockets seemed specially made, very large. Half of a coat was a pocket. "Hello, older brother and sister," the eldest said politely, then asked the sister open the door and invited us in. "We've finished eating. Can we leave now?" Hearing this, Yi Shu, who knew who they were, was so angry she was gasping. She was polite enough to ask if they could leave, but she wondered, if she said no, would they stay and keep eating? "Let's go," Yi Shu said through gritted teeth. She felt embarrassed to make them take everything out of their pockets again. The children only had some food. She was usually generous, but today she felt so frustrated. The eldest of the Zhao children signaled, and the kids immediately moved. They carefully fixed all the messy chairs before leaving. If they were in someone else's house, they wouldn't be so rude. They wouldn't cause damage or take things while eating. They even planned to come back later. But at Yifang's house, it was different. They might not get another chance to come again. Their act of fixing the chairs was their last attempt to show respect. The mischievous children left. Hua Zhao stepped forward and reached out to pull the items from Kong Ni's neck and ears. Kong and I was stunned for a moment, then started to struggle. But she realized she couldn't move. The thin girl in front of her had one hand on her shoulder, and she felt like she was paralyzed, half her body numb. She was so scared she screamed loudly. After a couple of screams, Hua Zhao took back her things and let her go. "These are mine. I don't want to lend them to you," Hua Zhao said, putting her jade necklace, rings, and earrings into her pocket. These items could be worth millions in the future. How could she give them to her? Even if Yi Shu paid for them, it wouldn't be right. If Yi Shu finds out how much this jewelry is worth, and then remembers she spent money to buy this set for Kong and I, she will be so angry she might faint. Kong and I understood what was happening and suddenly shouted at her, "Why are you so stingy? I just borrowed it to wear. I won't keep it forever. Sister-in-law, please help me get it back." She really liked that jewelry, especially after hearing Yi Shu ask Yifang how much it cost, 2,000 yuan. Oh my goodness. She wanted it so badly. Absolutely, definitely. She had to have it. Hua Zhao crossed her arms and looked at her sideways. Her stubbornness was just like the original owners. Kong and I immediately saw the two bracelets on Hua Zhao's wrist, one shiny gold, one bright green. She suddenly stood up and rushed forward, reaching out to grab them. At home, she was always like this, fighting with her sisters-in-law and friends over what she liked. If she managed to grab something, it was hers. Hua Zhao didn't expect her to be so wild. She didn't dodge at first. When Kong Ni's hand was about to grab her, someone suddenly picked her up and moved her aside, avoiding the hand. Yi Shu had been watching Kong and I carefully because she knew her habits. As soon as Yishin carried Hua Zhao away, she rushed over, pushed Kong and I, making her wobble. "What are you trying to do? Steal it openly? She's not from your Kong family, and you're bullying her for no reason." Yi Shu's face was red with anger. Yishan held Hua Zhao in his arms, looking at his sister, someone he had never seen like this before, feeling very worried. In his memory, his sister was always cheerful, optimistic, and happy and carefree girl. What made her become so hysterical now? Kong and I looked at Hua Zhao, leaning in Yishan's arms, and sneered in anger. She was late, or else, if only. She's Brother Ye's wife, right? Then she's my sister-in-law. As a sister-in-law, what's wrong with sharing good things with her? Your Yi family is so stingy. I'll go tell my brother. Let him teach you a lesson. Yi Shu suddenly smiled. All right, today's matter, You must tell your brother everything word for word, so he can judge. Let him come and scold me. She wanted to see if Kong Jie still had any shame, whether he would come to apologize or question her. Humph. Looking at the three people opposite and at Hua Zhao, who was confidently leaning in Yishen's arms, Kong and I glared at Hua Zhao's bracelet, then sat down angrily to continue eating, ignoring them. This stubborn person is hard to deal with. You can't hit her, and you can't chase her away. Even scolding her feels like a waste of effort. Hua Zhao feels worried for Yishu. Fortunately, she is not her sister-in-law. If she were, she would have already beaten her into submission. Unfortunately, Yishu doesn't have her strength. Hua Zhao went inside and rolled up the 3 paintings she bought. She was afraid that if they left later, she might take out her anger on the paintings and damage them, which she couldn't afford. There's nothing valuable left in this house now. Yifang's room is locked, and Kong and I wouldn't break into someone else's house. The 3 of them left the family compound. How can we get her to leave? Yishu muttered to herself. She couldn't really find her a partner. Could she? Not even a soldier. She wouldn't want to find one. She definitely didn't want to cause trouble for anyone. I'll ask Kong Jie to come and take her away, Yishin suddenly said. Yishu was surprised and nodded slowly. If that's the case, then that's perfect. She suddenly couldn't remember the last time she saw Kong Jie. You guys go deliver the wedding candies. I'll stay at your house for a while, she said. She didn't want to go back and face Kong and I. Okay. Hua Zhao handed her the house keys, the paintings, the necklace, and her backpack. Yishu was quite happy. She now had a quiet place to stay. In the evening, Yishun and Hua Zhao returned, and Yishu left. She couldn't let her aunt face Kong and I alone. That wouldn't be kind. She originally planned to stay and eat the meal Hua Zhao made, but when she saw that her brother was cooking, she left without a word. She had no confidence in Yishen's cooking skills. He might be the first man in their family to cook. Hua Zhao took the opportunity while Yishen was cooking to communicate with the grapevine in the yard, encouraging its roots to grow and connect with the plants in the back garden of the Chow family. This way, communicating with the Chow family's plants would be easier. Because her communication with plants mainly relies on invisible energy, she can do it out of thin air. But she found that direct contact makes the communication clearer and faster. For example, if she wants a plant to grow, using only her thoughts, its growth speed is 1. But if she touches the plant with her hand, the growth speed could be 10. Suddenly, Hua Zhao's thoughts attached to the grapevine's roots paused. It had bumped into a box underground. The box is quite large, about 1 cubic meter, and it is buried directly under its roots, blocking its growth. This might be the reason why it hasn't borne fruit in recent years. Hua Zhao's eyes sparkle with excitement. That's right. How can eggs be kept in just one basket? Grandma Yishin should have buried things separately back then. Inspired by this idea, she made the roots of the grapevine spread all over her yard. Sure enough, she found 3 small boxes in 3 different places. One was buried very shallowly, right in the abandoned well at the southeast corner of the yard. She really wants to know what's inside these boxes. Although now isn't the best time to dig them out because whatever is inside, the best option now is to hand it over. There's no other choice. But she can take a look first and then bury them back. Yi Shun would definitely agree. If he were more strict, he would have reported it already, and someone would come to dig it out. Hua Zhao leaves the grapevine and walks to the water well. In the past, almost everyone had a water well. Now, in courtyards and large yards, they still exist, but it's rare to see one connected to tap water like theirs. The well at her home is quite tall, over her knees, with a hexagonal shape, covered by a heavy stone slab. Hua Zhao calls over Yishen, who just finished cooking. Brother, why is this well sealed? Yishen looks at her with a deep gaze. What did she just call him? He walks over, pinches her little face, and softly says, "It's not dark yet. You can't call me that." That sweet brother instantly triggers unwanted thoughts in him, since she only calls him that at certain times. Hua Zhao feels helpless too. Then what should I call you? Big Brother Yi?
I don't want that.
Outsiders can call me that, but I want a different name that outsiders can't use. Yi Shun compromises and agrees to be called that. He actually likes hearing it. When there are outsiders, you can't call me that. Just call my name, he whispers. Only he can hear this. Hua Zhao understands and immediately blushes, giving him a side eye. Brother. She deliberately calls out sweetly, and her tiny, squeaky voice makes her jump a little herself. Yi Shun's gaze darkens even more. The intense look made her feel like a rabbit being stared at by a wolf. Suddenly, she didn't dare to make trouble anymore. She pointed at the well and asked, "Why is this well sealed?
Can it still be used?"
Yi Shun didn't speak. He just kept staring at her. He was so mischievous. Should he go over and teach her a lesson? Hua Zhao secretly chuckled. She dared not cause trouble anymore. She lowered her head and quickly lifted the heavy blue stone slab, revealing the well opening. Yi Shun sighed and quickly walked over. He grabbed her arm with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist. This well is very deep. Don't get too close. Is it really deep? Hua Zhao still stretched her neck to look inside. She looked through the roots of the plants. The well's opening was about 3 or 4 meters above the water surface before, but now it was a dark hole with no bottom visible. The well had long dried up, and the bottom was full of mud. Beneath the shallow part of the mud, there was a box buried. This box didn't seem buried carefully. It looked like it was thrown in. When the water dried up, it sank into the mud. I remember this well a little. It's been sealed since I was a child. I think my second uncle fell into it when he was young, but he was rescued in time. After that, the well was sealed, Yi Shun said. The house was taken down and rented out in 1958. Yi Shun had lived in this courtyard for a few years as a child and had some memories of it. Is that so? Hua Zhao looked at the well with a regretful expression. Having a well in the yard is pretty good. How much water do you save in a year? Maybe we should clean it out and keep using it? No need, Yi Shun refused immediately. Fetching water is tiring. After saying that, he remembered the little girl in his arms had incredible strength. Carrying a water bucket might be something she could do with just a finger. But we don't need to, he added. In the future, if there are children at home, it would be dangerous. He had heard that his uncle fell into the well when he was young, but he felt nothing about it. Now, just thinking about his own children possibly falling in made him want to fill the well right away. He pulled Hua Zhao away and looked for tools in the yard, feeling a strong urge to do something immediately. Hua Zhao understood his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. But she was also very happy. Men like children, and knowing to prepare for the worst and prevent problems early, it's really a good thing. I still prefer well water. Water from the well is so good for watering flowers and vegetables. Using tap water feels too wasteful, and the produce doesn't taste as good, Hua Zhao said. Yi Shun immediately looked at her sideways, wanting to say that she spent 30 yuan on 3 flower pots. That money could have paid for her water bill for a year. But he thought for a moment and said nothing. At worst, we can make a locked cover at the well entrance and lock it when not in use, Hua Zhao said as she took a few steps toward the well. She was too strong. Yi Shun couldn't pull her away without effort. If he used force, it might not work. And he didn't dare to be too rough, so he just followed her to the well. At the bottom of the well, the roots of the plants were growing wildly and moving. A small box was gently pushed up, its metal edges shining brightly, revealing a corner. Hua Zhao leaned in to look and saw it clearly.
Hey,
brother, look. What is that? Hua Zhao exclaimed. Yi Shun pulled her behind him, then bent down to look. Under the faint sunlight, the metal gleamed in the darkness.
He was a bit surprised.
What is it? Shiny gold? Is it a treasure? Let's pull it out and see. Hua Zhao asked curiously behind him. This little treasure hunter. Yi Shun turned around and looked at her with a smile. I already said it's not supposed to be found. At this point, we can't pretend it doesn't exist. Hua Zhao interrupted. It's already showing signs of being discovered. We need to hide it, or else if someone finds out someday, it could be bad. Yi Shun looked at her appreciatively. She was very careful. He went to find tools, wanting to see what it was. This time, Hua Zhao didn't stop him. The well was only about 3 or 4 meters deep, a typical depth for old wells. Yixin grabbed a shovel and dug down, quickly uncovering a flat, box-sized case. It was indeed an old wooden briefcase, probably a high-end, delicate model from the past, with brass edges on all 4 corners. However, 3 of the brass corners were heavily oxidized, while one was only slightly tarnished and still shiny. Yixin was curious, but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just exposed to air and different from the others buried in the soil. Hua Zhao looked at that corner of brass with a thoughtful expression. Could the metal recover to its original shine after being touched by her energy? What about other materials? She seemed to have found a new way to make money. Yixin quickly cleaned the case and said to Hua Zhao, "Stand to the side, stay away from me.
Who knows what is inside this box?
The chances of it being a trap are small, but if there is something disgusting inside, it might scare her." Hua Zhao obediently stepped back. Her energy sense couldn't detect dead objects, so she didn't know what was really inside. She was also afraid of seeing severed limbs, snakes, insects, or rats. Yixin saw her step far enough away and gently opened the box. Inside were several oil paper packages, some square and some cylindrical. He guessed what was inside. He opened a cylindrical package, and it was filled with silver coins. In the square packages, there were all big yellow croaker fish. The big yellow croaker had a number on the front, with a quality of 990 and a weight of 10 taels. Converted to today's units, that is about 313 grams. On the right side, 5 traditional Chinese characters read, "Made by the Central Mint." "Come over," Yixin said. Hua Zhao immediately trotted over happily. She had seen everything from a distance earlier and was very excited. Although she was somewhat experienced and wealthy, she naturally, well, after her 30s, she especially liked gold and bought some jewelry, but she had never owned a whole box of gold bars. Hua Zhao sat next to Yixin, resting her chin on her hands on the table, eyes shining as she looked at the box in front of her, but she didn't reach out to touch it. The box wasn't well sealed. It had been buried in the ground for many years, filled with mud and sand. The oil paper packages were not well preserved and looked dirty. She even saw a few ants crawling around. Gold and silver were right in front of her, but she thought it was better to just look. There was no need to touch them now, since they couldn't run away. Most importantly, the true owner of the gold and silver was right beside her. She tried to maintain her image of being clean, beautiful, and not loving money. But when she saw a silver coin, her image instantly shattered. She quickly grabbed that coin and exclaimed, "Guangxi Yuan Bao? Ku Ping One Tael?" If that was real, it would be one of the top 4 silver coins, worth about 2 million yuan each in the future. Hua Zhao opened the roll of 20 silver coins that Yixin had taken out and found 2 Guangxiu Ku Ping One Tael coins inside. As for whether there were other rare coins, she didn't know. Since the Ming Dynasty, over 300 types of silver coins have been issued. Besides this one, which the customer has already learned about as one of the 4 great kings, she doesn't know the others. In her past life, she wasn't very interested in antiques, mainly because the world of collectibles is very complicated and she couldn't afford the tuition fees. But in this life, she thought she could give it a try.
How?
"Is this one very special?" Yixin asked. Hua Zhao held the silver coin and smiled. "Yes, I heard them say that this kind is more valuable when I was browsing a cultural relic shop the other day." Yixin looked at her and then at the silver coin in her hand. "Then you can keep these few coins for fun. We can hide the rest and see how things go later." Her tone of discussing made Hua Zhao feel very comfortable. "No need, just hide all of them." "I don't have a place to keep them," Hua Zhao said. She liked the coins from decades later. Now, if she took them to a relic shop, they might only give her 2 yuan each. Plus, she still needs to go back to the northeast. She can't carry them all the way around making noise, and losing them would make her very upset. It's better to hide them here.
Yixin similait.
Although she was a little greedy, she was still very sensible. The two started looking for a place to hide the items. The only place they could hide was underground. Hua Zhao led him to dig out another box buried in the corner of the wall. This box was twice as big as the previous one and was wrapped more tightly. It was covered with layers of waterproof cloth because it stored paintings and calligraphy. Hua Zhao didn't understand this very well, but Yi Xin seemed to. When he saw the paintings, his eyes lit up with disbelief. Finally, he carefully put the paintings back exactly as they were, without opening the paper wrapping. He then waterproofed the entire box again and buried it. As for the small box that held gold and silver, it would have to be buried somewhere else. Hua Zhao looked at the grapevine. The big box under the roots of the tree could wait until later. Otherwise, if they buried several treasures in different places, she might spend the whole day digging them up. That would be too much. After working hard for a while, they finished burying the boxes. It was already completely dark, and the food had gone cold. Yi Xin reheated it. After finishing their meal, they went for a walk, chatted, washed up, and did parent-child exercises. No, I mean family activities. The next 2 days were quiet. All the relatives and friends who needed to leave had already gone. Yi Xin and Hua Zhao stayed at home to rest and didn't go anywhere. They enjoyed good food and drinks, feeling happy and relaxed. Hua Zhao noticed that her belly had visibly grown a lot in just 1 week. Yi Xin also noticed the little one is growing fast and is more energetic than before. He could clearly feel it, whether it was the tiny hands or tiny feet. And it's quite naughty, Yi Xin said with a smile. Why does it always move its hands and feet at the same time? Hua Zhao held back her urge to tell him that it was because she was carrying twins. It wasn't just hands and feet moving, there were 4 hands and 4 feet, so the baby was more active. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yi Xin went to open it, and soon he brought Yi Shu inside. Big sister, why didn't you come over these past 2 days? Were you just staying at home with Kong and I? That must be uncomfortable, Hua Zhao asked as she sat down beside her. Yi Shu looked at her and Yi Xin, teasing, it's more uncomfortable with both of you. Yi Xin pretended not to hear, but Hua Shu saw that his ears were a little red. She knew he was shy. Hua Zhao, pretending to be shy and covering her face, was actually smiling brightly. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. She also smiled. Why was this little girl so charming? Hurry up and get ready.
Come with me.
Second aunt, third aunt, and the eldest aunt are all here to see you, Yi Shu said. Second aunt and third aunt are here?
Yi Xin asked. Yishun 어땠?
Since your marriage is such a big event, uncle and uncle can't come, but they wouldn't miss it. Everyone is now at Grandpa's place. Hua Zhao immediately went inside to change her clothes. She knew Yi Xin had 2 uncles and an older aunt, all from the military, working in different places. She had thought they were too busy to come, and indeed, they couldn't come. But she didn't expect the 2 aunts to visit. On the way, Hua Zhao asked Yi Shu, what are the 2 aunts like? Are they easy to get along with? Yi Shu's expression suddenly looked a bit troubled. When she mentioned these 2 aunts, she seemed worried. The second aunt is kind and gentle, a good person who doesn't offend anyone. But she has her own ideas and I don't really like them. Look at Hua Zhao blinking her big eyes at her, like a naive young girl. Yi Shu immediately decided to speak more clearly to prevent her from getting into trouble. She is a bit. Well, she is very biased against girls. In her eyes, girls will never compare to boys. They are naturally inferior and must serve men. So later, you follow behind me, pretend to do some kitchen work, or she will nag you to death. She might even come to your house to give you lessons, just because she's worried you won't serve our brother Shin well, Yi Shu said with a frown and a sigh. This second aunt has no bad intentions and genuinely cares for second uncle and all the children in the Yi family. However, her treatment of boys and girls is different. If there is a piece of meat, it will definitely go to the boy, not the girl. If there are a bunch of bowls, the girl will wash them, not the boy. She truly believes women should stay at home, serve men, and handle household chores. Yi Xin also frowned slightly. He doesn't like this trait of the second aunt, but he didn't feel it strongly before. Today, he suddenly felt it deeply and disliked it very much. The kitchen floor is always wet. Later, just set up the table outside, he told Hua Zhao. Yi Shu rolled her eyes at him. If she doesn't start by washing vegetables, do you think the second aunt won't say anything?
Yishan frognet.
His little wife can work, but forcing her to work is not okay. Before he could speak, Hua Zhao quickly stopped him. It's just a small thing. Just cooking a meal. I'm best at it. Today, I'll be the chef and make a nice meal for Grandpa and the others. Yi Shin disagreed. There are so many people, we need to cook several dishes. It will take over an hour. Standing for too long is tiring. Yi Shu rolled her eyes to the sky. That's why I'd rather face Kong and I than see you two.
Ha ha.
Hua Zhao shook Yi Shu's arm and giggled. Sister, how about we talk about the next aunt? What do you think of third aunt? She thought third aunt might be better, but Yi Shu's eyebrows furrowed even more. This time, even Yi Shun's expression wasn't very good. It seems neither sibling liked this third aunt. Third aunt seems to be good at talking and cheerful, but she is very jealous and likes to compare herself to others. Third uncle is the lowest among the three brothers, and over the years, she hasn't spoken nicely. She talks to my mother and second aunt with a strange tone, Yi Shu said. And I suspect that her visit this time was fake, and that asking Grandpa to help third uncle get connections was the real reason. Yi Shu said, if that happens, Grandpa will be angry again. Grandpa never uses connections for his children. The reason they have their current status is because of their own hard work. Of course, if others show special kindness to Yi family members out of respect for him, he wouldn't stop them. Unlike some people who deliberately suppress their own children to appear noble. Later, when third aunt sees you, she will probably make some sarcastic comments. She might even ask about your grandfather, and speak in a strange tone. Yi Shu said kindly to Hua Zhao, don't mind her. Yi Shin found a rural wife. Third aunt seems friendly on the surface, but she might be secretly mocking Yi Shin. However, Hua Zhao is so beautiful, even more than her own daughter. The jealous third aunt must feel uncomfortable and might sarcastically criticize Hua Zhao. Yi Shu knows her very well and preemptively apologized to Hua Zhao. Okay, I won't mind, Hua Zhao nodded. As long as Yi Shun supports her, a few sarcastic words from an aunt don't matter. She can ignore a whole basket of them. What about eldest aunt? Hua Zhao asked. Yi Shun has two aunts, eldest Aunt Yi Mei and younger Aunt Yi Fong. This aunt is also in the military, not in a clerical role. When Hua Zhao heard this, she immediately admired her. Eldest aunt is fine. Yi Shu's expression finally softened, but she didn't mention the happiness on her face when talking about Yi Fong. Her only flaw is that she's too tough, more like a man than a woman. I keep forgetting I have two aunts and always think I have three uncles. Hearing this, Yi Shu suddenly remembered something and looked at Yi Shun with a flicker in her eyes. Hua Zhao, who is very perceptive, immediately asked, what is it? She didn't ask before, but now she did. Yi Shu hesitated and said, it's nothing. Hua Zhao found this strange, but didn't press further. She looked at Yi Shen, who was expressionless and unaware. Suddenly, a loud shout from afar startled Yi Shu. She was very familiar with this voice, and hearing it gave her a headache. Why are you out here? She asked, frowning as she looked at Kong and I. She's been pretending to look for a match for her these past 2 days, which is why she kept calm at home and ran out herself, only returning at mealtime to bring some food. Yi Fong's house has a gas stove. She was worried that Kong and I might accidentally cause a fire in the building, so she had to bring food. You're supposed to find a match for me. Where is my match? Kong and I pointed at Yi Shu and shouted, You're really lying to me. Because of this suspicion, she couldn't help but secretly follow Yi Shu when she went out today. But when she reached this area, she was distracted by a restaurant. She lost sight of Yi Shu and was feeling worried when Yi Shu suddenly appeared, accompanied by Yi Shen. She stared at Yi Shen. The more she looked, the more she liked him, and the angrier she became. It's all Yi Shu's fault. Such a good-looking younger brother is hiding so much. She didn't see herself as part of the Kong family and looked down on the Kong family. She decided to go back and tell her older brother. In front of everyone, she looked ready to cause trouble. Yi Shu felt both headache and embarrassment. She took out 10 yuan and handed it to Kong and I. Go find a place to eat. I have something to do and need to go home. Kong and I grabbed the money and said, I'm going too. Why are you following me home? Yi Shu asked angrily. You're my sister-in-law. Isn't your home my home?
So?
I can't enter your house? Are you still my sister-in-law? Kong and I asked excitedly, as if she had caught her in a trap. Yi Shu sighed deeply. Just follow along, follow along. It might be good for her to show herself in front of her family. Better yet, cause a scene and embarrass herself. Maybe when she gets divorced, her family will understand her more. Thinking this, Yi Shu's brow relaxed. Since Kong and I didn't want to go, she had to pull her along. After walking for less than half an hour, they arrived at Yi Zhen's house. The person opening the door was Xiao Wang. When he saw the group outside, he was shocked and hurriedly signaled to Yi Shen, also looking at Hua Zhao with a complicated expression. The three of them immediately frowned. What's wrong? Are your eyes twitching? Kong and I suddenly asked. Inside, a female voice sternly called out, Xiao Wang, who's here? There was a barrier between the door and the living room, so the people inside couldn't see who was outside. Xiao Wang struggled and said, It's Yi Shu's sister-in-law. She might have something to say. I'll ask her. Then he tried to close the door to go out. The woman inside called out again, Visitors are guests. If you have something to say, come inside. And what kind of things can your little sister-in-law talk to you about? Who exactly has arrived? Hua Zhao raised her eyebrows slightly, very good at analyzing. With such a cold and stern voice, could it be Yi Shen's eldest aunt?
But why does she sound like that?
Doesn't she usually speak like this? Eldest aunt, it's me and my sister, Yi Shen suddenly said. Xiao Wang immediately looked like he had given up. Yi Shen ignored him and stepped inside. Hua Zhao held Yi Shu's arm and followed behind him. When they turned into the hallway, Hua Zhao also saw the scene inside and was surprised. The living room was quiet before, and she thought there weren't many people inside, but it turned out there were over 10. Yi Shen's grandfather, parents, older brother and his wife, little aunt, all were there. Plus, there were 4 women she hadn't seen before. 3 women around 50 years old. She guessed they were Yi Shen's 2 aunts and an aunt. But she couldn't tell who the woman with short hair and a serious face in her 20s was. None of that mattered. What mattered was, how did this mother and son get here? Hua Zhao narrowed her eyes, staring at the mother and son sitting at the far end. The mother was in her 50s or 60s, and the son looked to be about 30. She couldn't remember the man's name, only that he was a handsome man. As for the old woman, she only remembered her nickname, Old Witch. How did they come here? Yi Shen and Yi Shu looked just as confused.
Who are these people?
Yi Shu asked curiously. She looked at Yi Fong. What's going on? Yi Fong had already gone to work that morning. She was about to leave when she received a call at home, asking her to bring Yi Shu and Hua Zhao here, saying that the aunt and the older woman had arrived. But now, this scene didn't look like a family reunion. Yi Mei's cold gaze fell on the 2 unfamiliar girls. When she saw Hua Zhao and Yi Shu holding hands, her gaze only briefly flicked over Hua Zhao. Both of you, go to the side, she told Yi Shu. Oh. Yi Shu dared not argue, and pulled Hua Zhao to the side. She was most afraid of this eldest aunt in the family. Wang Jiong, your wife is here. Take her away quickly, Yi Mei said to Yi Shen. Yi Shen's heart skipped a beat. Hua Zhao's heart also jumped. But it was the old witch and Wang Jiong who stood up first. They both rushed toward Yi Shen's back, and toward Kong and I, each grabbing one of her arms. The old woman cried heartbreakingly, Hua, come home with Mom. Mom won't hit you anymore. Wang Jiong held another arm of Kong and I and said fiercely, You just want to marry someone else, but you have to give birth to my family's child first. Yes, our Wang family has only one child for generations, the old woman sobbed. Maybe the baby in your belly is a boy. It's okay if you want to climb higher and leave us, but leave the child with us. Everyone was shocked, especially the Yi family, whose faces twisted in strange expressions. But the people who watched the most were Yi Mei. When they heard that Yi Shen was married, they immediately told Yi Mei. At that time, Yi Mei said she was busy and couldn't come back, just sending a phone call to send her blessings. Today, she arrived just after Yishun's second and third aunts. Not only did she come herself, but she also brought some outsiders. With Ma Jiangwo and others understanding, they knew Yimei liked Ma Jiangwo and had been raising him like a successor. But she also brought a mother and son, and as soon as they entered, they revealed a shocking secret. Before Yixin married Hua Zhao, she was involved with someone else and was pregnant with another man's child. The two families were about to arrange a marriage when Yixin appeared. He immediately caught Hua Zhao's eye, and the two schemed to force Yixin to marry her. This was what Yi Mei told the Yi family. Wang Ziyong and his son told her this, and she believed it completely. Because she had investigated that Hua Zhao was lazy, greedy, and quarrelsome since she was young, weighing over 200 pounds and extremely ugly. If it weren't for Hua Chong's scheme, could her nephew have married such a woman? Yi Mei finally looked at Kong and I, who was stunned and dumbfounded. Just one glance was enough. A woman who is unfaithful and vain like that? Dream on. Unfortunately, the person she sent to investigate found out about Hua Shan's family. The investigator was eager to report back, biased in his opinion, and heard from relatives like Hua Shan that it was similar to Wang Jiong's family. He immediately believed it and reported to Yi Mei. Yi Mei quickly brought people back. When Old Master Yi and Yixin's parent heard this, they were struck like lightning. The family sat under a dark cloud, not speaking to Wang Jiong, just waiting for Yixin and Hua Zhao to come and ask questions. But as soon as they entered, this scene unfolded. Old Master Yi looked at Kong and I, who was holding onto Kong and I tightly and crying loudly, calling her flower over and over again. He also glanced at the confused and shocked Hua Zhao, guessing what was happening. Is it Wang Ziyong? You're holding my daughter-in-law from the Yi family. You must have the wrong person. Yixin was slowly stood up, looking grim as he asked Wang Ziyong. Kong and I was stunned, her eyes brightening. Shut up. Yixin, standing beside her, suddenly shouted loudly, staring directly into her eyes. The intense, fiery gaze made Kong and I freeze in fear. She was so scared she didn't dare make a sound. The old woman, crying and sniffling, opened her eyes slightly and looked at the person she was holding. She wondered why she looked even uglier now and seemed much thinner. Right, people from Laoshantin had said Hua Zhao had lost weight. That explained it. Wang Ziyong also looked at Kong and I, feeling something was off. He remembered she had big double eyelids, right? But they had already heard inside the house that someone was bringing Yixin and Hua Zhao over. As for the two women who entered with them, they had also heard earlier. One was Yixin's older sister, and the other was her younger sister-in-law. Wang Ziyong glanced at the two women at the corner, especially the younger one, who was so pretty. She looked like a flower. Her waist was thinner than Hua Zhao's leg. I may not have a marriage certificate with her, but she is my woman. She's pregnant with my child. Even if she turns to ashes, I'd recognize her.
Wangxiongshute.com.
If the timing had been right, Yi Zhengguo might have laughed. He slightly curled his lips and asked in a deep voice, "Words are not proof. You just want to slander my daughter-in-law with a quick kiss? No way." His firm attitude surprised Wang Ziyong and his son. They couldn't believe such a protective daughter-in-law existed. Who was she? But the mother and son had prepared for this. She has a mole. The old woman suddenly lifted Kong Ni's shirt, revealing her chubby belly. Hey. Kong and I was startled and quickly pulled her clothes back. But the mother and son had already seen what they needed. They really saw the mole.
See that?
It's right there. I've touched that mole 100 times. Wang Ziyong said crudely. Everyone who knew the truth looked horrified. Yi Shuxin suddenly had a thought. If that were true, how wonderful it would be. She would definitely give a big gift. Yi Shin's gaze also couldn't help but fall on Kong and I. She slapped Wang Ziyong in the face. Shut your foul mouth. I don't know you. Something seemed off. Wang Ziyong was momentarily confused, but overwhelming shame took over. When had a woman ever hit him? He instantly forgot where he was and slapped back. You shameless woman. You used to call me good brother. Wash my clothes, cook for me. You even asked me to come to your house late at night. Now you've climbed high, and turn your back on me. He recited his lines smoothly. A woman like you, I don't even look at you anymore. But the child is mine. If you give birth, give the child to me. Find whoever you want. He glanced at Yishin. Let's see if she wants you. Yishin looked at him with deep eyes. Wang Ziyong quickly turned his head, afraid to look anymore, but he felt relieved inside. Yishin didn't stop him or hit him. Maybe he also disliked this woman? So he was helping him? He cursed more passionately. You shameless flower. Suddenly, a strong force hit his waist, and he was thrown out, crashing into the wall and feeling unable to breathe. Son! Old Yaopo was shocked, crying as she rushed over. Kong and I also rushed forward. Now was her chance for revenge. The room instantly became noisy. Who knew how many neighbors could hear the commotion? Enough. Separate them.
Ye Mei suddenly shouted.
Next to her, Ma Jiangwo, a woman in her 20s with short hair, immediately rushed in, separating the three of them with Xiao Wang. Unable to separate them, Ma Jiangwo kicked a few times, and Wang Ziyong and old Yaopo fell silent. Kong and I still didn't want to stop, but Ma Jiangwo grabbed her and dragged her to Yishin's side. She looked at Yishin with heartbreak. How did they threaten you back then? Yishin ignored her and looked at her grandfather. Yi Jingwe sat down and looked at Yi Mei. How did these two find you? He hadn't asked this before, but now he thought it was a good time to ask. I know. They were sent to me, Yi Mei said. But none of that matters. What's important is Xiao Xin's marriage. It must be cancelled. No way, Yi Shun immediately said. Yi Mei was stunned and looked at him in disbelief, but she quickly calmed down and asked in a serious tone, what did they use against you? Tell me, I can help you. Ma Jiangwo waved the doll in his hand and asked angrily, Are you blind, Yishin? Yes, he wasn't gentle or handsome, but he was better than the doll in his hand, right? Yi Mei stared at Yishin, waiting for his answer. Suddenly, Yishin smiled and said, My wife is pregnant with my child. How can our marriage be invalid?
It's impossible in this life. Ye Mei frowned.
Yishin's second and third aunts also looked at him in surprise, then at the doll in Ma Jiangwo's hand, doubting whether Yishin was really blind.
Ye Shu suddenly chuckled softly. Puset Hua Zaha.
Hua Zhao naturally moved to Yishin's side. Yishin held her hand. Hua Zhao smiled sweetly at Yi Mei and said, Big Aunt hello. I am Hua Zhao, Yishin's wife. With a loud slap, the doll in Ma Jiangwo's hand fell to the ground. Yi Mei also looked at her in shock. The most surprised was Wang Ziyong, who was lying on the ground. He struggled to turn his head and stared at Hua Zhao's delicate back. Yes, this voice was right. What's going on? The question came from Yi Shun's second aunt, Lu Yuegui. She looked confused and didn't understand. Yi Zhangguo looked at Yi Mei and asked, Do you understand now? Yi Mei nodded silently, Yes, I understand. In the next moment, she became angry. Take them away. I want to question them myself. Ma Jiangwo stepped past Yishin and looked at Hua Zhao. Hua Zhao responded with a beautiful smile. Ma Jiangwo pursed his lips and turned to drag Wang Ziyong out. Wang Ziyong kept staring at Hua Zhao's back until he couldn't see her anymore. Little Wang helped the younger one into the car and the two of them put the person inside. Yi Mei stood up and looked at Hua Zhao. I will find out the truth and clear your name. Yes, yes, Big Aunt, keep going. Hua Zhao smiled sweetly. She didn't blame Yi Mei at all. She believed that ignorance was not a crime. If she were in her place, she would do the same. Yi Mei was stunned by her smile. How could she still smile so sweetly after what happened to her? She was really carefree. But she couldn't help but smile a little herself. Being carefree is good, but she didn't like girls with too many tricks. Yi Mei turned and left. The troublemakers had all gone, and the house was quiet for a moment before it suddenly became chaotic again. What exactly happened? Lu Yuegui still looked confused. Third Aunt Zhou Lihua guessed, someone is trying to damage Hua Zhao's or our Yi family's reputation. They deliberately sent people to frame us. But maybe they received wrong information and mistook someone else. How could they mistake us? Lu Yuegui still looked puzzled. The two people are so different. Are they blind? I used to be quite fat, Hua Zhao explained. My body was similar to Kong Ni's.
Huh?
This also surprised everyone, especially Kong and I. She quickly got up from the ground. Then how did you lose so much weight? After losing weight, you look so beautiful. I want to be like that too. 2 meals a day, 1 small bowl each, climbing dozens of miles of mountain roads every day, and sticking to it. After a while, I lost weight, Hua Zhao said. Kong Ni's face immediately lost its glow. She ate so little? That's not right, not right. What's the point of living like that? Yi Xin pushed Hua Zhao to sit down and said to her, I'll go out for a bit.
Huh?
Hua Zhao immediately guessed he was going to find Wang Jiong. Be careful. Don't get into trouble. Yi Xin suddenly smiled, and the cold killing intent in his eyes eased significantly.
Got it.
He couldn't help but reach out, pat Hua Zhao's hair, and said, You must be scared. Don't do anything for a while. Just sit here and wait for me to come back.
Hua Zhao. یه شو رولت هر استراماتیجال.
Is that okay? She looked at second aunt, who was already frowning, but because of Yi Shun's expression, she said nothing. Yi Shun left, and the other men from the Yi family also followed. They were called back by Yi Mei's phone, saying there was an important matter. Hua Zhao wasn't the first time she visited, so she didn't need them to always accompany her. The men left, and Lu Yuegui and Zhou Lihua finally relaxed. They didn't mention the awkwardness from before, pretending nothing had happened. Lu Yuegui held Hua Zhao's hand, praising her as she looked on, and also praised Yi Xin. This brother Xin, quiet and unassuming, suddenly found such a beautiful wife. Now they have a child, and their big life event is about to be completed. Look at my 2 kids. If I send them on blind dates, it's like I'm sentencing them to death. She doesn't know what she's thinking every day, and women don't eat people. Lu Yuegui said angrily. Yashushin secretly chuckled. Women don't eat people, but you are eating women. Those 2 cousins must have been scared by second aunt. If they really found a wife and she fell into second aunt's hands, they would probably be angry and go back home in a few days. Their 2 older sisters haven't been back home since they got married. When they do visit, they just stay a little while and leave like there's a needle in the sofa. Zhou Lihua looked at Hua Zhao's belly, her eyes flickering. She smiled and asked how many months along. When will you give birth? Hua Zhao sat there with her hand on her belly. She suddenly looked pregnant and seemed a bit big. It didn't quite match the news that she was over 3 months pregnant. In the past, they wouldn't think much about it, but after what just happened, even though they now knew it was probably false, they couldn't help but overthink. Hua Zhao understood this. She straightened her belly and asked Yefeng curiously, Annie, I also think my belly is growing too fast. Yefeng sat beside her and reached out to touch it. It really is. It's much bigger than last time. Your speed is faster than most. But everyone's body is different. Some women don't show until late, and others look big early. It's all normal. She didn't think much of it. When she first heard about Yemei's news, she was surprised, but deep down, she didn't believe Hua Zhao was that kind of person. It turned out she wasn't. That was just a clumsy false accusation, even mistaken for someone else. As for Hua Zhao's belly, she had seen women gain 100 pounds during pregnancy, and their bellies grew quickly. You used to be so fat. Yefeng glanced at Kong and I and said to Hua Zhao, maybe you're naturally prone to gaining weight. Have you been eating a lot lately? You should control it. Eat less but more often. As long as you're not hungry, it's fine. Don't get too fat, or it will be hard to give birth. Hua Zhao nodded with a smile. I've been eating quite a lot recently, but I feel like something's wrong with my belly. What's wrong? Yefeng asked immediately. I can feel the baby moving, but sometimes it moves on one side, then the other, and sometimes both sides at once, far apart. Hua Zhao placed her hands on both sides of her belly, uncertain but hopeful, and asked, Am I pregnant with twins? She had to reveal she was having twins, or someone might keep talking about her unusually large belly. Who made her pregnancy with Yi Shun happen so suddenly?
یه شو اکلایمت این سورپریسه.
Let me see. Yifeng immediately placed her hand on her belly. She quickly felt the baby move. Hua Zhao sometimes really feels like these 2 little ones never sleep, always so lively. Usually, counting fetal movements more than 10 times in 24 hours is normal, but she can't keep track of hers. Yifeng touched her belly again, eyes full of joy.
Tomorrow.
No, right now, let's go to the hospital for an ultrasound. Let's go, she said, standing up. At this time, the hospital already had ultrasounds, but they were rare and precious. Let's go, let's go. Yishu carefully helped Hua Zhao up from the sofa. Her attitude was much more cautious than when she was pregnant before. Hua Zhao chuckled happily. The three of them greeted others and then left. Lui Weigui saw them to the door and wanted to follow, but Yifeng persuaded her to stay. Zhou Lihua sat on the sofa, glancing at Wenjing, who had been sitting quietly nearby, smiling faintly and just keeping her company. She muttered, "This is our old Yi family's eldest grandchild. If she is twins, that would be such a happy event." Wenjing's smile froze, and her nails pressed deeper into her palms. Since they entered, she was so excited. But not only was her excitement wasted, she was also hit with such a big disappointment. She had wished for children for many years, but none came. Yet others had twins at once. Why are some people so lucky? Yi Mei took people to a special interrogation room. Knowing it was a deliberate trap, this was no longer a family shame that needed hiding. She wasn't afraid to spread it out. She wanted those behind the scenes to see that the Yi family was not to be messed with. Wang Jiong was soon forced to confess after a couple of rounds. But he didn't really know anything. At first, someone asked him about his relationship with Hua Zhao. He said there was no relationship, but the other side refused to believe him and insisted he admit there was one. Then they brought him to Yi Mei. He didn't know who was behind it all. The men of the Yi family, including Yi Mei, sat together. "Do you suspect anyone?" Yi Mei asked. "There are many," Yi Zhenghua immediately replied. "He has come this far through many hardships and struggles, and he has made many enemies." Yi Shun tapped on the table with his finger and mentioned a person. Hua Zhao had a conflict with Heilin Lan a few days ago. During a casual chat after a meal, that young girl once sourly mentioned Heilin Lan and their disagreement. The He family. The third son of the He family. Yi Mei immediately said. Yi Ming nodded. Exactly. Only the third son of the He family has the ability and means to handle things so cleanly. This incident also fits his style very well. Why did he do it? Yi Mei was a bit confused. Yi Ming looked at his brother and smiled. Of course, it's for our little Shen. He disrupted Shen's marriage, and Heilin Lan from the He family just took her place. She's 26, with a level 14 qualification. The He family really needs her. Yi Mei paused. This reason was very convincing. She just hadn't thought of it at first, someone married but still being pursued. But in the eyes of the third He, that's probably not a problem. He's reckless and capable of anything. Fortunately, he won't live much longer, Yi Mei said. The Yi family members nodded. They discussed their counterattack and then dispersed. Yi Shun and Yi Ming had no issues and planned to return to their grandfather's place. Their wives were still there. Ma Zhengwo came over and stopped him. What's the matter? Yi Shun looked at her with a frown and asked. Ma Zhengwo glanced at Yi Mei. Yi Mei smiled at her and stood still. Ma Zhengwo pursed her lips and asked Yi Shun, "Did you really have no difficulties back then?" Wang Xiong had explained clearly. As Yi Mei's trusted person, she was present at the time. Wang Xiong had said he had met Hua Zhao twice. By then, she was already married to Yi Shun, and she weighed over 200 pounds. That's why he mistook her earlier. Is Yi Shun blind?
Blind?
One overweight person ruins everything. I don't believe Hua Zhao at 200 pounds looks good. She is very kind, Yi Shun said. She treated me very well. When they were at Tang Mountain, she threw herself at him without hesitation. So today, when Wang Xiong spoke, he didn't believe a word. Am I not kind? Am I not good to you? Ma Zhengwo accused him, looking at him. Yi Shun's eyes sharpened instantly. Be careful what you say. Whether you are kind or not has nothing to do with me. And how you treat me, we are just strangers who have met only a few times. Please watch your words and avoid hurting me or my family. Ma Jiangwo's face turned red with anger. He looked like he wanted to rush forward and bite him, but he had no reason to do so. Yi Shen was right. She hadn't done anything bad to him.
No, that doesn't sound right.
All her kindness was kept in her heart, and she didn't show much of it. The key was that he never gave her a chance to show herself. She wanted to learn from other women doing laundry, washing socks, cooking, having children, but she never had the chance. And there probably won't be any chance in the future. Wish you happiness, Ma Jiangwo said, then turned and left. Yi Shen heaved a sigh of relief. He finally left. He and Ma Jiangwo had known each other for a long time. She was the daughter of a comrade of her eldest aunt. When she was a new soldier, her eldest aunt liked her and transferred her to her side, even bringing her home, trying to match her with a nephew. Ma Jiangwo was interested in him. He had clearly refused at the time. Although he didn't know what kind of wife he wanted then, he knew he definitely didn't want a brother as his wife. Ma Jiangwo, chosen by his eldest aunt, had a personality very similar to hers, more masculine than most men, and looked alike. Sometimes she wore a skirt, and people wondered if she was a man in disguise. Compared to his little wife, Yi Shen finally understood what kind of person he liked. Yi Ming suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Was there really no hidden reason back then? Did you know right away that she was kind and good to you?" Hua Zhao, who used to be beautiful and bright, stood beside Yi Shen. He didn't think much of it then, just saw his brother as a man. But now, he thought his brother probably wasn't the kind of man to attack a woman weighing 200 pounds.
Right?
Yi Shen looked at him sideways. He was right, but even if he thought hard, he probably wouldn't guess that Hua Zhao was the one who made the move. He suddenly smiled and said, let's go, let's go. Hurry home so second aunt doesn't bully her." Yi Ming saw his smile and knew he didn't need to ask anymore. Even if there was a hidden reason back then, it probably wasn't anything serious. When they got home, Hua Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Yi Shen immediately asked, "Where's my wife?" His voice was a bit cold, and his expression was serious, mainly directed at second aunt. He thought second aunt had sent someone out to work. Aunt Zhou Lihua immediately burst into laughter, looking at Lu Yuegui with a displeased expression, then smiled at Yi Shen and said, "Your wife let your second aunt eat the food." However, Yi Shen found her laughter very annoying and not funny at all. When Jing slightly curled her lips. Only Zhou Lihua's laughter was heard inside the house. As she kept laughing, she suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. She looked at everyone with some embarrassment and said, "This isn't fun. Can't you all tell jokes?" Lu Yuegui rolled her eyes at her and said to Yi Shen, "Your wife and your sister went to the hospital. What's wrong?" Yi Shen and Ma Jiangwo asked nervously at the same time. When Jing immediately glared at Yi Ming. Yi Ming only looked at Lu Yuegui. Yi Shen had already turned around and ran toward the door. Suddenly, the door opened, and Hua Zhao and the others returned. "What's wrong?" Yi Shen immediately grabbed Hua Zhao's arm, nervously looking at her belly. But seeing the happy smiles on everyone's faces, he felt a bit relieved. "Your wife is pregnant," Yi Shu said. Yi Shen glared at her. "Isn't that obvious? He touches her every day. How could he not know she was pregnant?" "Twins," Yi Shu added. Yi Shen's eyes widened instantly as he looked at Hua Zhao, full of surprise. His usually stern face melted away, making him look even more handsome and radiant. Hua Zhao felt his joy and her heart grew even sweeter. She believed the father of the baby would be a good dad. "Really twins?" Yi Ming asked from behind. Seeing his aunt nod confidently, he said happily, "That's great." Zhou Lihua also smiled and said, "That's really wonderful. When the time comes, I'll give you one." The atmosphere inside the house suddenly turned cold. The smiles on Hua Zhao and Yi Shen's faces almost disappeared at the same time. Seeing Yi Shen clearly unhappy, Hua Zhao felt a bit happier. As long as he didn't mean to give the baby to someone else, she wouldn't be angry. Whatever others said was just nonsense. The house's atmosphere cooled again. Zhou Lihua awkwardly chuckled, "Look, I was just joking, and you all took it seriously." "Auntie, it seems you're not very good at joking," Yi Ming said with a smile. "Better not to joke like that in the future." His smile was nice, but his words were not very kind. Zhou Lihua's face fell, and she responded sarcastically. I don't know who I'm doing this for. Never mind, never mind. My good intentions go unappreciated, and now everyone looks at me strangely. Second sister-in-law, let's go cook dinner. Lu Yuegui immediately stood up. That's right, it's time for dinner. She looked around the living room at everyone. Wen Jing lowered her head and got up to go to the kitchen. Lu Yuegui then looked at Yishu. Yishu rolled her eyes at Lu Yuegui and rolled up her sleeves as she headed to the kitchen. Lu Yuegui looked at Hua Zhao. Yishun pulled Hua Zhao to sit on the sofa, then took a small stool and sat opposite her, blocking Lu Yuegui's view. How did you go to the hospital? On foot. You must be tired. Or by car. That place must be crowded and hot. Rest up. Don't tire out my son. Hearing this, Lu Yuegui smiled, almost forgetting that she was pregnant with their family's precious grandson. She decided to let her rest. Hua Zhao glanced at Lu Yuegui's back and quietly said to Yushin, what if they are two girls? What does it matter? He turned Hua Zhao's head to face him. Two girls are two treasures. They are both mine and I like them both. Yi Ming, sitting on the opposite sofa, suddenly covered his face and laughed. His usually cold brother had become so sweet-talking, it's embarrassing to watch. Is he still an iceberg? Or just some sugar candy now? In the kitchen, Yishu also chuckled softly. I can't take it when Jing stood beside her, trying to smile but failing. Lu Yuegui couldn't smile either. She walked to the kitchen door and shouted to Yishun and Hua Zhao, hey, don't say such things. It's bad luck. If they're boys, then two boys. Great fortune. Hey, do you think these names would be good nicknames?
Zexy, Dali.
Such a celebration. Zhou Lihua didn't find it funny and poured cold water on her. You should worry about where your son Yi Un and Yi Tao's partners are. Those nice names should be saved for your own grandchildren. But Lu Yuegui didn't mind and looked at Yishin. Great fortune and great luck. Isn't that good? Hua Zhao watched Yishin's trembling eyelashes and stifled a laugh. He clearly didn't like those names. But Lu Yuegui kept watching them. Hua Zhao then said, if they are two boys, then we'll call them Ji and Ali. If they are two girls, forget it. Anyway, they aren't. Lu Yuegui immediately spat, no, you can't say that. But Hua Zhao was a very good girl with a kind temper. She returned to the kitchen feeling satisfied and started cooking. She was the eldest granddaughter in the Yi family, and her nickname was given by her. She truly hoped and looked forward to having two boys. Yi Shun, however, couldn't smile. He reached out and gently tapped Hua Zhao's small nose, quietly saying, you used to dislike my name. Why not use Guoqiang or Guoqing as a nickname instead of a formal name? Isn't that better than great luck and prosperity? Hua Zhao smiled, revealing two deep dimples. I think great luck and prosperity is better than Guoqiang and Guoqing. I agree, Yiming nodded from across. He was surprised at how poor his brother's naming skills were. He whispered, maybe I should choose the nicknames for the kids. How about, the trees are red in the frost, the soldiers are furious in the sky. If it's a girl, call her Frost Red. If a boy, Sky Han. What do you think? He became more excited. Or how about, white clouds fly over Jiu-E Mountain. The prince rides the wine down the green hills. Call the boy Yin Fei, and the girl Cui Wei? Hua Zhao blinked. Choosing names from famous poems is quite fitting for the times and sounds nice. Then I'll leave the nicknames to the big brother. Hua Zhao quickly suggested under Yi Shun's serious gaze. Point one for each. The other will be called Shun Gur. The formal name will be given by Grandpa, and the nickname by Dad. How does that sound? She initially wanted to choose the names herself, but considering the Yi family's situation, she guessed Grandpa Yi was eagerly waiting to name his great-grandchild. So she decided not to argue with him. Anyway, there will be more children in the future. It's better to agree on one name each now, and she'll get her turn as the biological mother. Plus, she found that the nickname Shingur was much nicer than the cold, formal name. She wasn't sure if Hua Zhao's idea was good or if the sweet nickname Shingur had calmed Yishin, but he gently pinched Hua Zhao's nose and said nothing more. In the quiet kitchen, Listening to her husband excitedly discuss the children's names with another woman, Yishu's tears fell into the vegetable basin. Yishu saw this and frowned at her back, saying nothing. In the past, she had a very good relationship with her sister-in-law. She was a simple-minded, easygoing, cheerful person who loved to laugh. But after years of marriage and infertility, she changed completely. She became silent, as if she had become a different person. She and her brother had tried hard to comfort her. Her brother also told the family that no one should pressure her or look down on her because she couldn't have children. Everyone has been doing well. Since learning about her illness and infertility, only Auntie has taken her to see a doctor. Others haven't mentioned it in front of her at all. But this seems to make her feel more sad and unable to move on. She has turned into a shadow, quietly hiding in the corner, with all her smiles like they are behind a thin veil. No one can truly understand her feelings. Yishu doesn't really understand her. Both are 30 years old and without children. Why doesn't she care at all? Now, she even feels lucky. Because of this, the two of them are growing further apart. Now, only superficial politeness remains. Wenjing quickly wiped away 2 tears and continued washing vegetables as if nothing happened. Zhou Lihua looked at her back and pursed her lips. She thought the main family might lose its status. But who knew that Yishen, who seemed destined to become a monk, suddenly had 2 children? All the good things seemed to go to the main family. Also, when they weren't around before, Wenjing told them about the old lady's house that was left behind. Why was it only given to Yishen? He has 3 brothers and 6 nephews, so many rooms. Sharing it equally wouldn't be unfair, right? Even if the main house was given to the main family, they could live in the side rooms. Her family of 6 is cramped in a small apartment of about 100 square meters. The eldest partner has been dating for a year, just because they have no house and aren't married. Now, Yishun is about to take back the other half of the house. With such a big yard, just the 2 of them, plus Grandpa Huazhao, can't they all live there? Maybe lend a few rooms to her younger brother for his wedding house? She only wants a small courtyard with 4 sections. Just one entrance is enough. During dinner, Zhou Lihua took advantage of the good atmosphere and the absence of adults at home. And she started. Oh, among our Yi family's grandchildren, Shun is the most capable. I heard he just got promoted to level 14? That's really impressive. Zhou Lihua smiled warmly. He's good at work and life. Everyone knows soldiers are busy and rarely see their children. Our Shun has 2. Yiming suddenly reached out and picked up the glass of water in front of her, looking puzzled. Third auntie, isn't this wine? Why do I feel like you're drunk? Zhou Lihua immediately glared at Yiming. Among her nephews, she dislikes this one the most, Yiming, who always has that mischievous smile. Everyone says he is gentle and refined, but she thinks he is just a smiling tiger. He keeps opposing her. Did she poke his windpipe? Oh, it seems she really did. Speaking of drinking, I was about to take a sip. Zhou Lihua put on a smile again, finding her own way out. Such a happy day. Everyone should celebrate properly. Our old Yi family is about to have 2 grandsons. What a wonderful thing. She was about to poke his windpipe. Poke hard. However, Yiming was completely unfazed and smiled. He stood up. I'll go get some wine. He wasn't worried about her mentioning the children, but about the phrase rarely see each other, which had already been used to make a point. Once it was enough. Twice it was too much. Turning his back to everyone, Yiming sneered. This third aunt, he wondered if she was truly stupid or just doing it on purpose. When he brought back the wine, Zhou Lihua personally poured drinks for everyone. Only after everyone was drunk could they talk properly. She can't drink. Yishin took away the wine glass in front of Huazhao. He had memorized all the precautions his aunt had given. Pregnant women must avoid alcohol and smoking. Just a little sip, it's fine. It's not that easy to get into trouble. Zhou Lihua tried to pour more, but Yishin didn't even look at her. Instead, he filled the glass with hot water. She wanted to take it, but it was too hot to hold. Zhou Lihua glared at Yishin again. He was her second most disliked nephew, even more than Yiming. Yiming at least knew how to smile at her, but Yishin was cold and didn't give her any face. She turned her cup to Wenjing and poured her a drink, saying as she poured, "Wenjing, drink more. You're not pregnant, so it's fine no matter how much you drink." Wenjing froze instantly. Yiming squinted at Zhou Lihua and smiled. Yishin also looked at Zhou Lihua with no expression. Zhou Lihua looked down, pretending not to see, but her hand trembling slightly as she poured. The atmosphere at the dinner table became a bit tense. "Everyone, hurry up and eat, or it'll all get cold." Lu Yuegue quickly tried to change the subject. Zhou Lihua sighed in relief and hurried to eat and toast. If others didn't drink, she would drink herself. Only after drinking could she pretend to be crazy. If she went crazy, others wouldn't mind. She kept pouring herself drinks until she went crazy. No, she just started. She suddenly wiped her face, and after putting her hand down, her eyes turned red. She said, "Seeing you all settle down and build your lives happily makes me happy and sad at the same time. My little Xing still doesn't know when he'll get married." Yiming looked at her and smiled, asking politely, "Xing is a partner, right? They've been together for a long time, haven't they? But no marriage yet?" Zhou Lihua wanted to roll her eyes at him and didn't expect her brother to be so careless. But she held back and, with red eyes, said, "Yes, they've been together for over a year. His partner is a good girl. My little Xing doesn't have a house, but she didn't mind. However, her parents are not happy, so the wedding keeps getting delayed."
Sigh.
Yiming understood and raised an eyebrow at Yishin, as if to say this was directed at him. "Isn't Xing's workplace good? Don't they give a house when you get married?" Yiming asked. The third generation of the Yi family isn't all soldiers anymore. He didn't join the army, and Uncle Ye's son Xing also didn't. But other boys have all joined the army. Xing works at an office, and as a single person, he has a single dormitory. When he gets married, they will assign a house. If both spouses work at the same place, the house is even bigger. From what he knew, if Xing hasn't changed his partner, then this good girl is probably a colleague of Xing's, from a good family, and it's unlikely they wouldn't get a house. "Yes, they give a house, but I didn't want it," Zhou Lihua said. "That poor, remote county's broken unit and shabby house. What's so special about that? I think let Xing and his partner transfer to Beijing. Beijing is where our old Yi family roots are. Everyone together. That's what should happen." "Oh, Auntie, you really have a big mouth," Yiming joked. "In your words, even the big capital of Xijing has become a small county. The emperors of 13 dynasties would cry if they heard that. Those are hundreds of years old stories. Now, Xijing is a mess, you haven't seen it. It's not as good as Beijing," Zhou Lihua said. "Besides, Yijia and Yili are grown up now. In a couple of years, they'll need to find partners too. I can't let them marry someone from the countryside, so I also want to transfer back to Beijing." Zhao, a girl from the countryside, was holding her cup, drinking water, but couldn't eat anymore. She felt like something was about to fall on her. "Sorry, I can't help much with such a big job transfer," Yiming said to Zhou Lihua. Zhou Lihua's alcohol might have really kicked in. She said bluntly, "I know I can't count on you. You're just a university teacher. What can you do? I don't know what you were thinking back then, insisting on being a simple teacher with no power or influence, earning just a small salary, living in a tiny broken house." She suddenly looked at Yishen, but our brother Shun is lucky. His grandmother loves him, so she gave him the big house all to himself. There are 14 rooms, right? She then looked at Hua Zhao. "I heard the Chow family's house in the backyard is back too? That makes 28 rooms. Don't you two find it a bit scary to live there?" Just in time, Annie San's family is about to return and has nowhere to stay. Why not go over and keep them company? I tell you, an empty house that no one lives in can get damaged easily, and it might attract bad things. Hua Zhao muttered softly. "It's not the things that attract trouble, but you that get attracted first." Yishin looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Hua Zhao also looked at him, but couldn't smile. "What should we do now? Should we let her move in?" Of course, she was completely against it, but she didn't know what Yishin was thinking. At this moment, since there was an empty house at home, it was normal and right to help out a close relative. Yi Shin finished eating, put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and coldly said no. He didn't give any reason, just 2 words, no. Because he knew Auntie San was very eloquent, and she could argue her way out of anything. So, he simply didn't give her a chance to argue back. Why not? Zhou Lihua was surprised by his straightforward refusal and immediately asked loudly, acting as if Yi Shin was stopping her from returning to her own home. First, the house returned by the Chao family was exchanged by Grandpa Hua Zhao using his own ginseng. It doesn't belong to me, so I have no right to decide. Second, it's my own house, and I don't like others moving in, Yi Shin said. Not to mention you, even my parents can't. If it had been before, maybe he would have agreed. He didn't have any special feelings for that house, his grandmother gave it to him, so he kept it. As for his mother and sister-in-law always thinking about it, but never living there, it was because Auntie San was stopping them.
He didn't really care.
But now, after knowing what was underground and his grandmother's intentions, he truly couldn't let anyone else move in, including his mother.
You.
Zhou Lihua was so angry she stared with wide eyes, speechless. They wouldn't even let her own mother stay, so of course, she couldn't overstep her own mother. What, your parents can't stay either? The door was pushed open, and Miao Lanji, who had left earlier for some matter, came back and asked curiously. She had just heard that sentence. Big sister-in-law, you should take a look at your little brother. He said his family's house. In the future, neither you nor my older brother can enter. Zhou Lihua happily watched as Miao Lanji's face changed. Yiming looked at his mother and smiled, saying, my third aunt said she wants to move the whole family here, to live in the house that Grandma gave to Xiaoshen. Miao Lanji's expression indeed became uglier, but this time, her anger was directed at Zhou Lihua. She wasn't stupid and guessed what was going on. That's really something. Don't just blame you. That house for Shingur, I said I'd move in for a few days to keep him company, but his aunt kept finding reasons not to let me. Like I'd never leave once I moved in. Miao Lanji complained to Yi Fong, pretending to be upset. Yi Fong sat quietly nearby, acting invisible, watching her nephews and third sister-in-law argue. Finally, she spoke, since the house wasn't divided when it was given, and was left specifically for Shingur. That was her decision.
No one can change that.
Zhou Lihua rolled her eyes at Yi Fong, treating the old lady's words like an order. Who was she fooling? Let's not worry about how that house came to be. Now that it's in Yi Shun's hands, it belongs to him, right? He has the right to decide who can live there. He can't just listen to his grandmother. That house is his alone. Can he pass it down? What if he dies? Will it go to the state? Hua Zhao suddenly got angry. But before she could speak, Yi Shin said, that's a question for after I die. But right now, you know that house is mine. I decide what to do with it. My current idea is for my wife and me to live quietly. He stood up and pulled Hua Zhao. Let's go home. Zhou Lihua also stood up. Look at you. You've all misunderstood. I don't want your house. I just want to stay for a few days, to have a temporary place. Once our unit arranges a new place, we'll move out. Everyone is family, the closest kin. Isn't it okay to stay in your empty house for a few days? No, it's not, Yi Shin said, pulling Hua Zhao out the door. Zhou Lihua watched their backs, feeling both wronged and angry. The Yi family really had no place for her family anymore. Even the younger generation didn't take them seriously. Big sister-in-law. Zhou Lihua turned to beg Miao Lanji. Miao Lanji immediately regretted coming back at this moment. Didn't you hear? I can't stay there. My words probably don't matter. A son is not controlled by his mother. She pretended to be angry and stopped eating, then stomped off in a huff. Yiming pulled the dazed Wenjing away. Yi Shu and Yi Fong followed closely behind, leaving Lu Yuegui busy tidying up the dishes inside. Zhou Lihua complained to her. Why was the old lady so biased back then? She gave that big house only to Yi Shin. Weren't the other sons and grandsons supposed to have it too? Now look, Yi Shin lives alone in 28 rooms, while our children don't even have a house to get married in. My children, Yin and Yi Tao, don't even have partners yet, Louis Wegoe said patiently. I think they plan to get married when they can bring their families along, so they're not worried about housing. Humph. Zhou Lihua sneered. They're just worried about their wives, guarding them from you, afraid you'll bully them. Louis Wegoe sighed. Who's not aware of that? I know my flaws, but I just can't change. What can I do? It's really frustrating. She was not easily swayed. She wasn't foolish. Recently, she noticed Zhou Lihua's mind was becoming more twisted. She always had something negative to say, either criticizing or stirring trouble. Seeing the old Yi family members fight made her happy. Louis Wegoe carried her bowl into the kitchen and didn't come out. She didn't want to talk to Zhou Lihua. Although Zhou Lihua's words were meant to stir trouble, the facts were true. It was indeed unfair, and she thought it was quite unbalanced. Back home, Hua Zhao looked at the empty yard and felt very happy. She really didn't want any relatives moving in, honestly, not even Yixin's parents. Fortunately, Yixin felt the same way, so she was relieved. To show her gratitude, Hua Zhao decided to cook herself and make something tasty because she saw that he hadn't eaten much. But Yixin had already gone into the kitchen and asked, "What do you want to eat?" He also noticed she hadn't eaten much. "I'll cook," Hua Zhao said, reaching for the spatula in his hand. "What do you want?" Yixin moved away. "In the future, there will be plenty of time for you to cook. When I'm home, I'll do it."
He sighed.
Being a big sister-in-law isn't easy. Most of the year, she has to cook, take care of the kids, manage everything at home and outside. It's too much for one person. If she wasn't strong like a woman, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Look at the young girl in front of me, delicate like a freshly bloomed daffodil. I feel very worried. Luckily, this mission will only take a few months, and I hope to return before the baby is born. Since he cares so much, Hua Zhao didn't stop him. She went inside to get some fabric and stayed at the kitchen door to keep him company. While he cooked, she made a dress for Yishu. She also asked about Wang Zhiyong. Who exactly is he working for? His third uncle, He Jianing, a cunning and ruthless troublemaker, Yixin said, recalling something. He looked toward the Chao family and said, I heard they got that ginseng and immediately offered it to He Jianing. Now his position is secure. But I don't know if that ginseng really works. If He Jianing lives a few more years, more people will suffer. Hua Zhao's hand trembled. Yixin kept watching her out of the corner of his eye. Just a few millimeters from her delicate fingers, he snatched the scissors away. Be careful. He took the fabric and sewing basket from her hands and, a bit annoyed, set them aside. Stop making it. Just buy ready-made clothes. He thought Hua Zhao was sewing clothes for himself. Hua Zhao saw that he might be worried about her. She was instantly touched. She stood up and hugged him, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Both of them froze after the kiss. This was Hua Zhao's first time actively kissing someone. Not counting the night, she crossed over. Yi Shun's eyes darkened. He gently squeezed her hand and said softly, the night. Hua Zhao immediately pushed him away, giving him a playful glare. That's not what she meant. This look of hers caused trouble. Yi Shun went to the kitchen to add water to the frying tomatoes and eggs, turning them into tomato and egg soup. Then he went after his little wife. When the pot of tomato and egg soup was ready, he cooked it into scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yi Shun returned to the kitchen, feeling satisfied and ready to make the next dish. Even if he couldn't eat much, a couple of bites still tasted good, really delicious. Some people are getting bolder and bolder, no longer treating her as an outsider. They even dared to make moves in broad daylight. Hua Zhao blushed as she finished dressing and started thinking about her rival. This He Jianing actually came up with such a sneaky trick to bully her, an innocent person. If he succeeds, what will happen to her? This was in 1976, a time when everything was not yet perfect. Cheating on a soldier by pretending to be pregnant with someone else's child was a very bad thing. It couldn't be fixed just by criticizing or teaching. She might even have to serve several years in prison. She had no quarrel with him. It was just because she blocked his way that he acted so harshly. She wanted to find out where he lived.
Why do you ask about that?
Yixin asked curiously, setting down his plate and casually pinching her small, fair face. Hua Zhao immediately widened her eyes at him. Yishin smiled, as if stars were shining in his eyes. He pinched her other cheek again. Hua Zhao laughed and slapped his hand away, calling him mischievous. She said he was not honest, very dishonest. Knowing where he lives will help me avoid him in the future, Hua Zhao said. That was necessary. Yishin looked at his lovely, soft, and pretty little wife. Such a girl needed to be kept safe. He lives near the 3rd South Ring Road in Miaopu. I'll find out the exact address, she added. In the past, they didn't interfere with He Jianing, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But now, he was on Ye's blacklist. Almost immediately after Wang Ziyong was taken away by Ye's family, He Jianing received the news. Wang Ziyong had just finished questioning, and He Jianing already knew where the problem was. They had even mistaken the person. Such a big mistake. There was no chance to defend himself. She only got married a few months ago, and she's already so thin that she's unrecognizable? He Jianing asked He Lanlan curiously. How much does she weigh now? He Lanlan looked very unhappy. She used to be quite overweight. How did she lose so much weight? Probably around 100 kg now, she said reluctantly. People say she looks very good? He Jianing asked again. He Lanlan nodded even more unwillingly. Sorry, I underestimated her. He Jianing sighed. He hadn't asked about her background before acting, but if he had, he would have noticed something was off. After all, Hua Zhao had been in Beijing for a few days and had visited many circles. Her reputation must have spread. But he hadn't heard anything because he didn't pay attention. We can't stay shut in anymore, He Jianing said, standing up and walking around the living room. The feeling of stagnation from before is gone now. This ginseng works surprisingly well. In just a few days, he feels much lighter. He can sense that the heavy, dead-like air around him has disappeared. Did her grandfather find this ginseng? She still needs a lot more. Where does she live now? What does she usually do? He Jianing asked. This time, a young man in the corner of the living room answered. She lives in the old four-courtyard house of the Yi family, the one left to Yi Shun by Grandma Yi. She's been visiting around with Yi Shun in the past few days, but recently, she hasn't left the house. That courtyard. He Jianing nodded thoughtfully and smiled at his brother. There must be something in that yard. Otherwise, old lady Yi wouldn't have left it only to Yi Shun. It's probably meant for him to protect the family's property. He's the most likely to keep it safe. If he can't, then it's only him who will suffer. He Jianya didn't react much to this. Every family's yard has some hidden things. Those buried shallow were dug up long ago, but some are still hidden deep underground. Are you thinking about? He Jianing asked. What is the Chao family doing now? He Jianing suddenly inquired. He Jianya also didn't know. The young man replied, I heard they're looking for houses to move into, but they don't seem in a rush. They have a few suitable houses, but they keep hesitating and not choosing any. Housing in Beijing is tight, but for some people it's still manageable. Tell them to move faster, and have someone keep an eye on them. Also, let Yishin know what the Chao family is up to, He Jianing said.
Yes.
The young man left without another word. You're thinking about. He Jianya guessed what was on his mind. He Jianing just smiled and said nothing. If the Chao family found something and kept it for themselves, that would be a big advantage for him. The same goes for Yishin. Money and valuables can be very tempting. Yishin knows there's something hidden below, and he might be able to hold back. But if those things that should belong to him end up in the Chao family's hands, he probably wouldn't be able to stay calm. The young man, full of youthful energy, wouldn't just swallow this insult. He's only 26, not 62. If he really manages to do something, he has other options. The Chao family received the news that day and immediately became anxious. Had Jianing actually found out? How did he know? Of course, everyone could guess that the Yi family was hiding something. With He Jianing's mindset, he wouldn't be unaware. He's threatening us, Chao said. Old Chao nodded and said seriously, there's nothing we can do now. We should just stop. It's too late. There were signs of digging underground. Over the years, he had dug a few wells. Even if he said he didn't find anything, outsiders wouldn't believe him. Whether outsiders believe it or not doesn't matter. He Jianing could use this matter against them at any time. Since he told us to hurry, it means he might be giving us a chance to back off. Old Chow gritted his teeth and said, "Tell him we've accepted this. This person was really powerful. Even if he was holding your throat, you still had to thank him." After dismissing Chow Jian, who was nervous and trying to flatter, He Jianing observed the movements of both families. He wanted to see what Xinya would do. The house was under surveillance. Xinya sensed it that afternoon. He grabbed Hua Zhao, who was about to go to the flower market, and said, "Don't go anywhere these days. I need to check something." Hua Zhao asked what's wrong. "Someone is watching us," Xinya replied. Hua Zhao immediately became honest. "Are they targeting us?" "Maybe," Xinya said. "I'll go see." He went out for a walk and came back frowning. "What's going on?" Hua Zhao asked quickly. "It looks like they're monitoring the Chow family, but there are also eyes focused on our house," Xinya explained. This was strange. The Yi family and the Chow family rarely interacted. The only connection was this house. The house. "Maybe the Chow family's movements caught someone's attention," Xinya said. Chow Jian has been acting distracted at work these days. When he digs at night, there's often noise, and there are neighbors around. Maybe his children accidentally said something. There were many possibilities, but the fact that both families were being watched at the same time was the main reason. Instinctively, he immediately thought of He Jianing. Hua Zhao also thought of this. What does he want? To cause trouble? To take advantage of the chaos? Or to act like a hero? She thought He Jianing wanted to steal a march. Xinya shook his head. "We'll see what happens."